Wyatt had his plans and reasons to reveal Chaos Dwarf Ezra and their backstory. He made up about how they met and forged an alliance, to the royal instructor and rest, but being interrupted by the field marshal, he was dissatisfied with her, but understood where she was coming from. The royal instructor might not be as open-minded as her and Anna's mother about Wyatt allying with a demon. In hindsight, revealing that he had an alliance with a demon to the royal instructor right now might not help Wyatt's case about his criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program. On the contrary, it might even give him the idea that Wyatt's alliance with the demon was the reason why he was willing to give the devil/demon worshippers a second chance. If that were to happen, then Wyatt's efforts so far to change the minds of the royal instructor and other demigods about his program would be a waste. Wyatt had forgotten that he was dealing with an old gentleman here. Fortunately, Field Marshal's worries had saved him from hammering his own fingers. When persuading someone like royal instructor, Wyatt had to consider that there was a limit to how much he could push them out of their comfort zone. They were like old processors that could only process a small amount of data at a time. Therefore, Wyatt decided that he should now focus on getting the royal instructor to be willing to give his program a try. As for Wyatt's plans for the Dark Realm, he will have to think of other ways to let Belphegor know of Chaos Dwarf Ezra, allying with card apprentice Dalton Wyatt. He looked forward to seeing the look on Belphegor's face when he learned of his two enemies, Chaos Dwarf Ezra and card apprentice Dalton Wyatt, allying. Now that would be a sight worth watching. Wyatt wondered if he could reveal it to Belphegor in such a way that Kuthdia could record Belphegor's face for him. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will stick to the topic and try not to go off track again. Wyatt thanked the field marshal for stopping him from revealing his source, which surprised the field marshal as she thought Wyatt would get angry with her and reveal his source to the royal instructor anyway. Field Marshal Heatsen thought that Wyatt would continue to underestimate how much the card apprentices hated devils/demons and their worshippers. According to her, only someone so ignorant would be bold enough to preach about criminal rehabilitation and reintegration to the card apprentices regardless of whether their hearts were in the right place. If you were a diviner, it would have explained a lot, Luna's father sighed, and his team nodded along. They believed Wyatt being a diviner would explain a lot about how he was able to achieve so much and understood the world at such a profound level at a small age. Ransom thought his father, his siblings, and his daughter were all geniuses, but compared to Wyatt, they all fell short by a huge margin. But if Wyatt were a diviner, it would have been a different story. Wyatt continued to ignore Ransom while noticing that the royal instructor was back to contemplating. Though old people were stubborn, compared to the young they cared more about their legacy. Unlike the other demigods, he was seriously giving Wyatt's words a thought. The royal instructor, along with his legacy, carried the burden of his martyred friend's legacy. He could compromise with his legacy, but his consciousness did not allow him to compromise when it came to his martyred friend's legacy. After Wyatt pointed it out, the royal instructor knew that his martyred legacy was a nothing but cycle of demon invasion until everything was lost. Knowing this, he could not rest in peace. Even if it went against everything he believed in, royal instructor forced himself to give Wyatt's solution a fair shot in his mind, as he could not think of anything that would break this cycle, which would only end with the card world being destroyed by the Dark Realm. Seeing that the royal instructor no longer hated his program but was on the fence about it, Wyatt decided to strike. Royal instructor, the current society has reached its limit. It's time for us to help it progress into a better version of itself. A version that not only you and I are proud of, but is scary for the dark races. Right now, your decision will not only give us a chance to break the vicious cycle, but also make the dark races fear the card apprentices' unwavering conviction to protect their kind and their world. I dare not claim that my program will guarantee such results, but without giving it a try, we will never know for sure. So, royal instructor, what will it be? With Wyatt's words and the royal instructor's stern silence, the others who got distracted from the topic were once again contemplating the problems pointed out by Wyatt. However, some did not agree with Wyatt and wondered if the current society had truly reached its limit. Thinking back to it, with back-to-back demon invasions, demon worshippers' betrayal, and monster mayhem, this world hasn't seen a long peace. However, these past few decades have been peaceful, and society was starting to showcase new challenges like never before. Their old tradition and convection were good for the period of unrest and war, but now in the period of peace and development, it was failing them. Having thought so far, they pondered, heck, is this the reason why we are behind compared to the rest of the regions? Don't tell me they are adapting to the period of peace better than us. How come when they are following the same traditions and values as us? But it must be true considering that the savages from the north are now on par with us, and the hypocrites from the west are ahead of us. Not only did they end up concluding Wyatt might be onto something, but also attributed all the southern region's failures to it. That did not make any sense except for the fact that they were just looking for an excuse to shift blame. It was all good as long as they weren't to be blamed for their own failures. Wyatt had no idea about the way the demigods interpreted his words in their heads. Even if he did, he could care less as long as they back his criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program. The demigods from Luna's father's team might be young and weak for the likes of the royal instructor and the field marshal, but they were still experts among elite demigods and belonged to various southern capitals' elite families. They might not have been born into these families, but they were allied to them through marriage or other interests. More importantly, they held a lot of say in their respective forces and allies. Winning them over along with the royal instructor was a bonus for Wyatt. Compared to the demigods, the royal instructor's thoughts were more complex. He had years of experience in both military and politics, unlike these demigods who had little to no experience outside of training and fighting, let alone in philosophy. They were more of a hunting dog for the southern royal family and allies. Hence, this might be the very first time they ever tried to see the world from a philosophical perspective. However, it was another thing that they unknowingly used philosophy to read their target in a fight or hunt. They were killing machines, which was why they were part of the rescue team. Young man, you have given me a lot to think about. However, I still find it hard to believe that your program is the answer. I don't see it. The royal instructor finally spoke up, coming out of his long contemplation. From the looks of it, Wyatt did not manage to get him to get off the fence about the program. Though disappointed, it was a good sign that he did not discard it. Then, let me help you see it, Wyatt replied confidently. Then, he proceeded to propose. Let me start small. Then, the result I achieve might help you see what I see. The royal instructor was sold on Wyatt's proposal, but he acted uninterested and then countered Wyatt. I will back you up on this only if you promise me that even if you fail, you will move on from this cockamamie idea and not waste any more of your precious time trying to make it work. If you are okay with this arrangement, then I don't mind using a few of my old favors to help you get started right away. The royal instructor proposed this because he wanted to see if Wyatt's program was a game changer like every other thing he achieved, and believed that the only way for him to get Wyatt to take the correct path was by helping him get his program out of his system. Regardless of the result, the southern region would be the final winner. Because it would be heartbreaking to see the southern region lose a genius like Wyatt over something like this. Sounds good to me. Wyatt agreed to the royal instructor's counteroffer. Great. Give me a few days. I will talk with a few ministers and have them round up a few criminals from the Blossom District's penitentiary for your little social experiment. 24 of them sound good for starters. The royal instructor on board with Wyatt's program, thinking of it as a social experiment. Though he was quite sure the program would fail, he was willing to go through with it if it meant he could guide the Southern Hope in the right direction. Thank you, royal instructor. But please take your time. I still have to develop the facilities for the program. However, the test subjects for my little social experiment are not enough. I want a minimum of 200 hardcore criminals with criminal records thicker than a grade schooler's textbook, and also all the members of Robin's Nest gang that have been incarcerated in the Southern Capital Penitentiary under the suspicion of using demonic cards. Wyatt thanked the royal instructor, informing him that there was no rush while putting forward his demands. Reforming 24 normal criminals would not help prove Wyatt's program works in any way. It would be a waste of time. Therefore, Wyatt made it clear that he needed a minimum of 200 hardcore criminals. As for the Robin's Nest gang, Adrian and Aria's BTCH fight have him curious about them and their leader. He would deal with them based on the truth he learns from them. If they were really demonic worshippers, then each one of them would be rewarded a Calamity Daughter gem. But if they were innocent, as Arya claimed, Wyatt did not mind training them. Young man, have you heard of the phrase biting off more than one can chew? 200 criminals, and adding to that an entire gang. That's too many. How about 50? The royal instructor did not accept Wyatt's demand, and instead asked him to demand something more reasonable. Royal Instructor, this matter is not up for discussion. Either I get them through you, or I get someone else to get me what I need. Wyatt made himself clear to the Royal Instructor, making sure that he understood he was not dealing with one of his students, but his equal. Fine, I make the arrangements for you. But if your program fails to produce the promised results, I do not want to hear one more word about this program ever again. The Royal Instructor was a bit taken aback by Wyatt's response, but agreed to it anyway. After all, his work with Wyatt was far from done. Seeing Wyatt nod in agreement with his proposal, he added, "Now that we got that out of our way, I have to ask, how did you get close to us evading our intense sense?" "That is because my mastery of the state, one with the world, both spiritually and physically, is far greater than yours," Wyatt replied honestly. Wyatt wasn't lying. The reason the Field Marshal, the Royal Instructor, and Luna's father and team were not able to detect his arrival using their intense sense was because his mastery of the one with the world state in both spiritual and physical forms had broken past the limit of mortals and reached a new level comparable to that of a newborn celestial, giving birth to celestial force in him. That day Wyatt had evolved into a higher form of being, both spiritually and physically. He had gotten the feeling that with every increase in his synchronization rate, his spiritual and physical body were growing and evolving. However, with the increasing synchronization rate, he would require more pixie dust than before because, unlike a new celestial being who's still growing and has a lot of potential, Wyatt had already reached his limit and has to rely on external substances like pixie dust to increase his synchronization rate. For celestial beings, pixie dust will speed up their growth process and break through their bottlenecks. But for Wyatt, pixie dust would help him unearth the potential of the world calamity seed that he used to mutate his ego gem, allowing him to break past the limit of a mortal and enjoy the synchronization rate that was only enjoyed by a handful of blessed beings in myriad realms. In his actual realm, Wyatt cannot display the full extent of the one with the world state in both spiritual and physical forms. However, in his current form, as a demigod, Wyatt did not even have to try, and he was able to evade the sense of those ranked as strongest demigods. Even Wyatt, himself, wasn't aware of this little the demigods pointed out to him. This was because the capabilities of a newborn celestial were uncharted territory, and the capabilities of a world calamity tree were privileged information requiring higher-tier membership in the Infinity Library. Therefore, there was still a lot Wyatt had to learn about owning celestial force, being a part-world calamity tree, and the abilities that came with them. He could only slowly explore and master them. Ha! Luna's father, Ransom, broke the silence with a burst of abrupt laughter, and staring at Wyatt he said, "My father told me that you are a genius unlike any, but he forgot to tell me that you were a good comedian too." The Royal Instructor sternly glanced at Ransom, turning him mum, and then glancing at Wyatt he said, "Young man, if my questions are too uncomfortable for you to answer, then just say so. I will understand. But please, do not make up such exaggerated excuses." Wyatt frowned and said, "In light of our recent partnership, I will overlook that you basically called me a liar. But what I said is true. I have no reason to lie to you. Similarly, I have no reason to prove otherwise. If nothing else, I would like to take my leave, ladies and gentlemen." When Wyatt made up things about his criminal reformation program on the spot, these people ate it up without doubting his words and intent, but now, when he spoke the truth, these people did not believe him. Wyatt was perplexed by this, prompting him to wonder if he was a better liar than he thought. "Young man, don't leave. I believe you, but could expand on that?" The Royal Instructor panicked and hurriedly asked Wyatt to stop, while simultaneously using his intent to slap Ransom on the back of his head, who too, instead of complaining, hurriedly said, "I was just kidding. Man, I was avoiding going into details about this, but let me ask you, what is important to you? Your strength, or the southern region, or the card world?" Wyatt asked the Royal Instructor, planning to reveal a few secrets to him. So far, in Wyatt's eyes, he had come off as a proud patriot. However, Wyatt has seen enough to know there was only a thin line between a proud patriot and an extremist who would not hesitate to burn his world just to rebuild it in the ideal form in their head. Back on Earth, many of Wyatt's friends who would not hesitate to give their lives for their country and planet joined the Voltronian or tried to take charge after his death because of their extreme ideology. Wyatt had to make sure the royal instructor wasn't one of those guys before he revealed the secrets that the demigods of this world had no idea of. The royal instructor frowned, listening to Wyatt's question. Just as he was about to speak, Wyatt interrupted him. Please, think hard and take your time to answer. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I can only excuse myself. Listening to Wyatt's warning, the royal instructor's expression turned grave, knowing that his answer would be decided if today he would learn the secret to the celestial rule domain. Suddenly, he felt this unknown mental pressure causing him to see that he had underestimated Wyatt. Just to get on his good side, he had to promise him so many things, and now to get what he wanted, he was being put through tests. He was the royal instructor. He taught the last few generations of the Southern royal descendants. The current Southern ruler and the field marshal were his students. Yet, he was being tested by a teenage boy no less. Despite his pride and all, the royal instructor had no choice but to accept it. Besides, he would never let his pride and arrogance come between his quest for knowledge. He was a bit similar to Wyatt in this regard. This was the reason, despite his humble origin, royal instructor managed not only to achieve great things, but also outlive the genius of his time. Young man, I don't know. I guess we will find out if a situation arises for me to those between the three. The royal instructor did not search hard for a perfect answer to satisfy Wyatt, but answered from his heart. The royal instructor was never considered a genius. He was just another regular kid from a humble family with a strong thirst for knowledge. He did not allow anything in his life to come between his quest for knowledge, not even his family, friends, or lover. However, the royal instructor never let it cross into the taboo and managed to keep it in check. Because of such drive and control, he was able to achieve so much despite his humble being. Many believe it was also what kept him alive longer than the others of his time. Card demigods had a long lifespan, though not comparable to the insanely long lifespans enjoyed by Voltronians, but none of the demigods were known to enjoy it to completion. They were considered lucky if they were able to enjoy a third of it. The royal instructor was one of these lucky people. However, from the looks of it, his old injuries were slowly catching up to him. If he did not achieve a minor breakthrough in his active soul control soon, he might not live to see the next century. However, the royal instructor did not fear death. His only regret would be he was never able to recreate the myth of the celestial rule domain himself. Yet, he did not bother to search for a perfect answer that would satisfy Wyatt, instead answered from his heart, because he knew honesty was his best ally here. However, the royal instructor did not fear death. His only regret would be he was never able to recreate the myth of the celestial rule domain himself. Yet, he did not bother to search for a perfect answer that would satisfy Wyatt, instead answered from his heart, because he knew honesty was his best ally here. The royal instructor had fought for resources with his peers for his strength, with the neighboring region for the southern region, and with devils and their worshippers for the card world. All three of them were dear to him. Asking him to choose between these three was like asking him to choose between his father and mother. One would never know the answer to these kinds of questions until such a situation arises. Hence, his answer. Listening to the royal instructor's answer, the field marshal nodded in understanding, even though she would preach to her soldier to choose the southern region over anything, anybody, and in any situation. She and other demigods along with the royal instructor waited for Wyatt's response with grim expression. With them realizing, Wyatt's words have begun to hold a lot of weight and sway in their minds and hearts. Good enough, Wyatt declared, causing the demigods to sigh in relief, especially the royal instructor. The only thing stopping him from the knowledge he sought had been cleared. The royal instructor's gut was correct. Wyatt's intent behind his question could not be clearer. He wanted to see what kind of person the royal instructor was, so if he were to answer what he believed would satisfy, then he would fail as anything, but honesty would only make him a liar who would say and do anything to get what he wants in Wyatt's eyes. However, seeing that he could be honest when the stakes were this high showed that he was a genuine person or a very calculating one. There was no way to be certain, but it was good enough for Wyatt. Wyatt had to prepare the world for the possible second demon invasion. That involved helping the strong of the card world grow stronger to face the incoming threat. He had to start somewhere, and starting with his allies seemed as a good plan as any. The demigods were celebrating that the royal instructor's answer satisfied Wyatt, but their expression turned complicated hearing Wyatt say, "Field Marshal, please isolate our surroundings. I don't trust these guys yet. Before the demigods could complain, the field marshal isolated the Wyatt, royal instructor, and herself from the rest. Ransom banged on her domain yelling, "Mother, let me in." What kind of mother doesn't trust her son? Wyatt used his soul pupils to check the isolation was through and the other demigods could not eavesdrop on them before proceeding to ask, "Tell me, what did you not understand about my mastery of the one with the world state being greater than yours?" Inside the isolated space, the royal instructor's stern face now had a gentle smile, but listening to Wyatt's question, he frowned a little, wondering if Wyatt was testing him again, but he felt belittled to be asked such a question. Still, maintaining his gentle smile, he prepared to reply. However, before the royal instructor could speak, the field marshal, not wanting a misunderstanding to arise between Wyatt and her instructor, elaborated on the royal instructor's behalf. "Wyatt, your mastery of the one with the world state can't be greater than that of the royal instructor who has been practicing it for many centuries, while it hasn't been a year since you became a card apprentice. Even I, despite the help from my high-grade ego gem and unique eyes, had to practice for centuries before catching up to him in terms of mastery of the one with the world, yet I still do not dare to say I am as skillful as him." "Oh, I see what's the confusion here." Wyatt nodded, understanding what was the problem. Then he pointed it out to the duo. "Why do you keep letting the incomplete knowledge limit you? Especially when you know it is incomplete." "Wyatt, details." The field marshal rolled her eyes and exaggeratedly demanded Wyatt to stop with the mystery and explain himself. She had been lectured by Wyatt so many times that she no longer felt shame like she did the first time. Increasing one's mastery of one with the world state through regular practice was the traditional method. In the myriad realm, there are other ways to increase one's mastery through external means. I happen to be lucky enough to use one of those said external means to increase my mastery of the one with the world state both spiritually and physically. Wyatt revealed, only to hear the field marshal and the royal instructor exclaim simultaneously, "Impossible." Both the field marshal and the royal instructor looked at Wyatt in disbelief, unable to believe the information that he just revealed to them. They could not believe that there were external stimulants that could help one increase their mastery of the one with the world state both physically and spiritually, because it went against their years of understanding. One has to understand that the one with the world state was directly related to a card apprentice's synchronization rate, which was determined when the card apprentice forged their ego gem and was considered permanent. Therefore, the limit of one's mastery over the one with the world state was pretty much determined. However, card apprentices like the royal instructor practiced this state over and over, honing their mastery of this state to the point where they could borrow the celestial force of the card world and use it in the battle. However, regardless of how long one practiced this state, the card apprentice found that there was a limit to the mastery they could achieve in this state because of their mortal origin. This limit they could not cross no matter how hard they tried, making it possible for Field Marshal to catch up with the royal instructor despite him practicing this state for many centuries before her birth. So, for Wyatt to claim that he knew of ingredients that could increase their mastery of this state would not only go against their centuries of belief, but also their understanding of the state, because Wyatt would be claiming that he knew of ingredients that could increase one's ego gem synchronization rate, which was considered permanent. Oh, it is possible, I assure you. But these ingredients I speak of are scarce. Honestly, it was a miracle that I managed to get my hands on one of them and survived to tell you guys the tale. Wyatt did not exaggerate. The ingredients he was speaking about weren't just scarce, but were high in demand for their magical benefits for other beings. Young man, which ingredient do you talk about? Let us be the judge of it. The royal instructor asked Wyatt to stop teasing them and get to the matter. I am talking about the realms will fragment, Wyatt revealed without creating any suspense, causing the royal instructor and the field marshal's breath to get heated and rapid. They too have heard of the realms will fragment in the myths of the card world, but they did not know the particular use of the realms will fragments. However, if what Wyatt told them was true, then they can understand why the dark races would go around destroying realms for them. Unlike the general public who thought all the invaders were the same, demons/devils, the world leaders like the field marshal and the royal instructor knew their invaders were actually not all the same, but belonged to different dark races of the dark realm. They also knew about the myriad realms and the notorious reputation of the dark races among other realms. With dungeon reversals that send card apprentices to various realms, it would not be surprising that a few card apprentices have visited different realms with sentient and peaceful inhabitants willing to share and exchange their technology and knowledge with peaceful and gift-bearing outsiders. Hence, the world leaders were not totally oblivious to what was happening in the myriad realms. However, they did not gain much from these realms because just like the card world, these realms could only be considered backwater realms in the eyes of the dark races. Therefore, it was not surprising that the field marshal and the royal instructor had small details about the dark races. Nonetheless, it was surprising for the royal instructor that Wyatt knew so much about the dark race for his age and realm. What was more shocking was that he knew even more than what the Southern royal family or other organizations knew. He could not help but wonder how Wyatt knew so much about the dark races and the myriad realms. Then, pondered if this had to do anything with the source that told Wyatt about the possible second demon invasion. All this aside, what bothered the royal instructor the most was that Wyatt said he was lucky enough to get his hands on the ingredient that helped him increase his mastery of the one with world state. So, does that mean that Wyatt had gotten a realm's will fragment, the ingredients from the myth? The royal instructor did not know anything about a realm's will fragment, but he felt that was not a power a mortal like Wyatt should be able to handle. Wyatt should have died the moment he came into contact with it. However, he claimed that he used it to increase his mastery of the state to a profound level. The royal instructor found it very hard to believe all this. However, even before he could his doubts about Wyatt's claims, the field marshal spoke up. Is this related to how survive the plague egg you were forced to incubate within yourself by the devil? Listening to the field marshal's words, the royal instructor recalled the reports he read on the Southern Capital incident. He recalled though Wyatt, Queen Colleen, and the traitor Henrix managed to corner the Mohawk devil, he took out a plague egg cultivated using a realm's will fragment. Remembering this, the royal instructor immediately now knew how Wyatt managed to get his hands on the ingredients from the myths. In his shock, the royal instructor muttered, turning disaster into fortune. Seeing that the imaginations of the field marshal and the royal instructor were running wild, Wyatt had a satisfied grin on his face, as this saved him the trouble of concocting another series of lies. It was best if they fooled themselves. This was why Wyatt always said don't be quick to jump to conclusions. But the field marshal and the royal instructor were not to be blamed here, as Wyatt abused their trust in him and practically led them to reach such a conclusion. Listening to the royal instructor utter, turning disaster into fortune, the field marshal looked at Wyatt with a dignified look as recalled his history and found that Wyatt overcame numerous crises, and each time he came victorious his fortune took a sharp rise. For example, the time Anna learned about the silver milk powder. Back then Wyatt was just a card student or soldier. No matter how she wrecked her brain, the field marshal could not think of how Wyatt managed to get Anna to let him keep the patent and a major chunk of its supply and distribution shares, while ensuring that the Southern royal family could not kill him, but also were responsible for his protection, marking Wyatt's rise in the Southern region. Thinking all this, the field marshal shook her head, as she still could not comprehend how Wyatt got her to switch sides. But this did not stop her from giving her 100% to Wyatt. Then, her mind wandered, making her ponder if Anna's mother was another one of Wyatt's disasters, and where he would be able to overcome it. You old people and your superstitions. Don't misinterpret something you don't understand into a miracle or act of God. Wyatt promptly corrected the duo's thought process. He wanted them to believe his lies by letting their imagination take control, but not turn him into some sort of chosen one. Now that kind of blind faith was dangerous. It helped Wyatt's case, but he did not need blind followers. He had his Calamity Daughter gems for that. The only reason he was willing to share profound secrets with the field marshal and the royal instructor was because he wanted them to grow strong and shoulder the burden of protecting the card world. Now, all that would be moot if they started believing that Wyatt was the chosen one and became lazy wanting him to shoulder the burden of protecting the card world. Sorry, your chance encounter is nothing short of a fairy tale. I have heard and had my chance encounters, but yours takes the cake. Even the Mohawk devil would not have expected you to survive the plague egg and also make use of its precious realm will fragment to increase your synchronization rate. I mean, how did you get rid of the plague egg, and how did you know that you could use realm will fragment like that? The royal instructor who was here for the secret to the celestial rule domain now found himself at the crux of something more profound and could not believe his luck. All of that is related to my secrets, so I will skip the details. However, I will share how to use the realm fragment to gain various benefits. It isn't just limited to increasing one's synchronous rate. Wyatt promised not going into details about how he survived the plague egg and ended up using the realm will fragment in it to increase his synchronous rate, claiming he was not comfortable sharing his secrets yet. Seeing the field marshal and the royal instructor patiently wait for him to share the ways to use realm fragment and its various benefits, Wyatt awkwardly said, "Guys, I need time to document what I know on this topic. So, I will share it with you later. I mean, I had no idea that I would be revealing this secret to you guys. Honestly, I thought I would not be sharing this secret with another card apprentice until I was strong enough to be responsible for the consequences that followed. As you can see, card apprentices like Gideon Grimm are willing to aid dark races to destroy the card world and take its will fragments. When this secret gets revealed, there will be many more card apprentices who would be willing to help dark races in exchange for a realm, will fragment, and residence in the dark realm. This is why I trust you guys to be very careful with the information that I shared with you." The field marshal and the royal instructor nodded in understanding. However, a few seconds later, the royal instructor said, "Young man, you were right to not reveal this information. Actually, do not share the information. I cannot use it anyway. Instead, it will only serve as a temptation to push me across the line. I will learn to be happy with what I know now." Wyatt, the instructor is right. I don't think the card world is ready to learn this information. I can already see a few world leaders forming a secret alliance and negotiating with the dark races. This might as well become the reason why the card world falls. Let us just forget that we know this information. The field marshal also agreed with the royal instructor, thinking about the disastrous consequences of this information being revealed. The card world was not short of demigods that would not think twice before allying with demons if it meant they could increase their strength and get a new beginning in the dark realm. Therefore, the royal instructor and the field marshal who did not have realm will fragment did not want to learn more about it, as it would serve contrary to its purpose and act as a temptation to cross over to the dark side. Listening to the decision of the field marshal and the royal instructor, Wyatt nodded in understanding, but also felt a little happy that he did not trust the wrong people, which meant he could invest in them without worrying about them betraying humanity. The duo betraying him would not matter to Wyatt as much as the duo betraying humanity. Wyatt could not bear the responsibility for something like that again. Once was more than enough. "Young man, thank you for explaining why you were able to avoid our intense senses. If you don't mind, could you also be kind enough to share the secret to creating the celestial rule domain?" Resisting the temptation of learning about how to use realm will fragment, the royal instructor asked Wyatt to let him in on the secret to creating the celestial rule domain, which honestly surprised Wyatt. He was not surprised that the royal instructor and the field marshal knew about the celestial rule domain, but the fact that they needed him to tell them how to create the celestial rule domain. From Wyatt's experience, creating a celestial rule domain was simple, by mixing the celestial force with rule power to the extent of one's strength. He did not know what secret the royal instructor and field marshal wanted to know about it. There wasn't really much to creating a celestial rule domain. Unable to understand what the royal instructor sought from him, Wyatt frowned in puzzlement. Seeing the confusion on his face, the royal instructor and the field marshal's hearts sank, fearing that Wyatt was not comfortable sharing the secret to the celestial rule domain. Wyatt had already shared a lot of his secrets with them, so they were reluctant to demand the information from Wyatt. However, their hearts elevated when Wyatt asked, "Creation of the celestial rule domain is simple and straightforward. I don't know what you want to know about it." "Everything you can share about creating the celestial rule domain," the royal instructor responded like an eager student, minding that he doesn't come out too strong and make Wyatt uncomfortable. "There isn't much to it. Channel a little celestial force with the rule power when you deploy a rule domain." While explaining the process, Wyatt demonstrated what he was talking about by producing blood rule energy in his right arm and celestial force on the other. Bringing them together, he created an orb, forming a mini celestial blood rule domain. "That is it," the royal instructor and the field marshal blurted stupidly. because they have tried doing the same for centuries, and they were never able to achieve the results that Wyatt achieved with ease. Yes, that is it, Wyatt nodded, scratching the back of his head. He could not help but feel that his explanation was kind of a letdown to the field marshal and the royal instructor. Their expression and reaction to the explanation said it all. Wyatt felt he was not the one to be blamed because there really wasn't much he could talk about creating a celestial rule domain, as it was pretty straightforward and simple. Is there a specific ratio you mix the celestial force and rule power to deploy the celestial rule domain? The royal instructor asked, feeling there was definitely more to it, otherwise numerous card apprentices would not have failed to achieve something so simple for centuries. No, it's up to you. Though I personally prefer going with equal parts of each, Wyatt answered and gave his recommendation. Are you sure you are not doing something differently without you realizing it? Think hard. The royal instructor pressed Wyatt impatiently. The more Wyatt claimed that creating the celestial rule domain wasn't complex and there wasn't any secret to it, the more frustrated and irritated he felt. After spending centuries of their life trying to figure out something that others figured out in an instant, who wouldn't? However, the royal instructor never once doubted that Wyatt might be lying to him or not telling him the full truth. Previously, during the whole realm will fragment dilemma, it wasn't just Wyatt testing the royal instructor, but the other way around was also true. The royal instructor tested Wyatt based on how he presented himself and acted. He monitored every action and word of Wyatt from the beginning to the end. Even when he appeared to be lost in thought, he would sometimes watch Wyatt's reaction and response through the corner of his eyes, as his intense sense was completely useless against Wyatt for some weird reason. The royal instructor was thoroughly impressed by the way how Wyatt revealed the secret information about the realm will fragment. Especially the part where he had the field marshal isolate the space with him inside, claiming that he could not trust the other demigods with the information he was about to reveal. Other demigods might have believed Wyatt because his concerns were legitimate. However, the royal instructor believed Wyatt had another reason to take such extreme measures. He strongly felt that if his response and actions upon learning the truth about the realm will fragments did not satisfy Wyatt, Wyatt would not hesitate to join forces with the field marshal to kill him while the space isolation barrier cut off his escape route. Yes, even though the royal instructor's intent sense could not read Wyatt's intent, he gathered this much from Wyatt's bearing. The royal instructor felt that even the field marshal too understood Wyatt's intentions when asked her to put up the isolation barrier around them, which was why she tried her best to mediate between them and resolve any misunderstanding that arose. What baffled the royal instructor the most was that the field marshal understood Wyatt's assignment for her and went along with it. He could not believe that she was prepared to attack her instructor following Wyatt's orders. Now, the royal instructor was certain that the field marshal was Wyatt's subordinate, and it was not just an act. Understanding this, the royal instructor felt that the southern princess's reaction wasn't totally unreasonable. After all, Wyatt did snatch one of her most trusted aides, key to her control over the southern region from the shadows. Without the field marshal by her side, the southern princess's grip on the southern royal court would loosen a lot. The minister will grow rowdy now that the southern princess, who enjoyed total reign, had a competitor. The royal instructor did not know if Wyatt wanted to fight with the southern princess for power, but by stealing the field marshal from her, he had declared war, or at least that was what the rest of the world would think. However, having observed Wyatt so far, the royal instructor felt that Wyatt was not interested in the power struggle and had higher goals. The royal instructor's centuries of experience as a teacher made him a good judge of character. Even without his intense sense, he was able to learn a lot about Wyatt. Just based on how Wyatt was handling him around him, the royal instructor understood that Wyatt did not see him as a threat, but rather as a potential stock, which honestly astonished the royal instructor, because it should be the other way around. It should be him judging Wyatt's potential and if he was worthy of his time. However, it wasn't. Honestly, the royal instructor had no complaints, instead was happy that Wyatt found him as a potential stock and was willing to invest in him. With Wyatt willing to share the secret to the realm, will fragments with him, this one was obvious. Therefore, the thought that Wyatt might be lying to him or not telling the whole truth about creating a celestial rule domain did not cross the royal instructor's mind. Instead, he believed that Wyatt himself might not know what he was doing differently, and that he was able to succeed where the rest of the card apprentices failed. Nothing comes to my mind. There isn't really much to this except using both powers in unison. Wyatt thought hard and replied, seeing he wasn't being of much help to the royal instructor and the field marshal. Let's do this. You observe me attempt the same and tell me what I am doing differently from you. The royal instructor decided he would try following Wyatt's demonstration and create the celestial rule domain. Even though he knew would fail, he believed Wyatt could observe his failure and then tell him what he was doing differently for his attempt to end up in failure. Sure, I guess. Wyatt, who had no idea why the royal instructor was so sure that his attempt would fail even before he tried, decided to go along with it, as he wanted to help the field marshal and royal instructor in their pursuit of creating celestial rule domain, as it appeared really important to them. It was written all over their face. Here, I go. Before the royal instructor could proceed to attempt creating the celestial rule domain, the field marshal interrupted him, saying, "Instructor, why don't you let me attempt it first?" Seeing his student trying to save face for him in front of her new liege, the royal instructor shook his head and said, "Recruit, when it comes to learning, we all are equal. Besides, failure is the mother of success. If I had let fear and shame of failure stop me, I would never reached where I am today." The field marshal and Wyatt nodded, agreeing with the royal instructor's words as he borrowed celestial force from the card world and channeled it along with rule power to create a domain. However, the domain never appeared. Actually, the royal instructor's celestial force and rule power did not mix together. Instead, they remained separate like oil and water. The royal instructor forcefully tried to mix the celestial force and the rule power together, like stirring the water and oil to mix them. Soon there were signs of a celestial rule domain forming, but as soon as the mixture of power left his influence, they separated and depressed, just like how once you stop stirring, the oil and water would slowly separate and settle, forming two different layers. Sigh. The royal instructor sighed, giving on forcefully, trying to mix celestial force. He even took Wyatt's recommendation to mix them in equal parts, but it was of no help. Oh. Seeing the royal instructor fail, Wyatt shook his head and realizing why the royal instructor was so sure that he would fail. From the looks of how the royal instructor managed to forcefully mix his borrowed celestial force with his rule power for a decent moment, Wyatt understood that this was not the first time the royal instructor had attempted to create a celestial force. He also learned why the royal instructor failed despite trying so hard when he easily succeeded. Realizing the royal instructor's dilemma, he now understood that the questions the royal instructor was asking about the celestial rule domain were not silly but real doubts. As you can see, no matter what I do, I cannot get my celestial force to mix with my rule power. Did you see what I am doing wrong? The royal instructor asked Wyatt with great hope. Yes, I did, Wyatt nodded, and after a pause, he added, "The reason you keep failing is because the celestial force you are using isn't yours but borrowed. You seem to be forgetting that." "I don't understand," the royal instructor said in confusion. After all, according to the royal instructor, the celestial force borrowed from the card world was the same as his celestial force because there was no other way for the card apprentice to gain celestial force. So when Wyatt claimed otherwise, the royal instructor was confused. If the royal instructor were to consume Wyatt's words as they were, then it would mean that Wyatt was successful in mixing his celestial force with his rule power because, unlike the royal instructor, he did not borrow celestial force from the card world, but he used his own celestial force. Now that was impossible. The whole idea of a mortal having access to celestial force seemed absurd to the royal instructor, so he asked Wyatt to expand on his words. Seeing the royal instructor attempt to create a celestial rule domain and fail, Wyatt immediately learned that the reason the royal instructor failed was because the celestial force he used to create the domain did not belong to him, which was why both the powers did not mix with each other. However, Wyatt could not just tell this to the royal instructor because then the field marshal and the royal instructor would ask why he was able to succeed when they failed. Wasn't he also borrowing the celestial force from the card world? Now, the answer to this question went into the category of secrets that Wyatt was not prepared to share with the royal instructor or the field marshal. I believe you have no problem fusing two different rules to summon a hybrid domain, right? Wyatt asked the royal instructor, glancing over at the field marshal who was listening to our conversation with one-track mind, trying to learn from it and rectify her shortcomings. Wyatt liked the attitude of these two. They did not let the hierarchy nonsense stop their pursuit of knowledge. The royal instructor could not have said it better. Everyone is equal in front of knowledge. Being questioned, the royal instructor did not immediately answer, but contemplated the question seriously, knowing Wyatt would not have asked this without a specific reason. Having interfaced with Wyatt so far, the royal instructor felt Wyatt was a great teacher. He did not just give them the answer, but brought them to it. It was up to them to consume it, making the whole learning experience feel like achieving something. The process of getting to the answer was tiresome, but it always left you wanting more. It was like exercise for one's brain. Thinking it through, the royal instructor answered. At first it was hard, but once I figured out the puzzle of how both the rules could complement each other instead of repel each other, it was as easy as breathing and drinking. I have thought of applying this approach with celestial force and rule power, but no matter how I try, I cannot find a way to get the celestial force to complement the rule power or the rule power to complement the celestial force. They have nothing in common. Right, Wyatt exclaimed, hearing the royal instructor's last word, and asked, what was common between the two rules that allowed you to use them to create a hybrid domain? My understanding of the two rules, especially how they can complement each other to form a hybrid domain instead of fighting each other and failing, the royal instructor replied. Correct, but that's secondary. What is the primary thing common between those two rules? Wyatt stressed, as he had given him the answer before. We, the card apprentice, are the common factor among the two rules, the field marshal suddenly answered, enlightening the still struggling royal instructor. Ding, 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 correct. Good job, Field Marshal, Wyatt praised. However, the royal instructor said, but aren't we, the card apprentice, the primary common factor between the celestial force and the rule power? No, there are two primary common factors there, the card world's will and the card apprentice, the field marshal answered, interrupting Wyatt. Wyatt nodded and signaled the field marshal to go ahead and elaborate so her fellow students could understand. The field marshal explained, since the celestial force we're using is borrowed from the card world, we are not alone, are not the common factor, but the card world is too. After all, even if we refine the rule power, it was card worlds to begin with. So, here the card world also acts as a primary common factor. But the same is not true in the case of a hybrid domain, because we refine both rule powers involved before we use it. So the influence of the card world in this near to none. No, that is a complex way to say that we are unable to get our rule power to complement the celestial force or vice versa, because the celestial force is not ours. However, since you have deployed a celestial rule domain, it means you have succeeded in getting them to complement each other. How? The royal instructor was frustrated for going through all that to conclude what Wyatt had told them already. As advertised, the process of getting to the answer was indeed very tedious. The only thing keeping him going down this path after failing for centuries was knowing that this time he was guaranteed to find the answer at the end. The answer is simple, actually, Wyatt said, pausing for a dramatic pause, only to hear the field marshal ruin it, saying, do you want us to refine the celestial force we borrowed from the card world? No, that is not possible, since the celestial force is a fundamental force of nature that acts continuously. However, the energies resulting from it can be refined. Now that is a whole different topic, Wyatt corrected the field marshal. Then how do we get our rule power to complement the celestial force we borrowed from the card world? The royal instructor pondered aloud, listening to the exchange between the field marshal and Wyatt. Having learned a new approach that he never considered before for the dilemma at hand, he was contemplating various possible solutions to it. However, it was easier said than done, as celestial force and rule power were very different in nature. Should we just use the raw rule power instead of using the refined rule power? The field marshal suddenly said, feeling that using raw rule power that they extract from the spiritual plane and introduce in their ego gem directly, just like how they directly use the celestial force they borrow from the card world, might be the solution they were looking for. You can give it a try, the royal instructor agreed, as the field marshal's approach was basically to decrease the card master's influence in the process. The field marshal nodded and gave it a try, channeling raw rule power and celestial force together, only to fail like has been for centuries. Seeing the field marshal's attempt fail, the royal instructor shook his head, not showing any emotion, and got back to contemplating a possible solution, only to be interrupted by Wyatt. He said, I like that you guys are trying to find the answer yourselves. You guys might have the time to spare for that, but I don't. Let me speed this up, What you guys need here is an emulsifier. Emulsifier, the royal instructor and the field marshal asked simultaneously. An emulsifier will be the substance that would help you to stabilize the mixture of the celestial force and rule power by reducing the tension between them, Wyatt explained. But the records of the celestial rule domain clearly mentioned that our predecessor only used the combination of celestial force and rule power to use it. There was no mention of a third energy. Wyatt, are you sure about this? The royal instructor asked in doubt, understanding what Wyatt was proposing. Because during Wyatt's demonstration, he doesn't remember Wyatt using a third energy. Also, he repeatedly said that the creation of the celestial rule domain was pretty simple and straightforward. All it required was channeling celestial force with rule power. Wyatt, you sure we need an emulsifier? Others have thought of it, but failed to get any results in this approach. The field marshal came to Wyatt's rescue. They would be fool not to see that Wyatt had hiding something. But seeing how he was genuinely helping them, they did not dig into it. Not to mention, it was not like the card apprentice did not think of using an emulsifier before. However, many immediately dismissed it without any thought, trusting the old records of the celestial rule domain. As for those who did give it a try, they lost all hope in it after a few failures. So, this approach never showed any promising results. Right now, the field marshal and the royal instructor would not even be considering it if not for Wyatt being the one who brought it up. Trust me, Wyatt could see the doubt and suspicion on the field marshal and the royal instructor's face. However, he did not care about them suspecting him because he knew he was in a safe space and his secrets were so mind-blowing for regular card apprentices that even if they suspected anything, they would not believe it. Even if Wyatt were to reveal it to them, they would not believe it unless he gave them hard proof. Why was Wyatt going as far as to help the royal instructor and the field marshal create their celestial rule domain at the risk of them learning his secret? It was because he wanted to help them, and also because the topic of celestial rule domain for mortals had intrigued him. Wyatt has seen how the deviant devil was rendered help in the celestial rule domain. If his forces were equipped with this secret, then they would be able to be unstoppable in the card world and even during the impending second demon invasion. However, this had a huge shortcoming. The card apprentice could only borrow the card world's celestial force on the card world and not in other realms. The best emulsifier known is the soul energy. Now, please, how I channel a little soul energy alone with the rule power and the celestial force. Wyatt narrated as he used the soul energy to combine his rule power with the celestial force he borrowed from the card world. Both the field marshal and the royal instructor stared at Wyatt, as this time they clearly saw how Wyatt was able to get the celestial force to complement the rule power and create a celestial rule domain. This caused them to wonder if Wyatt was doing this from the start, and they failed to notice it. This was more believed than the alternative that Wyatt had his own celestial force and did not need to borrow it from the card world. Putting other thoughts aside, the field marshal and the royal instructor attempted to use the soul energy as an emulsifier as they channeled the celestial force and rule power together. However, when they failed to create a celestial domain, not letting their failure disappoint them, the royal instructor asked, "What are we doing wrong? You guys need to tune the frequency of the soul energy's vibration to the point where the celestial force and rule power will stop fighting and begin to complement each other. It is easier for me because my origin card allows me to manipulate soul energy. As for you guys, you will have to think of something," Wyatt explained patiently. "Let me give it a try," the royal instructor said. This time, while channeling the soul energy, rule power, and celestial force, he used his intense sense to adjust the frequency of the soul energy's vibration, as Wyatt explained. However, he was having a hard time tracking the correct frequency where both the rule power and celestial force would start complementing each other. Wyatt was astonished to see that the royal instructor was using his intense sense to influence his soul energy and manipulate it, unlike him, who was dependent on a skill. The sheer concentration that took for the royal instructor to achieve that was unimaginable. However, the royal instructor made it look like a piece of cake. This caused Wyatt to wonder if all the demigods could use their intense sense to manipulate the soul energy so easily. "Impressive, isn't it?" the field marshal said in Wyatt's mind. "Can you also do it?" Wyatt asked. "Yes, but I have it easier thanks to my unique eyes just like you. But for other demigods, it is not as easy as the instructor is making it look. That man right there is the true example of hard work will never fail you. Do you know he doesn't have a single origin card? The field marshal revealed, showing how much she admired and respected the royal instructor. Too bad he is not interested in participating in the struggle, Wyatt sighed. He found that the royal instructor would make a good addition to his cause, but he showed no interest in tying himself to his side. This dampened Wyatt's enthusiasm about investing in him. Well, that is one of the main reasons why he is able to enjoy a long lifespan, the field marshal said, attributing the royal instructor's neutrality in the matters of the Southern Royal Palace as one of the reasons why he was able to live longer than those hailed as a genius in his time. The fact that the royal instructor ignored the Southern princess's direct order to apprehend the field marshal despite her serious claims about the latter rebelling against the Southern royal family, and instead chose to hear the field marshal's side of the story only to decide not to interfere with Wyatt's business with kids from the Southern capital showed that the royal instructor was not willing to be led by either side, but his thirst for knowledge. These qualities of the royal instructor were why he lived longer than his peers and achieved great things despite having a humble beginning. However, maintaining neutrality was difficult as it could turn one into an enemy of both sides and invite misfortune upon themselves. Yet, the royal instructor maintained this neutral stance for so long mainly because of his capabilities. And now he held a lot of authority and power in the Southern royal court. Neither side wanted him unhappy, let alone as an enemy. Good for him, I guess. Wyatt was satisfied with a give-and-take relationship with the royal instructor for now. As such, the celestial rule domain was just bait. If the royal instructor wanted more from him, he would have to jump the fence and come over to Wyatt's side. By now, with the case of the celestial rule domain as an example, the royal instructor must have just guessed that Wyatt had a lot of secret knowledge not known to the card apprentices. Wyatt had already laid out the honey. If royal instructor wanted more of it, he had no choice but to knowingly walk into Wyatt's trap. Royal instructor had a wide range of capabilities. He would make a good general for Wyatt's cause. Yes, in case he ever takes Wyatt's offer to become his general, it would not take him long to figure out there was something wrong with the card apprentices that were under the influence of Calamity Daughter Gem, but once they were on the same boat, royal instructor could only overlook it. Besides, Wyatt was not building his dynasty as the royal instructor or the field marshal as its foundation. They were just the formwork holding it together until he unleashed his full potential. They were his temporary means to an end. This did not mean they threw them away after using them. They were his people. He would never let them down unless he did. The point here was that if something did not go according to plan, Wyatt could handle it. One would ask why Wyatt was risking revealing his secrets by making such bold decisions instead of playing it safe. That was because the rest of the world was moving too fast, and they did not plan to wait for Wyatt to reach his peak. With Wyatt's current abilities, he could hardly keep up. He needed strong allies like Field Marshal and Royal Instructor to be his hands and mouth. And for that, he would have to risk being vulnerable in front of them. However, if plans did not work out as he thought, he always had himself to fall back on. Being in hiding and playing it safe was never an option. Be it the Southern region, the Card World, the Dark Realm, or the Inter-Realm City, Wyatt had to establish his power everywhere, even at the risk of being stomped and having to start all over again, because he had to get started at some point. It was not time for that as he was still in the recruitment phase. "Are you not going to give it a try?" Wyatt asked the field marshal, seeing that she was not trying to create a celestial rule domain using the emulsifier method. He said, "No, let him do it first. He has been waiting for this moment longer than me." The field marshal decided that she was satisfied with being the third card apprentice to create a celestial rule domain. Wyatt shook his head, seeing the field marshal's filial pity toward her teacher. He knew that, unlike the royal instructor who was struggling to find the correct frequency at which the soul energy would act as an emulsifier to help rule power complement the celestial force, the field marshal would be able to achieve it with ease because of her unique eyes. After all, she did say that they helped her when using her intense sense to manipulate soul energy. Even Wyatt, thanks to his soul pupils, easily identified the frequency at which the soul energy would be able to act as the best emulsifier between the rule power and borrowed celestial force, allowing them to complement each other and form a celestial rule domain. Do I have to be here for this? Or should just tell him the frequency? Wyatt contemplated with the field marshal only to hear her request. "Please, entertain him, Wyatt. You do not know how much it would mean for him. What the royal instructor was attempting right now was trying to blindly tune the radio without knowing the channel frequency number, hoping to get lucky and catch a broadcast. It was difficult even though there were not many frequencies at which radio was broadcasted. Imagine the same only with a bigger pool of frequencies to choose from. The royal instructor had to patiently try each frequency until he found the right one. Unlike Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsend, he did not have unique eyes sensitive to the soul energy and pathways to help him. He could only do it the hard way. Found it, the royal instructor suddenly exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Having found the right frequency at which the soul energy could act as the perfect emulsifier to help rule power complement the celestial force, the royal instructor exclaimed aloud. Then his wind rule power and borrowed celestial force channeled together to form a small celestial wind rule domain covering his hands. I did it. Recruit. I finally did it. The royal instructor became emotional, achieving his centuries-long dream that he had almost given up. His eyes were red as he held back his tears. The joy in his eyes was indescribable. You did it, instructor. The field marshal was happy for her teacher and celebrated with him. Gathering his emotions, the royal instructor turned to Wyatt and said, "This was only possible because of you. I don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me. I am just happy that I could be of help." Wyatt's words could not be more false, and the royal instructor knew it. So he said, "I can't believe you created the celestial rule domain doing all these calculations instinctively. You are indeed a genius unlike any." Royal instructor, I will be honest with you, there are many ways to create a celestial rule domain. I only helped you figure out one of them. Not to mention it is not the most efficient and a bit tedious. You will have to remember the frequency that you just set the soul energy at for it to act as a perfect emulsifier, as next time you can find the frequency for the perfect emulsifier within that range. Wyatt could not be more obvious about this intention. I figured as much. I am just happy that you were willing to share your knowledge with us. The royal instructor did not dig deeper, and instead backed off, knowing that to further satisfy his curiosity, he would have to pay the appropriate price. And this time it would not be as simple as helping Wyatt with his criminal reformation program. It might come at the cost of his freedom. Field Marshal, why don't you give it a try? Wyatt said, ignoring the crafty royal instructor. Yes, he thought the royal instructor would make a good general for his cause, but he would not give more of his time and goodwill than required. Not because he did not want to be taken for granted, but because he believed he could find someone else like the royal instructor easily. Aurelia's mother was one of the candidates. Okay. The field marshal nodded, and following her understanding of the emulsifier method, she channeled soul energy, space rule power, and borrowed celestial force together. Then, using her unique eyes, she began to adjust the frequency of the soul energy's vibration. Under a minute, she found the right frequency at which the soul energy acted as the perfect emulsifier, allowing the space rule power and the borrowed celestial force to complement each other and form a tiny celestial space domain on her palms. There is no comparison between the celestial rule domain and the regular domain. The field marshal commented, having felt the power of the celestial rule domain firsthand. Well, the celestial rule domain is kind of a hybrid domain, so comparing it with the regular domain would not be fair, Wyatt pointed out. In that case, the celestial rule domain is a lot more economical than any hybrid domain, the field marshal remarked. She was correct in a way, as the celestial force was borrowed power. Aren't you guys forgetting about the celestial hybrid rule domain? Now, this one is the true game changer. The royal instructor added, summoning a tiny celestial hurricane domain. What was surprising was that the hybrid rule power used here had 3 different rule meanings in harmony. Wyatt could not help but take a second glance at the royal instructor learning this. Wyatt could not try the same, as he had only achieved ultimate mastery in blood rule. He had yet to begin comprehension of other rules. His busy schedule had limited him to 1 rule so far. Yes, it is, the field marshal said, agreeing with the royal instructor. However, Wyatt pointed out, you guys do realize that the soul energy that is acting as the glue to bring this whole thing together is its weak point? However, it is one thing if your enemy is smart enough to notice this weakness. Wyatt was not trying to rain on the joy of the field marshal and the royal instructor, but warning them that if others learned about how they were able to create the celestial rule domain, they could use the same knowledge to break their celestial rule domain with ease. It was the same as the magic tricks. They were only magical until you did not know the trick behind them, but once you knew the trick, it was no longer magical. Wyatt's meaning was simple. The more people knew to use the emulsifier method to create the celestial rule force, the more people knew about its weakness. Now it was up to them to whether they shared it with their fellow card apprentices. As it did not affect Wyatt since he had made it clear he knew other methods to create celestial rule force, which were more efficient and less complex than the emulsifier method of creating the celestial rule domain. With Wyatt's reminder, the joyous atmosphere surrounding the royal instructor and the field marshal dampened. This was when the royal instructor realized that the celestial rule domain he created was just an imitation and not the true celestial rule domain, like the celestial blood rule domain deployed by Wyatt. While the royal instructor and the field marshal were still in contemplation, Wyatt nodded at the royal instructor and said, "Since there is nothing else, I will be taking my leave now." While signaling the field marshal to lift the isolation barrier, "Wyatt, one moment," the royal instructor called out to Wyatt, stopping him in his tracks. A grin appeared on Wyatt's face listening to the royal instructor call out to him. Hiding the grin, he innocently turned to face the royal instructor. Why else could the royal instructor ask Wyatt to stop? It was to ask about the other ways to create the true celestial rule domain. Having tasted the might of the imitation celestial rule domain, he should be more impatient than ever to learn the ways to the true celestial rule domain. Considering that the royal instructor was a smart man, he should know that Wyatt wouldn't give him what he sought without an appropriate price. In this case, his loyalty and alliance. Everyone had a weakness, you just have to find what it was. In the case of the royal instructor, it was his thirst for knowledge. Seeing things turn out as he expected, Wyatt waited for the royal instructor to say the magical words. However, his expression turned stiff when Wyatt heard the royal instructor ask, "Wyatt, if you don't mind, I would like to publish a paper on this emulsifier method of yours to create a celestial rule domain. Even if this is just an imitation, this is the closest we have gotten to creating a celestial rule domain. I think other card apprentices around the world will appreciate this method. Of course, you will be the primary author of the paper, and I will be the secondary author. I hope you don't mind this old man riding your tailcoats." Motherphew, Wyatt cussed the royal instructor wildly in his mind, but his expression remained innocent with a gentle smile, though it was a bit forced and stiff. The royal instructor's intention could not be more obvious. The reason he wanted to write a paper on the emulsifier method of creating a celestial rule domain and share it with the rest of the world despite Wyatt's warnings about its weakness was the same reason why he shared the myth of the celestial rule domain with his students in the first place. To recruit their help to recreate the myth, celestial rule domain, so that they would see what couldn't and succeed where he failed. The royal instructor once again wanted to use the same strategy. To get the card apprentices around the world to come together and help him recreate the true celestial rule domain, using Wyatt's emulsifier method to create a celestial rule domain. The reason why Wyatt warned the royal instructor and the field marshal about the weakness of the emulsifier method was that he did not want the royal instructor to spread the method in hopes of finding a method that helped him create the true celestial rule domain. With that road closed, the royal instructor would have no choice but to rely on Wyatt to truly satisfy his dream, ultimately forcing him to side with Wyatt. However, it was one thing that even Wyatt could not help the royal instructor with this, as to create a celestial rule domain one needed to have their own celestial force. Wyatt believed in the face of the truth. The royal instructor would have to accept it, as it was better than mindlessly trying to find something that did not exist. Despite everything, Wyatt had underestimated the royal instructor's resolve. He wasn't willing to set for imitation and pursued perfection. So much so that he was willing to share the emulsifier method of creating the celestial rule domain with the world at risk of revealing its weakness to the world and making it useless in combat, hoping that someone out there could use it as inspiration to create a method for deploying true celestial rule domain when there was no guarantee that the said someone would be generous enough to share their method with the royal instructor if they were to succeed. Take the example of Servos' ancestors and the artificial cores used in the corpse possession method. They used card apprentices interested in corpse possession methods from around the world to improve the artificial cores and make them economical. However, once the artificial core technology was perfected, they used their patents to monopolize the right to sell and distribute artificial cores. Artificial core was an item, however. The celestial rule domain was a profound knowledge. There was no way for the royal instructor to guarantee that the card apprentices would be as generous as him and share their findings with regard to the celestial rule domain. Yet, the royal instructor planned to share the emulsifier method with the rest of the world. Was the royal instructor an optimistic fool? Wyatt did not think so. He believed the royal instructor was someone with principles. The royal instructor was taking the honest and tedious way, knowing that he could not afford the price for the shortcut. Wyatt believed this might be the reason why over so many centuries the royal instructor never let his thirst for knowledge make him cross the line and dabble in the taboo, dark arts. Wyatt's plan was perfect, only he had met a man with strong self-control. The royal instructor would rather spend another century trying to use the emulsifier method as inspiration to find a method that would help him create the true celestial rule domain than give up his freedom in exchange for the answer. No wonder the royal instructor was able to remain neutral even after so many centuries, despite being at the very center of the power struggle, the Southern Royal Palace. Wyatt had never thought it would be easy to recruit the royal instructor. Based on his age and experience, the royal instructor must know about people's hearts better than anyone, yet he chooses to believe in them and share his knowledge and hope for the best. Seeing this honest and optimistic side of his, he realized that it was going to be a pain to recruit the royal instructor. "Wyatt," the field marshal called out. Seeing he was taking too long to answer, the royal instructor lost in his thoughts. Wyatt awakened from his thoughts. He looked at the royal instructor and said, "Are you sure the Southern royal family would have no issue with this? After all, this can act as a hidden card for their forces if used with proper discretion." Wyatt now plans to use the Southern royal family to block the royal instructor's plan, not wanting to be outdone. Knowing Anna's mother, she would have the royal instructor's head if he planned to share such a killer move with the rest of the world for nothing but the hopes that they would share their findings with them. Haha, it will be difficult, but leave that to me. I am sure I will think of a way to convince the royal family on this matter. Before that, since you are its creator, I need your permission to go ahead with this plan. The royal instructor politely sought Wyatt's permission to share the emulsifier method of creating a celestial rule domain with the rest of the world. Listening to the confident words of the royal instructor and knowing his authority in the royal court, Wyatt was now certain that the royal instructor would not have a hard time convincing Anna's mother over this matter, as long as he had his permission to share the information with the rest of the world. "You have my permission, but there is one condition." Wyatt agreed to give the royal instructor his permission since the emulsifier method was flawed and he had no need for it. Not to mention, the royal instructor was doing all the work while giving him the credit. However, Wyatt put forward a condition. "Let me hear it." The royal instructor calmly nodded as if he was expecting Wyatt to put forward a condition. "It is nothing serious. I want you to publish the paper through the Southern Academic City once I take over it." As its city lord, Wyatt revealed. The royal instructor was confused listening to Wyatt. He wondered if he heard him right. He turned to look at the field marshal to get confirmation. Seeing her nod, it was his time to be astonished. How? In return for not attending college out of the southern region, Wyatt will become the new city lord of the Southern Academic City. The royal family is preparing to announce it before the start of the new academic year. In hopes of recruiting more talented students, the field marshal informed the royal instructor. "It seems a lot has happened when I was busy with the Southern Princess's silver milk powder improvement project," the royal instructor said, finding he had a lot to catch up on with regards to the royal family's recent moves. It wasn't that he was behind or lacking, but the things were happening too quickly. "I am sorry. This decision was made with quite haste because of the situation involved." The field marshal apologized, not wanting the royal instructor to misunderstand the royal family. Even though they were the rulers, they could not decide such big things that would affect the state and its citizens unilaterally. A proper hearing would be held, but considering it was related to Wyatt, Anna's mother took the decision into her own hands. "It is okay. Though it is surprising that the Southern royal family would make such a big move just before the start of the new academic year, I believe you are more than qualified for this job, young man." The royal instructor regained his composure and congratulated Wyatt. The royal too felt that with Wyatt's knowledge, he did not need to attend college. However, he was also not so sure that Wyatt would be a good fit to be a city lord, that to the city lord of the educational hub of the southern region, Southern Academic City of all places. Nonetheless, he did not voice out his doubts, not wanting to offend Wyatt, and also because he believed with Wyatt's dedication he would get the hang of his new role, especially with the royal family and other well-wishers there to help him if he ever needed it. Not to mention, the royal instructor wanted to see what was in store for the future of the southern academic region, with young blood leading the education hub of the southern region. "I expecting to hear great things, young man." With the track record of Wyatt's achievements, the royal instructor genuinely meant these words. "Thank you, you flatter me too much," Wyatt humbly thanked the royal instructor. He was a little surprised that the royal instructor had no opinion of him becoming the southern academic city's city lord. No matter Wyatt's achievements, in the eyes of the world his age was a shortcoming, as it indicated he lacked the experience and the tempering of life. It was refreshing to see that the royal instructor did not think of his age as an obstacle, but as a positive change. "No need to be humble, but young man, can you give me a specific time? It would be easier for me to plan things accordingly for the big reveal." Though he accepted Wyatt's condition, which might delay his plans, the royal instructor could not wait to share the emulsifier method with the rest of the card apprentice community. Possibly within the next 2 weeks, Wyatt gave a vague answer. However, listening to him, the field marshal's eyes shined, as this was the first time Wyatt, himself, of own violation, had stated a time to move out of the Sky Blossom City. Hopefully, nothing comes up and changes his plans. 2 weeks. I can make do with that. The royal instructor was jubilant, as he thought he would have to delay his plans for months. 2 weeks were nothing. He would require that amount of time to convince the royal family to allow him to share the emulsifier method to create the celestial rule domain with the rest of the world. "I'm happy that it works for you. Anything else?" Wyatt said, politely, planning to take his leave. "Yes, it is regarding the silver milk powder improvement project. I have repeatedly asked the Southern Princess to get your opinion on this project, but she never gave me a clear answer. Since I have had the chance to meet you, the inventor of the silver milk powder, in person, I will do one better. As the researcher in charge of the project, I would like to invite you on board." The royal instructor invited Wyatt to help him and his team with the silver milk powder improvement project. "No, not interested." Wyatt flatly rejected the royal instructor's invitation. Before the latter could ask why, he explained, "I believe I have already told the southern royal family that the silver milk powder cannot be improved. You can try to increase its concentration and make it purer, but you cannot improve it. When are you people going to get that some things are already perfect the way they are, like the air we breathe? You can increase the concentration of oxygen and decrease the pollutants in it, but you cannot improve it." Oh, no wonder the Southern Princess kept avoiding me whenever I asked her for your opinion on the project. She did not want us to stop the project because of your opinion, the royal instructor speculated. It seemed he did not plan on stopping the silver milk improvement project just because of Wyatt's opinion. "Good luck with your project," Wyatt said, signaling the field marshal to lift the isolation barrier without bothering to persuade the royal instructor not to waste time and resources on the dead-end project, as he knew his words would not change his mind. Sometimes one has to be burned to learn not to play with flame. Such was the case of Anna's mother and the royal instructor when it came to the silver milk powder improvement project. For them, the monopoly of silver milk powder wasn't enough. They were greedy for more. Unfortunately for them, they would only find disappointment at the end of their greed. Wyatt would be satisfied with just getting the opportunity to tell them, "I told you so." As the field marshal lifted the isolation barrier, Wyatt heard the voice of Ransom Lorne reprimanding Adrian and the rest of Wyatt's old followers. "How can you guys force others into slavery? This is the southern region, not some backwater region like the Empire. Destroy those contracts at once." "Old man, I don't care who you are. This is the business of the Bright Lions. You have no right to meddle in this." Aurelia yelled with all her might, barely withstanding the pressure of the Ransom's intense sense on her. She knew though the unknown demigod was being overbearing, he did not dare to harm them. So she did not fear to speak her thoughts. "You little sure." Ransom was pissed by Aurelia's words. He was about to teach her how to speak to her elders, but sensing extra pair of gazes on him, he turned to find his mother and Wyatt staring at him. "An elder bullying a bunch of kids. Have you no shame, son?" The field marshal asked her youngest with a frown. She wondered why he was being foolish and picking a fight with Wyatt of all the people. Can't he see, even the royal instructor has to be careful with his words around him? Has he learned nothing from her and his father? Was he the reason Luna turned out the way she did? Boss, this shameless old man is trying to intimidate us into destroying the slave contracts. Aurelia did not hesitate to take a few shots at Ransom now that her boss was here. For goodness sake, how many times do I have to tell you people these are not slave contracts, they are agents of Southern Hope contracts? Adrian corrected Aurelia in frustration. With the help of Wyatt's other subordinates, Adrian was able to convince her faction, Servos, JJ, their factions, and other factions to sign the Agents of Southern Hope contract to escape certain death and enjoy Wyatt's blessing for a century before Wyatt's celestial blood fate domain vanished. Once it did, she assembled the Agents of Southern Hope to march to Wyatt and demonstrate their obedience. However, they were soon greeted by Ransom and his team of demigods. After learning what had transpired, Ransom was furious and demanded Adrian to destroy the contracts. Only Adrian knew how much strength and courage it took for her not to cave in the face of Ransom's threats and the pressure of his insane, intense sense. Still, she succeeded where many would fail, especially ever since she lost the aid of her inner goddess. However, what she did was nothing compared to Aurelia standing up to Ransom. In her defense, Aurelia was not normal, she was built differently. Field Marshal, they forced the other children to sign a slave contract on his orders. Ransom did not back down from his mother's warning, and pointing at Wyatt, he accused him of being the mastermind. To Ransom's surprise, the field marshal nonchalantly asked him, So? What do you mean? This is the southern region, the greatest region of regions, where people have basic human rights. As its hero, you should give them justice, Ransom spouted in a single breath. You done? The field marshal asked uninterestedly. Yes, I guess. Ransom did not dare speak any more nonsense, feeling his mother's cold stare. He, his siblings, and his father were not new to this stare. They knew they had to shut up when the field marshal gave them this stare. First of all, as the little one claimed, they did not sign a slave contract but the Agent of Southern Hope contract. Secondly, if anybody deserves justice here, then it's Wyatt, as they all rushed over here to kill him. Since they all were prepared to kill someone, they should have been prepared to die. Them signing an Agent of Southern Hope contract was them getting off easy for their crimes. Lastly, they all planned to kill the hope of the southern region. So, in my eyes, they are nothing but terrorists. Last I checked, terrorists had no rights in the southern region. Any objection? The field marshal explained to her youngest, who did not dare to retort and only nodded his head like a bobblehead doll. Listening to the points put forward by the field marshal in defense of Wyatt, the kids from Southern Hope, who still held a little hope of their parents bailing them out of the so-called Agents of Southern Hope contract, finally felt the despair that JJ, Servos, Armine, and the rest were feeling. As a result, they all lost the last bit of resistance to their new status as Agents of Southern Hope. No objections, Ransom said, wiping the sweat off his forehead, as he believed if he continued to defend the kids from the southern capital, his mother would not hesitate to label him as a terrorist and sign the Agent of Southern Hope contract as a punishment. However, Ransom still strongly felt that labeling the kids terrorists and forcing them to sign slave contracts was a bit too much as a punishment for them fooling around. He felt his mother was going overboard, just like how she did in his daughter Luna's case. Recalling his daughter, Ransom had a sudden change of heart. Enough was enough. He had to learn to stand up to his mother. Thus he said the words he would soon come to regret. Yes, I do. I object. Ransom's sudden outburst against the field marshal took his teammates, the kids from the southern capital, Wyatt, the royal instructor, and the field marshal herself, by surprise. While the field marshal had yet to react to Ransom's challenging her authority, Wyatt ordered her. Field Marshal, get your family in order. He has been tolerating Ransom, considering the field marshal's face, just like how one would tolerate their colleague's child in the workplace. But there was a limit to his patience. Therefore, seeing Ransom act out, he ordered the field marshal to settle it, or he will settle it for her. The field marshal nodded to Wyatt, and then turned to her youngest. She said, We will talk about this later, celestial mystic dimension domain. Seeing a starry pitch-black orb head his way, Ransom sneered and said, These tricks of yours will no longer work on me. I am a lot stronger than before. Ransom was swallowed into the celestial mystic dimension domain even before he could complete his sentence, as his countermeasure against his mother's mystic dimension failed against her celestial mystic dimension domain. After swallowing ransom, the orb vanished, closing the gate to the celestial mystic dimension. The mystic dimension was a hybrid rule domain developed by the field marshal. She used it to train and punish her kids. As they grew up, each of them figured out a way to resist her hybrid rule domain. The field marshal could not be more proud of them. This was why Ransom was not afraid to see his mother's starry pitch-black orb, but he failed to comprehend that the field marshal had upgraded it. It wasn't her regular hybrid rule domain, but a celestial hybrid rule domain. In a way, the field marshal was happy that she had better means to train and punish her weak and unruly kids. Seeing the field marshal handle Ransom with a single move, the kids from the southern capital who had no idea about her mystic domain sucked in cold breath, understanding that her reputation of being one of the top 10 strongest in the world wasn't just for show. If they had any hope or resistance left before, now it was all gone. They had no choice but to accept their new fate as Wyatt's slave, or a fancier way to put it, as agent of Southern Hope. Was that a celestial rule domain? One of the eager demigods from Ransom's team asked the field marshal. It was celestial hybrid rule domain, but yes, the field marshal nodded. She did not mind telling them about it, as the royal instructor planned to share it with the whole world soon. Therefore, there was no point in keeping secrecy. Getting confirmation from the field marshal, the demigods were enthusiastic to know for sure that the celestial rule domain was no longer a thing of myths. However, before one of the daring demigods asked about its creation process, the royal instructor stepped forward and said, "Wyatt and I are writing a paper on the celestial rule domain creation. You can read all about it with the rest of the world." "What?" the demigods exclaimed in unison, and one of them even asked, "Why would you do that?" "You will come to know the reason for that when you read our paper. Have patience," the royal instructor sternly stressed, hinting to the demigods that he would no longer entertain their questions. Taking the hint, the second-in-command of the team said, preparing to leave without their leader. "Since we have confirmed the safety of the kids, Sir Royal Instructor, Madam Field Marshal, our work here is done, and we will take our leave now." With that, the demigods returned to their posts without wasting any more of their time in the Sky Blossom City. As soon as they left, Arya rushed to the Royal Instructor's side and said, "Royal Instructor, you owe me an apology." The Royal Instructor could not help but lift his brows listening to Arya and asked, "For what, child?" "I was right, and you were wrong," Arya informed, and then explained. "Do you remember you scolded me for blaming JJ for stealing my cookie without proper evidence?" "I was right about that. JJ agreed that he stole my cookie in front of everyone." "So, how was I wrong, child?" the Royal Instructor asked Arya. "I was right, but you did not believe me. Instead, you believed JJ. You even lectured me about proper evidence, due process, and everything. I was right, and nobody believed me." Overcome by her emotions, Arya began to babble with teary eyes, threatening to burst into tears. By recounting what happened that day, she felt like she was reliving it. "I see." The Royal Instructor nodded in understanding, but still asked, "Child, where was I wrong? Was it wrong of me to ask you to provide proper evidence before blaming someone for stealing your things? Was it wrong of me to ask you not to take matters into your own hands, follow proper channels, and due process?" Arya stared at Royal Instructor with teary eyes and puffed cheeks in disbelief. Feeling wronged, she wanted to cry and yell aloud, but she stopped herself, trying hard to not embarrass herself in front of so many people once again. Seeing the look on Arya's face, the Royal Instructor subtly laughed and explained, "Child, I knew he had stolen your cookie. My intense sense could smell it on his breath." Arya was shocked by the Royal Instructor's shocking reveal and immediately asked him, "What? Then, why did you scold me and let off JJ?" "Child, I did not scold you, but informed you how to better deal with such situations, and that as a royal descendant, you need to be an example for others. You were too emotional back then to realize my lesson and took it personally. However, from the looks of it, it seems to have served you well. Look at you. You are a squad captain in the Southern Watch. Despite your young age, you are already making a significant contribution to society. You are an exemplary royal descendant." The Royal Instructor praised Arya for becoming a squad captain in the Southern Watch. He was happy seeing how well his student was doing in her life and was already contributing to society at such a young age. Being praised by the Royal Instructor in front of the kids from the Southern capital and the Field Marshal, Arya forgave the royal instructor for the cookie incident, feeling his praise had helped redeem herself in everyone's eyes. She was easy to please. The culprit was caught and her name was redeemed. What more could she ask? Seeing Arya's inner turmoil was cleared once and for all, the royal instructor then turned to look at JJ, who was hiding among his cronies. He shook his head in disappointment, addressing JJ. Kid, that day, I did not want to call you out in front of other kids and label you as a thief among your peers. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, hoping you would come clean and change your ways. But you did not make amends and stepped up your game by becoming a street thug. It seems I failed you. Not to mention, you were one of the smart and promising ones. Maybe it's time I step down from my post and let someone more capable become the royal instructor. Listening to the royal instructor, JJ's face paled. He was not a teacher's pet like Arya, but he did not want to be the reason why the teacher quit. Now that was not something he could shoulder. His parents were already up to their necks with him for his street gang and other low-level criminal activities. If they heard that because of him the royal instructor who had taught so many great generations of Southern royal descendants had quit, nothing was stopping them from disowning him. After Luna, he would be the second royal descendant to be disowned by their families in this generation. What bothered JJ the most was that he was not bothered by the fact that he could be disowned by his family, but by the fact that if it happened, he would not be the first even on the list of disowned royal descendants in this generation. He wanted to stare at the skies and ask why he could not be the first in something for once in his damned life. However, JJ's agony grew when he noticed his loyal cronies leave his side and scatter among the crowd, feeling the raging fury in the field marshal stare on him. Their camaraderie was long lost when they sold themselves to Wyatt for a century of free labor in exchange for their life. None of them wanted to bear the burn of the field marshal's wrath by standing beside JJ. Seeing his so-called friends for life bail in his time of need, JJ immediately got on his knees and begged aloud, "Royal instructor, I was wrong, please punish me." "Sai, get up, child. How many times have I warned you, kids, that with the royal bloodline flowing in your veins, you should be careful with your words and actions? How can you easily kneel for such matters? Did you lose your pride along with your brain on the streets? Maybe the one to replace me will be able to properly guide you." JJ's dramatic apology only managed to further disappoint the royal instructor and the field marshal. Listening to the royal instructor and feeling the glare of the field marshal intensify, JJ screamed in his mind, "Just kill me already." He was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to defend, but no words came to his mind. He could not think of any possible way he could salvage the current situation. So he gave up trying to defend himself and just kept his head down waiting for the finishing blow. "Royal instructor, have you made up your mind?" the field marshal asked, stripping her gaze from JJ. "Yes, due to the age difference, it is getting harder for me to connect with the students. The times have changed. Kids used to dream of joining the Southern Watch, but now they dream of becoming thugs and creating third-rate street gangs. Back in my days, I saw kids committing suicide because they could not be on the front lines with their friends. Tragic, but it was better than them forming a mob and rallying to kill one another. I will talk to the Southern ruler about finding my replacement and leave once someone capable is found." The royal instructor explained one of the reasons he was quitting. Another one of them was that he could not wait to focus all his time and energy on using Wyatt's emulsifier made of creating the celestial rule domain to find a proper way to create the celestial rule domain. Yes, he had given on it previously, but now that they knew it was possible and had a lot more data on their hands to go on with, he wanted to restart where he left off. At first, when they began, they only had some historical records to guide them and did not even know if it was true, yet they spent centuries researching it. Now that they knew it was possible and had proper guidance, how could he not give it a try? When Arya approached the royal instructor demanding an apology, Wyatt moved next to Corey and asked, "Is little Bame asleep?" Looking at the scaly white bracelet on her wrist. "I just did not want to make trouble for my parents," Corey explained, understanding Wyatt's true intention behind his question. She knew Wyatt was asking why she did not use little Bame to defend when Ransom and his time were threatening Adrian to destroy the slave contracts signed by the kids from the Southern capital. At first, Corey was prepared to use little Bame to teach Ransom and his team a lesson, but learning that they belonged to a covert department of the Southern Watch, she stopped herself. Feeling if she acted out now, Then her parents, who too were serving in the Southern Watch, would be troubled because of her actions. Seeing how they were already working tirelessly for the Southern Watch for more than a decade now, she did not want to be the reason to screw things up for them. Though they weren't there for Corey, they left her with a wonderful family who treated her like a princess. The least she could do for them was not add to their troubles. Hence, Corey held back and also asked Little Bame to do the same, especially when she was enraged by Ransom using his intense sense to pressure her. That's okay. The Little Bame would not be their match anyway. Wyatt truly believed this. What? No way. Corey did not believe Wyatt, feeling what would he know about the demigod realm and their capabilities. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. She is an agility type. At best she can outrun them, but to take all of them on, she would lose badly with just facing the two of them, let alone all five of them. Not to mention, once their leader used his unparalleled bloodline, Little Bame would lose for sure. Wyatt did not say this to provoke Corey, but that was the truth. Ransom and his team were no joke. These guys were the best of the best. After the founder demigod Norley, the field marshal, the royal instructor, and Henrix, these guys were the strongest card demigods he had come across. No, you are wrong. Little Bame said she could swallow them all whole if she wanted to. They would not even be able to resist. Corey reiterated what her familiar told her to Wyatt, while the snake head on the white bracelet on her wrist opened its red eyes. It lifted its head and hissed at Wyatt in anger for belittling it in front of its master. Maybe in her heyday, but not now. She knows what I am talking about. Wyatt replied, ignoring Little Bame's threatening gaze. Little Bame had harmed herself trying to nourish the corpse puppet made out of Corey Park's corpse. It was important to note that before her death at Belphegor's hands, Corey Park wasn't a devil. Yet with Little Bame's nourishment, the corpse puppet refined by Belphegor not only gave birth to a perfect spirit, but also raised in the realm, becoming an undead devil. Regardless of Little Bame's mystical origin, this wasn't an easy feat to pull. It would be correct to say that Little Bame was still recuperating from her moment of foolishness. Knowing that her love for her master was beyond death was commendable, but she did a lot of foolish things that she could not take back even if she wished to. Therefore, despite her big talk to Corey, it was a fact that Little Bame was seriously weak. Otherwise, knowing her nature, even if Corey asked her not to, she would not forgive Ransom for pressuring her with his intense sense. Had she been in her heyday, he would have bathed in Ransom's blood to calm her anger. Little Bame, don't listen to him, he is just jealous of you. I know you are the strongest and the smartest. Corey showered Little Bame with praise to calm and coax her not to pick a fight with Wyatt for his comments about her strength. Handling Little Bame, Corey swiftly turned to face Wyatt and said, "What do you want, Wyatt?" "Nothing. I just wanted to check up on Little Bame. It seems you have gotten better at controlling her," Wyatt replied, looking at Little Bame return to its pretend sleep. "Wyatt, I don't control Little Bame. She respects me and chooses to listen to me. I advise you to learn from her," Corey pretentiously replied. "Whatever. Go head over to the field marshal and complete my commitment to her about arranging a meet between you two. Just listen to what she has to say," Wyatt ordered, planning to complete his promise to the field marshal. "What? I never agreed to do that. You promised her you go meet her." Corey resisted, knowing what the field marshal wanted to talk to her about, and she did not want to hear about it. "Sure. As my employee, I order you to meet her in my stead." Wyatt sneered at Corey, finding it cute that she believed she had a choice. "What the? I did not sign up for this," Corey protested, only to feel a premonition. Then, recalling the contract she and Park signed, she stared at Wyatt hard before finally agreeing to his arrangement. "Fine. You can force me to meet her, but it is up to me when I choose to leave." "Sure. You can leave after you hear her out." Wyatt nodded with a smirk, seeing Corey not stop to struggle until the very end. "Ugh," Corey groaned in frustration. Then, she turned to find the field marshal to meet her and get it over with as soon as possible. "Remember, play nice. Field marshal is one of use now. If you have any problem, talk to her. She will help you to the best of her abilities." Wyatt warned Corey, informing her that field marshal was a friend and she did not have to be cautious in her presence. As Corey reluctantly left to meet up with the field marshal, Adrian rushed to Wyatt's side saying, "Boss, I have transferred the agents of the Southern Hope contracts to your grimoire." "Great job, Adrian," Wyatt complimented. He was awkward around her, as he could not shake the feeling that he was taking advantage of her. But the way he saw it, she was bound to work for him for the next 100 years. Everyone loved their job at the start, but they began to resent it, and so could Adrian. It wasn't just me, boss. Others helped me too. Adrian humbly replied with a blush, only to hear Aurelius say, "Slow down, girl. You're scaring our boss." She seems to have noticed Wyatt's reservations against Adrian. Adrian's face turned red in shame and embarrassment. It doubled when she heard Wyatt come to her defense. "Aurelia, don't you have something better to do? What else could there be that's better than protecting my charming boss from his crazy fans?" Aurelia said, eyeing Adrian, who glared at her in return. Sure, sure. Wyatt dismissed Aurelia's remarks and said, "Both of you showed remarkable courage standing up to ransom Lorne. Especially you, Aurelia. It seems I did not judge you wrong. That's nothing special. We knew each other. I think he has an unrequited crush on my mother." Aurelia explained why she was so brave to argue with Ransom and go as far as to call him an old man. "Really? But I heard he is happily married to the leader of the Southern region's most powerful adventure guild." Adrian was surprised by Aurelia's words, but she pointed out what she knew. "What does being married have to do with how he feels?" Aurelia asked in confusion. To her, marriage was just another tool, just like how her mother married her father to establish and stabilize her power in the Malvin family, the border city, and its people. "You are kidding, right?" Adrian wondered if Aurelia was pulling her leg. "No, I think she is serious," Wyatt said, feeling that Aurelia wasn't joking but felt that way about marriage. "Don't you dare look at with those eyes," Aurelia yelled at Adrian, finding her glancing at her with a gaze full of pity. The reason for Adrian's action was obvious. Children's perception of marriage comes from their parents. For Aurelia, to have such a swallow opinion of marriage meant she felt her parents' marriage was like that. Hence, Adrian, who grew up in a model family, could not help but feel pity for Aurelia. "Oi, you are asking for a beating now." Aurelia was annoyed, seeing that Aurelia's pity for her intensified with her resistance. Feeling embarrassed, she turned to violence to resolve the feelings she was feeling right now. "It's okay to cry, sweaty." Adrian forcefully hugged Aurelia in her embrace despite her weak resistance. Resting her head on her left shoulder, she gently brushed her hair. "Political marriages work, you know," Aurelia whispered in Adrian's embrace while the latter consoled her. "Yes, they do, sweetie. I had a happy childhood." "Yes, you did, sweetie." Wyatt stared blankly at the duo. Not wanting to disturb them, he turned to the others, who were equally stunned by the duo's actions. "Ahem." Wyatt cleared his throat, gaining the attention of the fine gold trio, and said, "I did not notice it before, but you guys are able to fly at this altitude fine. Those kids had extra void step boot cards on them, so they lent them to us," Jaya enthusiastically answered. Seeing Wyatt frown, Cindy hurriedly clarified, "We did not threaten them. They were just too eager to suck to us as our juniors." Shaking his head, Wyatt said, "If that were the case, I don't mind. Many of them come from powerful merchant families. Try and recruit them into the fine gold to spread our business across the southern region and to the other regions. Aren't they your slaves? Don't they have to do what you ask of them?" Jaya asked in confusion. She did not understand why Wyatt wanted to persuade them to help them instead of directly ordering them to help them. "Boss, don't worry about this fool. I will explain it to her later," Cindy spoke up, wondering has Jaya learned nothing from them in the fine gold. "I am going to shake them a bit. You guys use this opportunity to get them," Wyatt told his plan to the fine gold girls, and making sure everyone understood their role, he headed toward the assembled crowd of kids from the southern capital preparing to address them. Wyatt's plan was simple. He would make the lives of the kids harder, and the kids in desperation would reach out to the likes of Diana, Cindy, Jaya, and the rest to make their lives easier by making big claims and promises. He could just order the kids to do as he asked, just as Jaya pointed out. But the true authority was not in these kids' hands, but in their families' hands. Wyatt ordering the kids would be like him revealing his desire to the elite families behind them. The elite families were not stupid. Once they knew what Wyatt wanted, they would get him to pay an appropriate or higher price for it, and they had the connections to do so. They could even asking him to free their kids of the unfair contract that he forced them to sign under duress. However, things would be different if they were to willing offer their help to make the lives of their kids easier. The important thing to know here was these kids were Wyatt's leverage against the elite families of the southern capital. The leverage he had was not regular, so he had to be creative in how he used them against the elite families of the southern capital. Except for Jaya, the fine gold girls seemed to get him his plan. Witnessing Wyatt approach them in his grotesque red humanoid form, the crowd of kids from the southern capital that did not dare to be noisy in the presence of the field marshal and the royal instructor gazed at him in fear. Though thanks to the slave contract that they signed, death was their least concern, they were uncertain about their future. Some of the learned ones could not help but compare their situation to the mining slaves in the empire. Basically, their future appeared bleak like the tunnels of a mine. Standing before the crowd, Wyatt glanced at the clusters in the crowd, noticing who the kids gathered around. Obviously, the JJ, Krivos, and the other faction leaders continued to be the center of these kids. However, he noticed one of them was missing. It was Armine. He wasn't missing per se, but hiding in the space. This one looked like a lone wolf compared to the rest of the crowd who were divided into various factions. Considering his abilities, any of these factions would like to have him on their side. His aloofness too hard to get past. When Wyatt's eyes landed on Armine, the latter eyes locked with Wyatt's, causing his facial expression to freeze in shock. Until now, Armine was under the impression that Wyatt was only able to capture him because of his unusual ruled domain and its effects. Therefore, he hadn't genuinely admitted defeat to Wyatt, though it was another thing that he, along with the rest of the crowd, signed the slave contract to save his life. Seeing the astonished Armine, Wyatt smirked and ordered, "Come out of hiding and join the others. You are not special." Armine nodded in response and swiftly appeared right at the front of the crowd a few yards from Wyatt. Only then did the crowd know who Wyatt was talking to. Wyatt glanced at the crowd, finding that he had all their attention. With a deep voice, he asked aloud, "How many of you are planning to attend college in the Southern Academic City? Raise your hands." "None," Wyatt asked, seeing that none of the kids in the crowd raised their hands. Knowing these kids' status and background, Wyatt had already guessed that their families had already made arrangements for them to attend college from the popular choices, even if it was 10 times as expensive as attending college in Southern Academic City. Wyatt did not blame them after all. He checked the state of the Southern Academic City, and it was indeed the bottom of the barrel compared to the other academic city. Even the fanatics from the Empire had more to offer academically than the Southern Academic City. Forget the northern region, which had a reputation for being barbaric. If not for their predecessors' heritage, they would not even be in the ranking. "Wyatt, I am attending the college in the Southern Academic City," Arya proudly informed Wyatt. After being praised by the royal instructor in front of everyone, including the field marshal, she was on cloud 9 and had gotten a big head. She was full of herself. "You have to, you big dork," a voice shouted amidst the crowd. Arya sharply turned to the direction of the voice and snapped, "Who said that? I dare you to say it to my face." As a squad captain of the Southern Watch, Arya would receive a full scholarship to the college of her choosing in the Southern Academic City. Being the part of Art family and carrying the royal bloodline, Arya did not need the scholarship. However, attending college in the Southern Academic City would help her career in Southern Watch. "Yes, JJ, why don't you say it to her face?" Wyatt said, having seen through JJ's little shenanigans with his enhanced senses. "JJ, it was you. You cookie thief." Learning the culprit was none other than her cousin, JJ, Arya was more pissed than ever and tried to get back at him for calling her dork, but she still needed to work on her name calling. Sorry, boss. I was just pulling her leg. You understand how it is, right, boss?" JJ tried to laugh it off, but Wyatt shook his head and said, "I guess old habits die hard. JJ, you and your friends who were snickering will be cleaning the Sky Blossom City sewers for the next 2 weeks. It's about time you people began to contribute to the society that you guys take for granted." "What?" JJ and his friends exclaimed in unison. Arya too was shocked by Wyatt's punishment to JJ. She did not know that he would be so harsh. Knowing he could not reason with Wyatt, JJ turned to Field Marshal, who was talking to Corey with the royal instructor, and complained, "Grandma, this is too much." "Royal instructor, didn't you say as a royal descendant I should watch my actions and words? So, how can he order me to clean the city sewers?" However, to JJ's surprise, the field marshal and the royal instructor ignored his existence and continued their discussion with Corey. Seeing this, Arya, who was watching from the sidelines, had her back drenched in sweat. It was known to all the royal descendants that the field marshal didn't like to be addressed by familial titles when at work. Being ignored by the field marshal for his offense was JJ's luck. Arya remembers her mother telling her how her uncle Ransom was flogged in front of the whole Southern Watch by the field marshal for the same offense. That was the day her uncle Ransom and her grandma's relationship soured. JJ clicked his tongue in annoyance being ignored by his grandma and the royal instructor, not to mention the indifferent stare of Wyatt that never left him. Seeing that he was really out of options, JJ put on a flattering smile and accepted his fate, just like how he signed the Agent of Southern Hope slave contract saying, "Boss, in the next 2 weeks the city's sewers will be the cleanest they ever were." "Good, since you are so enthusiastic. After you and your friends are done here, you can clean the sewers of the Southern Academic City for the next 4 years," Wyatt informed JJ, causing the latter's friends to stare daggers at him for provoking Wyatt by trying to go over his head and complaining to the field marshal. "Boss, I have college to attend to," JJ informed hastily. "Where do you plan to attend college?" Wyatt asked, curious if JJ too was planning to attend Morningstar University like Luna, Anna, and the royal descendants before them. "The Southern Academic City," JJ revealed, causing Wyatt to frown. "Then, why did you not raise your hand earlier?" "I thought it was not worth mentioning. Did not want to make a big deal out of it," JJ reluctantly replied. Translation: he thought it would not be cool. "You have a few nuts loose in your head, don't you? If you had just raised your hand when I asked, not only could we have avoided all this drama, but I would have looked favorably on you." Shaking his head, Wyatt turned to look at the crowd and asked, "Once again, how many of you are attending college in Southern Academic City? Raise your hands." Listening to Wyatt's words to JJ, the smart ones in the crowd understood what they needed to do and immediately lifted their hands. Yes, their families had paid tons of donations to get them to be admitted into prestigious colleges in other regions, but they would rather lose their donation money than spend the next 4 years of life cleaning sewers. Pretty soon, with word of mouth, every kid in the crowd raised their hands knowing that their life would be simpler next 4 years if they attended college in the Southern Academic City. "Good," Wyatt nodded, appeased by the sensible crowd. Then, he shamelessly added, "I know your families must be pressuring you to attend a prestigious college in another region, but I like your patriotic spirit, which did not give to their pressure and choose to attend college in your region. Therefore, let me let you guys in on a secret." Wyatt paused to get everyone curious about the big reveal. Once he felt everyone's eagerness, he revealed, "I know most of might be worried that maybe your families are right that you will be left behind by students of other regions because Southern Academic City's curriculum isn't challenging enough. But I am here to assure you all that it's not the case, as the Southern Academic Region is introducing a new curriculum starting this new academic year. I can personally guarantee you that you guys will be getting the best education from the best teachers there are." "How can I guarantee this?" "Thugs and Thajettes, I am honored to announce to all that I am going to be the next City Lord of the Southern Academic City. As the City Lord, I will be bringing huge changes to the Southern Academic City to make it great again. Are you guys with me?" The crowd was too stunned by the information they just learned to react or respond to Wyatt. Therefore, he had to repeat himself. "Are you guys with me?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." It took a while, but all the kids in the crowd understood their assignment, and together they completed it to the best of their abilities for the sake of the next 100 years of their life. Many still doubted if everything Wyatt was saying was true, yet not to get on Wyatt's bad side like JJ and his friends, they did not voice out their concerns and doubts, and instead just agreed with Wyatt. However, here's the thing. Since the new curriculum adopted by the Southern Academic Region from the new academic year will be the best in the 5 regions, the tuition fees will be 20 times more expensive, and eligibility criteria will be a lot tighter than before. I expect that you talk to your parents to prepare the tuition fees, and those who do not meet the minimum eligibility criteria prepare a hefty donation, as I want to see all of you attending the Southern Academic Region. Can I count on you, Guy?" Wyatt asked the crowd while glancing at their individual expression. The kids in the crowd seemed to be relieved that Wyatt wasn't forcing them to clean sewers like he did to JJ and his friends. However, those who had more ambition for their life felt like screaming at the top of their lungs, "This is blatant robbery." Nonetheless, they did not dare to voice their opinion, as they too did not want their future to involve cleaning sewers. So, they along with others responded in unison, "Yes, we will." Unlike the crowd, Arya wasn't too scared of Wyatt to speak her mind. "Wyatt, you are joking, right?" Wyatt frowned, being interrupted by Arya in front of the crowd. He thought of Arya as a friend, but she should have a sense of time and place. Contradicting him in front of his employees now was not cool. It was someone else, JJ perhaps. He would have made an example out of them. However, Aurelia swooped in for her boss's assistance. She intimidatingly glared at Arya, yelling, "Little boy, are you calling our boss a liar? Are you trying to pick a fight with us?" Being called little boy by Aurelia, Arya, who was very self-conscious of her underdeveloped body, furiously glared at Aurelia and said, "Sir, you are the one picking a fight with me. What did you say, little boy? I did not hear you over the wind. Speak up, will you?" Aurelia exaggeratedly put her hands by her left ear, pretending to not hear Arya calling her sir, referring to how she looked like a male model in her black suit. "Old gentleman, there is no wind-up here. Are you deaf and blind?" Arya scoffed. "That's it, little body. I am going to teach you how to respect your elders. Bring it, old man." While Arya and Aurelia bickered about who looked more manlike, the royal instructor who was helping Field Marshal talk to the stubborn Corey approached Wyatt, intrigued by his promise of a new curriculum that would be adopted by the Southern Academic City effective new academic year, which was supposedly going to be the best curriculum in the 5 regions. "Young man, if you don't mind, could you provide me with the new curriculum you speak of?" The royal instructor was genuinely interested in learning what Wyatt had planned for the Southern region's future, and also wanted to help Wyatt assert his claims about his curriculum by giving his honest opinion about it in front of the kids. Even the field marshal, who was focused on getting Corey to follow her arrangements, could not help but look forward to the so-called curriculum of Wyatt's. However, she was skeptical about its existence, as she had yet to provide Wyatt with all the study material of the current curriculum that he asked for. "About that, I am still doing some last-minute touch-ups to it. Once I am done, I will share it with your grimoire. You can share your honest thoughts about it with me then." Wyatt made up an excuse, not wanting to say that he had yet to prepare the so-called greatest curriculum in the 5 regions. Listening to Wyatt, the field marshal sighed in understanding, knowing it was too much of her to expect Wyatt to come up with a new curriculum when he had little idea about what was being and supposed to be taught in the colleges. Guess she was accepting Wyatt to pull out a miracle, just like how he managed to bring the clown mask out of her covert prison. "Sorry for putting you on the spot. Presenting a new curriculum is a big deal, and you only have one shot at impressing and pleasing everyone. So, please take your time and don't hurry it because of me." The royal instructor handled the situation gracefully, making sure that nobody would be able to use this incident to question the legitimacy of Wyatt's new curriculum for the Southern Academic City and his claims about it. "Thank you for being so understanding, royal instructor." Wyatt politely thanked the royal instructor for his assistance. Then, turning to face the crowd, he said, "I have one more request for all of you." The quiet crowd tensed up listening to Wyatt say he had another request for them, as they knew it would be another one of his unreasonable orders, and they were right. "As you all know, I am going through a lot of trouble to prove the Southern Academic City for its citizens. So, it would be a shame if all Southern citizens did not get to utilize this opportunity. Therefore, I want your help to persuade the other Southern citizens to not attend college outside of the Southern Academic City, starting the new academic year. If possible, I would love it if you guys could also persuade the citizens of other regions to attend college in our region. Can I count on you guys for this?" Wyatt shamelessly ordered the crowd. "Yes, boss. You can count on us." The first to respond was Adrian and her faction. It seems after learning the truth behind their dead sisters, these gals were just as enthused about helping Wyatt as their leader Adrian was. Soon the other factions followed. Everyone agreed, without fail. Even JJ and his friends, because they did not want to add another year to their sewer cleaning duty. One would think Wyatt's idea of using these kids would work better if he gave them some kind of incentive. They would be correct. However, Wyatt strongly felt that the fear of being on sewer cleaning duty if they failed to please him was enough incentive for them. To make sure the crowd understood this, Wyatt informed them, "If you guys fail to pull in enough admission this academic year, I can only have you guys clean city sewers around the southern region to make up for the losses. So, I really hope you guys come through on this one." "Don't worry, boss, we will." "Yes, boss, we will do it without fail." Listening to Wyatt's threat, the crowd screamed at the top of their lungs to tell Wyatt that they heard him loud and clear, and he could be rest assured they would beautifully complete the duty he assigned to them. Getting an enthusiastic response from the crowd, Wyatt nodded in satisfaction. Though these people were nothing but clowns and wannabe thugs in Wyatt's eyes, they had a big following in the Grimoire network, especially among their age group across the southern region. Their followers were as fanatic as the fanatics from the Empire. Wyatt recalled how the whole Grimoire network appeared to be cheering these guys when they all streamed Gloria's fight with Jaya on the Grimoire network. With proper motivation, these people could use their online followers to achieve the little task Wyatt had assigned to them. Wyatt, you said this year the tuition fees and eligibility criteria for the Southern Academic Region will be higher. What will the students who cannot afford high tuition fees and donations do? Arya ignored Aurelia's provocations and questioned Wyatt about the serious issue with his plans for the Southern Academic Region. Don't worry, I have plans to set up various scholarships for such students, Wyatt assured Arya, but he did not go into further details about these scholarships and their origin. Arya nodded, satisfied with Wyatt's answer, and continued to ignore Aurelia, who resorted to exaggerated acting to provoke her. However, she kept her calm and did not react to any of the provocations, believing not giving Aurelia the satisfaction was her win. Seeing Arya remain unresponsive to her provocation tactics, Aurelia thought Arya had conceded and stopped clowning around, thinking it was her win. Now that everyone knows their assignment, I hope you do your best to fulfill them. If you have any doubts about them, you can approach my people. They will help you or point you to someone who can help. You are dismissed for now. If there is anything else, someone will contact and update you regarding it. Make sure you leave peacefully and don't cause any more trouble for the city and its citizens. Wyatt warned the crowd to behave on their way back. Then, he added, Diana, make arrangements for JJ and his friends to clean the Sky Blossom City sewers. But make sure that the regular and the part-time workers who usually clean the sewers get their compensation as per usual. I don't want others to suffer because of these baboons. Recalling Marcy Davis's situation, Wyatt made sure that his whim did not rob others of their jobs and daily salary. Leave it to me, boss. I will make sure these kids pay for their foolishness and nobody else is wrong because of it. Dania nodded in agreement with Wyatt, feeling that her boss was the most thoughtful person in the world. Contrary to other initial doubts, she did not hate working under him, instead was proud of it. All right, I will take my leave now. Wyatt was a little worried by Diana's enthusiasm, but turned to leave anyway, preparing to find Courtney and Bloodette to complete his end of the deal with the Card World's blood rule stream. As soon as Wyatt left, the royal instructor looked at the field marshal, who was in a heated discussion with Corey, but her intense sense was following Wyatt, just in case he needed her help. Shaking his head, the royal instructor left without bidding her goodbye. Making sure Ace was gone, JJ hurried to Diana's and greeted, Hello, gorgeous. I don't think we have properly been introduced. I am JJ and you are your worst nightmare, Diana sneered, and then she added, Follow me. I will make living arrangements for you and your friends. Since you guys start tomorrow. No, we want to go to our house and inform our parents about our well-being, JJ protested, demanding he and his friends get to visit their parents before their punishment officially commenced. You can do that over a call. Besides, you do as you are told. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. Diana warned JJ not to act smart with her and to do as he was ordered to. No, our parents are worried sick over this ordeal. We need to check in on them. Please try to understand. JJ did not back down. He would rather be damned than clean the city sewers. JJ believed as long as he made it back to the southern capital city, he could get his grandaunt Colleen, the soldier queen, to get Wyatt to back off. If she was not enough, he planned to reach out to all his uncles and aunts as long as it would keep him from cleaning the city sewers. Kid, don't force me to bring out your contract. If you do, then the consequence will be too big for you to handle. Diana advised JJ to stop resisting, or else she would use the clause in his slave contract to punish him accordingly for rebelling. Hold up, let us not be hasty. All I am asking is a chance to meet my parents and inform my well-being to them. Tell you what, I will be back by tomorrow morning to clean the city sewers. JJ tried to negotiate instead of directly demanding to return to the southern capital for the night. Listen, kid, you are not the only smart one here. I know what you are planning, but let me warn you, our boss does not give two SHTs about your background in the southern capital. If you provoke him, you will end up paying dearly for it. So, do yourself a favor and don't resist. Just pay your dues like everyone else here. Diana patiently advised JJ, having heard him call the field marshal his grandmother. She respected the field marshal, so she was tolerating JJ. However, her boss would not. Her boss's attitude toward the Southern royal family and their relatives had become clear to her this afternoon. This was why she cautioned JJ that it was futile for him to try and use his background against Wyatt. It would only piss her boss off. JJ gave Diana's advice a serious thought because he was already in hot water with Wyatt and believed things could not be worse, but she told him they could. So, remaining silent, he thought about the events so far, especially the one where the field marshal and royal instructor were defending Wyatt for his actions towards them. Then, he concluded what Diana warned him about, that Wyatt did not mind defending the Southern royal family, let alone their relatives, was true. So he realized his plan to escape to the Southern capital's safety would only make things worse for him. As a result, his face turned pale thinking of his bleak future. However, JJ was not done. He was not willing to give up yet. He turned to his grandma, who was in a heated discussion with Corey, and decided to give it a last try. Even if he were to be beaten by his grandmother, it would be better than cleaning sewers, he believed. Don't even think about it. Aria's voice sounded in JJ's ears, breaking his chain of thoughts. He turned to glare at her and asked, "What do you mean? You are lucky that Grandma only ignored you when you called her earlier. Remember, Uncle Ransom was flogged by her in front of the entire Southern Watch for the same offense. He was her youngest son, yet she was merciless to him. Think what she would do to you if you tempt fate again, not to mention you are not her favorite or youngest grandchild. If you still want to try it after hearing all this, then be my guest." Aria warned JJ not to test their grandma's patience, otherwise he would end up paying dearly for it. Leaving Diana in charge of kids from the Southern capital, Wyatt returned to the orphanage in his regular form. The reason he left Diana in charge was that with him being unapproachable and unforgiving, the kids from the Southern capital would have no choice but to cozy up with Diana and the rest, even though they looked down on them for being ignorant savages from a small third-rate city. To ensure their next 100 years of unpaid employment would be comfortable, they would be willing to compromise their bloated pride and try to please those they considered beneath them. Having seen the attitude of the field marshal and the royal instructor towards their situation, the kids from the Southern capital had already realized they had screwed up big time and nobody could help them avoid the consequences. Especially with the field marshal going as far as to label them as terrorists for conspiring to kill the Southern Hope, caused them to lose all faith and accept their new fate. With all their usual doors shut, they had no choice but to do whatever it takes for them to avoid a miserable future. So as Wyatt expected, they all planned to make friends with Diana and rest to gain Wyatt's trust through them. Having gotten Wyatt's permission, Diana and the rest would take these kids from the Southern capital for everything they got. Not everyone among the kids from the Southern capital felt this way. That was because they had become Wyatt's fans. It would not be wrong to call them Wyatt's diehard fans. The power, authority, and ruthlessness Wyatt displayed when he effortlessly defeated all of them and killed about a fifth or fourth of them had made him their idol and turned them from his enemies into his fanatic fans. Therefore, unlike most of their friends who were not optimistic about their situation and planned on doing everything to salvage it, they planned to gain Wyatt's trust no matter the cost and get close to their idol. As for his plans, they planned to support his every decision wholeheartedly with a single devoted mind. Among the haters and the lovers, there were the smart ones. They saw this as an opportunity. Everyone knew that Wyatt's VR universe was the next best thing. These guys believed it too. This was why they saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and planned to make good use of it, unlike their friends who failed to see the bigger picture here. Though there were talks that the top 10 universities and other big organizations planned to release their version of the VR universe, they believed by the time that happened, and they made the method to access their creation available to all Wyatt, and VR universe would have become so big that they would have taken over the entire card world's market. This was especially possible because Wyatt's VR slime card wasn't just a key to entering the VR universe, but granted its equipper the ability to digit soul energy. Not to mention the fact that it was all for free. From the perspective of these kids, as long as Wyatt was alive, nobody can hinder his growth, not the top 10 universities or the founding demigods. They planned to use this opportunity to ride Wyatt's tailcoats to the top of the world and become bigger than the elite families backing them. Fear, ambition, worship, and other emotions ran high in the heads and hearts of the kids from the Southern capital, and these emotions became the driving force behind their actions. They all had their plans to secure the future they wanted, even if it meant they would be Wyatt's unpaid employees for the next 100 years. However, among these, one remained adamant about resisting Wyatt. It was none other than Jane Jr. Austen, aka JJ. After having witnessed Wyatt's unparalleled achievements in academics and his combat prowess, JJ was smart enough to see the big picture and understood that this was an opportunity for him to grow along with Wyatt. However, unlike the other kids, he did not feel he needed Wyatt's help to grow, as he would do fine just by himself. After all, he was the inheritor of the Southern royal family's prodigal royal descendant, the one who made the difficult choice to leave his family behind and dared to venture into the mysterious myriad realms in pursuit of higher knowledge and strength. As his heir, JJ did not believe he needed Wyatt's help to grow, especially with the gift his prodigal predecessor left for him. Though he still did not understand the proper use of the record vault that his predecessor had created using the true relic ruby vault, he had not lost hope about it being something special, as his predecessor promised. His brain told him that his predecessor failed in his attempts to upgrade the true relic ruby vault and downgrade it to record vault, turning it into an item that can only record memories. However, his heart told him that his prodigal predecessor, though shameless, would not leave behind a failed product for his juniors, as that would diminish his prestige. After all, for the first time in his life, he was revealing that he was not a prodigal, but had different plans for the Southern royal family and the card world compared to the plans of their ancestors. Even if the record vault was nothing special, JJ believed that the memories of his predecessor's record in the record vault were enough to get him recognition and growth in the card apprentice community he needed without having to depend on Wyatt. It was because of this confidence he chose to resist submitting to Wyatt. He only signed the Agents of the Southern Hope contract because he believed that the royal bloodline flowing through his veins would help him avoid the consequences of his actions, like always. However, it turned out he was way in over his head this time around, as no one was coming to help him. Even his own grandma ignored his pleas. It was despairing, but JJ did not let the despair stop him. When all the roads JJ thought he could depend upon turned out to be a dead end, he thought maybe his origin card record vault might help him get out of his predicament. His mind ran, trying to make lemonade out of the lemons he had. Then, it hit him. He decided he was going to challenge Wyatt once again. Wyatt might have defeated him in terms of combat prowess, but this time he planned to challenge him intellectually. With the aid of his record vault and the knowledge within it, he believed he could force Wyatt into defeat and regain his freedom. But there was a problem. How would he get Wyatt to accept his challenge? Especially considering he was Wyatt's property for the next 100 years. Arriving at the orphanage, Wyatt found that a crowd still surrounded it. The crowd has remained strong with time. It had turned dark. Instead of dwindling, it grew. Wyatt did not know he was that popular. However, even with the staff from the Fine Gold and the TSR Guild managing the crowd, they were being a nuisance to the orphanage. He wanted to do something about it, but understanding that his showing up would only worsen the situation, he decided to leave alone, believing the crowd would disperse with time. Wyatt did not have the heart to be strict with the crowd because it was filled with people who came to ask him for help. Having watched him help the orphanage head Clara Cassidy and the orphan Marcy Davis, many in need rushed to the orphanage hoping that by some miracle they would meet Wyatt and solve their troubles. As much as Wyatt wanted to help all of them, there were just too many of them. Not to mention most of them weren't even serious cases. Though guilt did grip Wyatt's heart, see those that could truly use his help. However, he forcibly stopped himself from acting out of guilt, as those in need were more than the time had his hands. But Wyatt did not abandon them. He had bigger plans. It was part of his criminal reformation program. Most of the notorious criminals were multi-talented. They weren't just dangerous card apprentices, but good card creators or array masters. He planned to have them use Hive AI to aid those in need of special help. Since he did not have enough time to help everyone in need, Wyatt planned to borrow the time of those worthless scums that sold their humanity in exchange for power. They could start in Sky Blossom City, spread to the southern region, and then to the entire card world. Not to mention, Wyatt could use this to justify the existence of his personal army. After all, the world was not blind. They would soon catch on that he was building an army using reformed criminals. There will be strong protests about this by those in power, but Wyatt did not plan on letting it stop him from achieving his goals. She is still in the headmaster's office. Wyatt used his sole pupils to track Courtney, Bladette, and Clown Mask in Clara's office. So he headed there. Seeing the office door wide open, Wyatt did not blatantly walk into the headmaster's office. However, noticing him arrive, Courtney asked, "Wyatt, you were still here? I returned to talk to you. What are you still doing here?" Wyatt asked, as he noticed Clara frustratedly hang up a call saying, "And please don't you ever call here." "What's going on?" Wyatt inquired. "After your speech video aired, people from all around the 5 regions have been calling nonstop to adopt kids," Clara replied in annoyance. Wyatt was surprised to hear that people from all 5 regions were calling. However, considering that his speech was trending in Grimoire top search, he thought it was not surprising. "Isn't that a good thing?" Wyatt asked, despite knowing that not everyone calling to adopt the kids from the orphanage might have pure intentions, because he believed there might be few diamonds in the rough. If someone can find them, it would be Clara Cassidy, the saintess of the South. No, because not a single one of them genuinely wanted to adopt. They all wondered if they adopted a kid from this orphanage, would they get to meet the Southern Hope or get a VR slime card? Some were more blunt about it than others. When I said no, they offered to pay a ton of donations to the orphanage if I helped them meet the Southern Hope. "These people have no shame," Clara revealed. She appeared to be losing her patience with these people, which was something, as she was the most patient person Wyatt knew. Some people are just insensitive and only care about themselves. They don't mind ruining others' lives if it can make their life comfortable. Courtney suddenly complained grudgingly. "What are you going on about?" Wyatt frowned, wondering what got Courtney so worked up. People trying to take advantage of orphan kids should not be new to her. "She is just angry with her mother," Clara replied with a teasing smile, only to hear Courtney protest. "Headmaster, don't call her my mother. After knowing what she did to you, Wyatt, and countless others, I can never forgive her." "Courtney, I have long forgiven her, and you should too. I don't want to be this between your mother and you. Just let it go." Clara persuaded Courtney to forgive Clown Mask and not let the latter's past cause distance between them. After all, Clara knew that though Courtney did not like to show it, she always longed for parental bonding with Clown Mask. "Listen to the headmaster, Courtney. I have not forgiven Clown Mask, but I am willing to let our grievances go and give her a second chance. You should too. Don't let this burden you. You are one of my most precious friends, and I want you to be happy." Wyatt too spoke a few words to persuade Courtney to do what made her happy. If anybody deserved to be happy, then it was her. Nobody would blame her if she found it with Clown Mask, her mother. But she, listening to Wyatt call her one of his most precious friends, made it more difficult for Courtney to let Clown Mask off the hook. However, Wyatt interrupted her as she continued to find a reason to not forgive Clown Mask for what she to those she cared about and others. "Courtney, listen to me. Your mother is a miserable person in her own way. Life has not been kind to her either. She had paid her dues, believe me. Though it doesn't forgive her for what she did, I hope you guys can move past this and live happily." "Courtney, Wyatt is right. I did not tell you the truth because I wanted you to punish Clown Mask. I did so because I hoped it would give you insight into Clown Mask. To let you know, no matter what she did, you have always been her priority. As Wyatt said, don't let the past ruin what could be. I hope you give this a serious thought. In the end, it is for you to decide if you will let the hideous past make your life miserable or move past it and build a satisfying past by living the present to its fullest." Clara backed Wyatt, hoping that Courtney would do the right thing and live her life happily. Wyatt too had a lot to add to what Clara said, but he did not continue to persuade Courtney further. As Clara pointed out, it was up to Courtney to decide what to do. He could not force his decision on her, even if her decision would not be in her best interest and be made out of guilt that she could not be entertaining, as it was not her fault nor her burden to bear. "Headmaster, I will have the authorities responsible do something about those calls." Wyatt changed the topic, having noticed that Clara's grimoire was constantly being spammed by continuous calls that she kept ignoring. "Thank you, Wyatt. That would be helpful." Clara thanked Wyatt because even if she could just ignore the calls and texts, there was a limit to her patience. Not to mention, she was worried that she might miss important calls or end up ignoring people who genuinely wanted to adopt. Now that was not something she could take chances with, so even if it was an inconvenience, made sure to go through all the texts, as she had made it clear on the orphanage website that they would not be receiving any calls, and if there were any choirs, they can leave a message and someone from the orphanage will get back to them. Don't mention it. If I haven't been clear before, Please do not hesitate to reach out to me or any of my staff regardless of time or how small the issue might be. I and my staff wild to do our best to help you and the orphanage. Wyatt only said this to Clara because he knew she was a responsible woman with the heart of a saint. She would not disturb him or his staff if not necessary. Thank you, Wyatt. I will remember it. Clara nodded, appreciating Wyatt's offer. Though she felt Wyatt and his people had already done too much for the orphanage. Not only were they helping build the renovate orphanage, but also expanding it. Thanks to the resources they donated, the kids were healthier than ever. They did not lack food or education. They all had new clothes, daily utilities, toys, etc. Not to forget Wyatt's staff volunteering their time to teach and take care of kids. Clara could not find the courage to ask them more. I mean it, Headmaster. Also, if you have any plans for charity or other non-profit benefits, my people will not only help you but cover all the costs. All you have to do is ask. Having seen what Clara had achieved with a little support from Anna and the clown mask's future vision, Wyatt planned to fully back Clara in this timeline. Wyatt, you are too kind. If something does come up, I will hold you to your words, Clara assured. Then, looking at the time, she added, Wyatt, it's time for dinner. I hope you will join me and the kids. Sure, but let us not make it a big deal like in the afternoon. I would like to have dinner with the kids as one of them. Wyatt nodded in agreement, listening to Clara. He was satisfied with her response, seeing her not hesitate about asking for his help. Then, turning to Courtney, he said, Call Bloodette. There is something serious. I have something important to discuss with you guys. Can it wait until after the dinner? Bloodette hates it when I interrupt her during playtime, Courtney asked. She did not want to disturb. Bloodette was playing with her friends. So, she wondered if what Wyatt wanted to discuss with her and Bloodette could wait until after the dinner when the kids head to bed. Bloodette would be free then. Hasn't she been playing the whole day? This is important, Wyatt stressed. He had been clear that he had something important to discuss with them the first time, yet Courtney asked him if it could wait, as she did not want to disturb Bloodette's playtime. He was baffled by how Courtney's mind worked. Wyatt wondered what the card world's blood rule stream was thinking when it chose Courtney as Bloodette's guardian. Bloodette and Courtney together were the lethal combination of the dumb and dumber. Fine, but you explain to her why it could wait until later when she complains and whines. Courtney reluctantly called Bloodette using her innate rune. Though the original Bloodette was within Courtney's innate rune, she was asleep, so that could immerse herself into her blood clone for a better experience. Let us just go to her, Wyatt said, feeling that Bloodette, who was busy playing with her friends, might take her sweet time to get here. That's a better idea. Courtney agreed and followed Wyatt, leaving Clown Mask and Clara alone in the office. She still could not bring herself to be happy that she had the most caring mom in the world. After all, Wyatt might have gotten over the fact that Clown Mask killed his parents, but she could not. Having lived most of her life as an orphan, she did not dare to wish it on her enemies, let alone her friend. The fact that her mother was directly responsible for her friend losing both his parents and becoming an orphan was too hard for her to get over or let go. She had no idea how Wyatt was able to let it go. Don't worry about it too much. Knowing her, she will come around soon. Just give her some time. Clara consoled her old friend, who shook her head, saying, I don't mind. I am just happy that I get to see her grow. Clown Mask's eyes never left the retreating figure of Courtney. Though she was a Calamity Daughter gem, she held the highest degree of freedom a Calamity Daughter gem could have, as such her love for Courtney was only second to her loyalty to her master, Wyatt. Therefore, when Courtney refused to even acknowledge her as her mother, let alone talk to her, it hurt a lot. Her heart felt like someone was slowly barbecuing it over a bonfire. Yet, she did not let her emotions show on her face. Then what do you plan to do now? Clara asked. She knew her friend had always been content with watching over Courtney from a distance, but she also noticed the pain her friend felt for not being a part of her daughter's life, despite the latter choosing to conceal it. Hopefully, things will change for her now. I am planning to volunteer my time for the orphanage unless my new boss requires me. Clown Mask replied indifferently. As of now, Wyatt had not assigned her any task, so she was basically free to do anything. I am planning to volunteer my time for the orphanage unless my new boss requires me. Clown Mask replied indifferently. As of now, Wyatt had not assigned her any task, so she was basically free to do anything. Usually, as a Calamity Daughter gem, Clown Mask would try to live her life for Wyatt, but since he had ordered her to behave normally according to the situation based on her judgment long ago when she was imprisoned by the Southern royal family, right now she continued to do the same, not planning to reveal her relation to Wyatt. For now, as far as the world was concerned, he had freed her from the secret prison to win a wager and to make a point, nothing more. Excellent. It would be great to have someone like you on board with us. Clara would always welcome trustworthy manpower. Considering the number of kids in the orphanage, not having enough staff was always an issue. Okay, so how can I help? Clown Mask asked, planning to do something normal for once in her life. However, she knew nothing besides killing. After all, both her lifetime she has trained and served as a hound dog for the circle. I am thinking about having you teach the older kids combat arts. They are about to leave the orphanage soon and enter society. They could use it as self-defense even if they do not manage to awaken as card apprentices. What do you think? Clara had long planned to teach kids to combat arts as a means of self-defense, believing it would come in handy. However, she never found someone trustworthy, skilled, and free to teach the kids, until Clown Mask volunteered. I can do that, Clown Mask readily agreed. If it was teaching kids how to fight, she could do that, as she had trained quite a few kids who grew up to be remarkable individuals in the circle's ranks. Diana Keith was one of the exemplary examples of her tutelage. Seeing Clown Mask's enthusiasm, Clara was scared and hurriedly clarified, I don't want you to turn my kids into ruthless killing machines. I just want them to be able to defend themselves if they were to get into some unfortunate incident. That is all. Is it clear? Are both the same? Clown Mask asked Clara in confusion, causing the latter to exclaim in bafflement. No, they are not the same. How could you possibly think that self-defense and killing someone are the same? Well, if you kill those trying to harm you, they can no longer harm you. Isn't that self-defense? Clown Mask inquired. As someone who has only known killing for 2 lifetimes, she really believed this to be true. After all, in her business, one only stops coming at you when they stop breathing. Sigh. They did a number on you, didn't they? Clara looked at her friend in shock and pity. Knowing that Clown Mask was a victim of unfortunate fate, she genuinely felt sorry for her, but she did not believe it justified her thought process. It's okay, Clown Mask brushed off and asked. When do I start? First, we find a suitable assistant for you. Someone who will help you differentiate between normal and not normal, to keep you on this side of the line. Otherwise, I will be worried for my kids' safety the whole time you are with them. Clara believed with a little assistance Clown Mask would be able to adjust and integrate with society, making her a good instructor for the kids. No need. I think I know what you are talking about. Believe me, I have it covered. Why don't you judge after watching my first class with kids? What do you say? Clown Mask understood what was trying to say and used the Hive AI in her Calamity Daughter gem to help her correct her behavior, making her a model combat arts instructor for kids. Back in the top secret prison, Hive AI was key to her keeping her sanity. Among all the Calamity Daughter gems, she mastered the full extent of Hive AI's abilities. Okay. I will be your assistant for the first few classes and judge if I can leave you alone with the kids. When it comes to the kid, don't expect me to do you any favors. Clara was too busy with orphanage work to act as Clown Mask's assistant, but since it would help her friend, she decided to make time. Now that she was a card apprentice, she was more energetic and able than before, so she could afford it. All right, Clown Mask exclaimed jubilantly, hearing Clara agree to her request. Seeing her friend happy, Clara was happy, but just then a figure appeared in the office out of thin air and grabbed Clown Mask by the neck, saying, I am sorry, little girl, but you are coming with me. Clown Mask, being grabbed by the neck by an unknown man, was instantly rendered immobile from the neck down. She was defenseless and incapable of putting up a struggle. Her captor proceeded to pick her up by her neck like a rag doll. However, to his shock, her body disintegrated in his hands like loose sand. The unknown captor was taken aback by experiencing such a bizarre outcome. Oh! Clara, who witnessed her friend being captured and then reduced to dust, screamed Bloody Mary when her brain had fully registered and processed what she saw. As a mortal who had never been in a fight, this was too much for her mind to handle. Celestial Space Domain. A chant reverberated across the entire Sky Blossom City as it was encased in with a celestial rule domain. The domain did not seem to hinder the day-to-day life of the average Joe and Jane in the city. However, the citizens and Clown Mask's captor were imprisoned within the domain. SHD. Being captured in the domain, The unknown criminal cussed aloud, as in his days, he lost his window to escape. He had turned from a failed captor to a captive. Along with his frustration of being caught, he was annoyed by Clara's wailing and screaming. So, he explained to her, "Little girl, stop screaming. I am sure your friend is fine." "Really? You did not kill her?" Clara asked the culprit while sobbing. From what she saw, she conferred that the unknown man in front of her killed her friend. However, her soul sensitivity triad told her that the man in front of her did not mean harm to her and was probably not lying. Yet, she could not get over what she just saw. It was too sudden and shocking. "No, why would I? I want her alive. I am sure she acted as bait to catch my dumbass." The criminal replied nonchalantly as he took a seat in front of Clara and got comfortable in her office. It seems he wasn't worried about being captured in the domain. "Bait capture?" Clara uttered in confusion. She had no idea what the unknown man was talking about, but hoped he was not lying to her about Clown Mask being alive. "If I were you, I would not be so relaxed, Henrix." Wyatt's voice sounded as he stepped into Clara's office along with Field Marshal and uninvited Corey, who followed the Field Marshal for some reason. "Don't worry about me, where's the girl?" Henrik dismissed Wyatt's warning and asked about Clown Mask's whereabouts. Right after him, Clara asked in concern, "Wyatt, Clown Mask, I saw this man turn her into ashes." She broke into tears as she recounted the incident. Looking at her like this, neither Field Marshal nor Wyatt could believe she had the potential to become a saint. It seems even if Clara learns Clown Mask was fine, she was going to have nightmares about this incident for a long time. "Clara, Clown Mask is fine and excited about the teaching gig. She will report to the orphanage tomorrow morning on time. Now could you lend me your office for a while?" Wyatt replied to Clara with a gentle smile, assuring her that her friend was fine. "Okay, I will go check on the dinner arrangements." Learning that her friend was fine, Clara's high emotions calmed down a bit, but she still seemed to be shaken up by the incident. Her mind was all over the place as she slowly left the office. Walking out of her office, Clara paused, and turning to look at four in the office, she asked, "Will you guys be joining us for dinner? Inviting the person whom you believe to have killed your friend for dinner. Aren't you an interesting one?" Henrix teased Clara, and then seeing her frown, he recanted, "I was kidding. Besides, I could never pass on a free dinner. I am in." Getting Henrix's confirmation, Clara looked at Corey and Field Marshal for their answer. Seeing them nod, she turned and left. Seeing her leave, the Field Marshal commented on Henrix's actions with disgust. "You are old enough to be her great-grandfather. Get your mind out of the gutter. I only find her interesting because there is something special about her presence. It is soothing. Is it related to her trait? You guys conveniently cut it from your Southern Hope promotional video. Was her trait that shocking?" Henrix asked, denying Field Marshal's claims about him hitting on Clara. Then, turning to Wyatt, he said, "Excellent speech. I felt chills when you said you are the hope of the South. Are you sure you do not want to join freedom fighters? Our cause and your vision for Southern region have more in common than you think. You sure have gotten a lot more talkative than last time I saw you, Henrix. Is it because our roles have been reversed?" Wyatt taunted Henrix, talking about the time when he was captive at the Freedom Fighter. "You sure have gotten a lot more cockier, kid. Is it because you think with her protecting you I cannot do anything to you? Besides, you were never a captive of the Freedom Fighters, but a guest." Henrix corrected Wyatt not just about him being a guest to the Freedom Fighters, but also that just because he was the captive did not mean he was harmless. "Really? As I recall, I had to escape from your headquarters," Wyatt remarked and warned. "If I were you, I would not threaten my captors." "Oh yes, how did you do that? I did not know you were a fellow interdimensional traveler," Henrix asked, trying to figure out how Wyatt managed to leave the Yellow Plains realm and return to the card world. Interdimensional traveler. Does that mean there are others that can travel between different realms, other than the dark races, of course? Wyatt focused on the name Henrix unwittingly revealed. Henrix wasn't the type to waste time trying to think of a fancy name for himself. This name's origin might even predate him. Just the thought of there being another group that can travel between realms other than the demon/devil merchants made Wyatt curious, especially considering that this group wasn't as notoriously famous as the dark races were in the myriad realms. "I never said that, but does that mean you can also travel between realms?" Henrix did not want to reveal anything further without getting anything in return. Previously, Henrix and other captains of the freedom fighters believed Wyatt used some kind of top-rank teleportation card that the Southern royal family gave him for his protection to return to the card world, but now he thought otherwise. This changes things. If Wyatt could travel between realms, then he was more of a threat to freedom fighters than they previously deemed him to be. Wyatt and Henrix silently stared at each other, as things were not going as either of them planned. Henrix planned to be in and out with Clown Mask, but that failed horribly. He got captured instead. Wyatt planned to use the situation to his advantage and manipulate the captured Henrix to get what he wanted, but the latter did not act like a captive. Meanwhile, the field marshal and Corey quietly stood back and listened to their conversation. Even the field marshal did not know what Corey was doing there, especially when all her efforts to have a decent conversation with her failed. Even the royal instructor was rendered helpless against this girl's stubbornness. "How did you know I would be coming to get the girl?" Henrix finally broke the silence. He could not figure out how Wyatt knew that he would be coming and to prepare a trap. "You did not come. I made you come. Why else do you think that they would show a convicted felon in the Southern Hope promotional video? It wasn't a mistake. It was on purpose. I am surprised that you took the bait so fast. Man, things might be getting really desperate for the freedom fighter for you to make such a mistake," Wyatt revealed as an unconscious grin formed on his face. Then, he added insult to Henrix's injury, saying, "Thanks to your big mouth, we already knew Luna had told you about Clown Mask. So it was easy." After losing the wager, the field marshal insisted that Wyatt return the Clown Mask to the secure facility, as it was for her safety. However, Wyatt ignored her warnings, saying that she could try to take Clown Mask away, and he would free her gang. Having no idea how Wyatt managed to help Clown Mask escape the secure facility that held her captive, the field marshal had no choice but to follow Wyatt's arrangements regarding Clown Mask. After all, if he could free once, he could free her again. Once the field marshal stopped bugging him about returning Clown Mask to her cell and truly became his subordinate, Wyatt explained his plans for using Clown Mask as bait to lure Henrix out. Recalling her grudge with Henrix, the field marshal readily agreed to Wyatt's plan. Following Wyatt's instructions, the field marshal was the one who went behind Anna's mother's back and had the editorial staff not edit Clown Mask out of the Southern Hope promotional video, making it look like an oversight, a careless mistake on the part of the editorial staff. However, neither Wyatt nor the field marshal except Henrix catch their bait so soon. This was really unexpected. If not for Wyatt's prompt alarm, the field marshal might have missed the window to capture Henrix. At first, she thought Wyatt's plan was a gamble and might not pan out, as it totally hung on Henrix's desperation. They both believed Henrix would see through their trap, yet he would attempt to kidnap Clown Mask, considering her value to freedom fighters and their cause, and seeing how it all turned out, the field marshal was really impressed by her new liege. She was starting to find his mysterious ways profound. When the unknown works against you, you fear it. When the unknown works for you, you revere it. Haha, everyone warned me about you. I should have listened to them. Henrix laughed off the revelation, accepting his mistake. The everyone Henrix talked about here, a single person, the Southern Princess aka Anna's mother. During their deal, she warned him not to trust Wyatt or underestimate his means, but he dismissed her warning, thinking, "The pot is calling the kettle black." Now that he was trapped, he could not help but regret not thinking it through before he rushed over to kidnap the Clown Mask. He should have held a council. His friends would have stopped him from committing such a stupid mistake. But it was too late to regret now. "I guess it's because of my age. People just cannot help but underestimate me because of it," Wyatt said while eyeing Corey. He was surprised to see her remain so disciplined. By now she would have done or said something to piss him off. He really wanted to ask her, "What the heck are you doing here?" but did not want to lose the momentum he had gained in his conversation with Henrix. Therefore, reverted his attention to Henrix, swearing to himself that he would let her have it if she were to ruin this for him. "So you really switched sides, huh? I did not think I would live to see this day." Henrix eyed the field marshal, changing the topic, seeing he was not getting an edge over Wyatt at all. He wondered if this kid had always been so hard to talk with. "It looks like I failed to cleanse the Southern Royal Palace of Luna's minions," the field marshal said, believing it had to be Luna's minions who had informed her about her leaving her niece's side. "I don't know about that, but it wasn't her. Your niece isn't invulnerable like she pretends to be. Gainover sure did a number on her." Henrix scoffed, only to have his face punched by the field marshal. Both Wyatt and Corey were surprised by her reaction, especially Wyatt. He was watching out for Corey ruining things for him, but he did not expect the field marshal to be the black sheep. Grabbing Henrix by the collar, she asked, "Talk, what happened?" Wiping the blood trickling down his broken nose, Henrix replied, "There is no point in hiding it. The news should have reached the southern royal palace by now. Your dear niece had an episode of anger in the central capital. She went on a rampage. It took her 12 demigod bodyguards and a dozen more demigod security personnel to calm her down. It seems your betrayal completely broke her. Is that all?" The field marshal sighed in relief, letting go of Henrix's collar and dropping him on the chair. Soon she added, "You should not have underestimated her thinking of her as a disgruntled divorcee. I guess you could not help it like the others. Otherwise, you would not recklessly rush over here and still would have been a freeman." Listening to the field marshal's words, it dawned on Henrix that he had fallen prey to the southern princess's trap. The funny thing about this was that this trap wasn't even meant for him, yet he had fallen prey to it because of his impulsive decision. Realizing this, Henrix felt like an impulsive idiot. What bothered Henrix even more was the fact that he could have avoided this if only he had stopped to inform his decision to the other captains of freedom fighters. He was sure Luna would have seen through the southern princess's trap and stopped him from foolishly walking right into another trap. "I am impressed. She is already getting ahead of the news of you leaving her side. She is really not afraid of appearing weak and a stereotype. The southern capital is not going to be peaceful for the next few weeks." Wyatt remarked, listening to the field marshal say that Henrix should not have thought of the southern princess as just another disgruntled divorcee and ended up underestimating her. The southern princess knew that the news about her losing her aunt's support would spread like wildfire across the 5 regions. So she decided to get ahead of it and control it. She understood there was no way for her to stop this wildfire after her precautionary measures against Field Marshal Heatsend failed. Therefore, she decided to do some damage control by showing weakness. With the royal instructor not using ransom lorn to subdue Field Marshal Heatsend, she was left with no choice but to showcase her authority once again and remind everyone that she was not in charge because of her aunt's support, but because of her strength. What was important to note here was that she was not afraid to appear weak, in front of the 5 regions no less, just to lure out the hyenas. With time, no matter how strong an organization was, some hyenas would have infiltrated it, waiting for the organization to show weakness so they can land the finishing blow and feed on its carcass. The southern princess was aware her administration over the southern region was the same, especially with minions of the Circle, the Paw clan, and the Gideon Grimm hiding in the southern capital, holding important positions in the southern region's administration. They would not miss this chance to rally the masses to weaken the southern region. With her plan to subdue Field Marshal Heatsend and renew her authority over the southern region failed, now she resorted to one of the oldest tricks in the books, playing possum to attract the vultures, then grabbing and twisting their necks when they were least expecting. This was why Wyatt expected the southern capital to be noisy the next few weeks. However, he found it funny that Henrix, who had nothing to do with Anna's mother's trap, actually fell prey to it, leading him to fall prey to his trap. Wyatt thought Anna's mother's acting must be really good for someone of Henrix's caliber to fall prey to it. This caused him to look forward to the upheaval in the southern capital. However, this would act like a double-edged sword for his plan to use the kids of the elite families of the southern capital to get them on his side. Those who fear the southern princess might just cut ties with their kids to show their loyalty to her. But those who would be dissatisfied with her would be more enthused about joining his side. However, they would not dare to openly join him, but join hands with him under the table, as they would fear that if they were too brazen about their stance, the southern princess might use them as an example to warn other elite families from joining Wyatt's side. Wyatt believed all of this should be within the southern princess's calculations when she did not hesitate to have an episode of anger in the central capital. The only variable in her plans was Henrix. Wyatt guessed even southern princess would not have thought that Henrix would be stupid and impulsive enough to fall prey to 2 traps back to back, that too in a single day. Henrix's thought process was simple here. He wanted to take advantage of the nasty fight between the field marshal and southern princess to come out on top by kidnapping Clown Mask, which was why he was so impulsive. He believed that with the field marshal fighting the southern princess, she might be too busy to spare enough attention to the Clown Mask. Henrix was right. The field marshal was indeed occupied with many other things to spare enough attention to the clown mask. However, Henrix had not accounted for one variable in his plan. It was none other than Wyatt. Like Wyatt said, Henrix had indeed underestimated him because of his age. How would Henrix know that with everything going on in Wyatt's life, he would make time to lay a trap for him? If Henrix had learned anything from this incident, then it was that never to cross Wyatt. This kid knew how to hold grudges. It did not take a genius to figure out why Wyatt had trapped Henrix. Though Henrix was no genius, he was wise enough to know that Wyatt had trapped him for stealing the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon, trying to force him into giving them the VR universe when he visited their headquarters, and then cutting a deal with the Southern Princess behind his back. Well, Henrix did try to reach Wyatt before deciding to sell the dungeon to the Southern Princess. However, Henrix knew that Wyatt should have seen that he only contacted Wyatt because he wanted Wyatt and the Southern Princess to compete for the dungeon and gain maximum profit. Having understood how he got himself into this mess, Henrix regretted it all. He was starting to think he must be the dumbest idiot of all time to fall prey to a trap that wasn't even meant for him in the first place. There were many reasons why Henrix was so impulsive to risk being trapped by the field marshal to kidnap Clown Mask. One of them was the desperate situation of the freedom fighters. One would think after selling the stolen D-rank Silver Beach dungeon back to the Southern Princess, the freedom fighter might have recovered from their financial crisis among all their other problems, but they did not. As Henrix pointed out earlier, neither the Southern Princess nor Wyatt were easy people to deal with. They both might not be related, but they both were cut out of the same cloth. They just knew how to take full advantage of a situation. Though the freedom fighters have agreed to return the stolen D-rank dungeon back to the southern region for a price, things were not as simple as they appeared because a dungeon was not something one could trade like normal goods, especially when the said dungeon was in another realm. It took a big favor from Morningstar University, months of labor, and lots of resources for the Southern royal family to turn the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon in the Sky Blossom City into a consumable card that would allow them to relocate the dungeon to a location of their will. But thanks to Luna's betrayal, the card ended up in the freedom fighter's hand, who used the consumable card to set up the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon in the Yellow Plains realm to access the silver milk from the dungeon, create silver milk powder, and sell it in the black market. Seeing how things turned out, the freedom fighters had seriously overestimated their ability. The silver milk powder was something the entire world coveted. Even if they had moved to another realm, the card apprentices not only managed to track their roots in the card world down, but corner them, backing them all into the Yellow Plains. As a result, they lost contact with many of their branches in the card world and lost almost all of their source of income in the card world, driving them into bankruptcy. Honestly, if not for Luna having invested all the funding her R&D department received into Wyatt's VR universe and multiplying the investment by a few thousand times with her keen senses of judgment in playing the VR universe, there would be no freedom fighters left right now. If not for Luna's whim, right now the freedom fighters would be in deep SHD. The freedom fighters were a very big organization and had a lot of mouths to feed. Not to mention these mouths were not very demanding, they just needed enough help to survive and live to fight for their cause another day. The freedom fighters had the most selfless members, yet they were failing to give them the basic care a human would require. Their situation was that desperate. The main point here was that even though the freedom fighters agreed to return the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon they stole from the southern region back to the southern region for a reasonable price to get the other world leaders off their backs, things were not that simple, as now the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon was fixed in the Yellow Plains. The only way for the freedom fighters to return to the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon would be if they somehow managed to get their hands on the dungeon relocation apparatus from Morningstar University. Now that was impossible even with Henrix's abilities. Since the Southern royal family had blamed Henrix and freedom fighters for stealing the key components of the dungeon relocation apparatus that they lent to them, Morningstar University had taken precautions to ensure that Henrix would not be successful again if he were to return to steal the rest of it. Though Morningstar University did not fully believe the Southern royal family's story, they had no choice but to take precautionary measures, as the dungeon relocation apparatus was one of a kind in the card world and priceless. Because of this problem, even if the freedom fighters had promised to return the D-rank dungeon to the southern region for compensation, they could not go through with it. However, just when the freedom fighters were desperate, of all the people the Southern Princess came through. She was willing to lend them the dungeon relocation apparatus that they needed, and of course, it came with a catch. The freedom fighters would have to reduce their compensation for returning the D-rank dungeon to the southern region. The freedom fighters readily agreed to the Southern Princess's proposal. They could not wait to get rid of the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon as fast as possible so that they would no longer be at the center of attention of all the world leaders and make some profits while they were at it. However, despite the Southern Princess promptly providing them the dungeon relocation apparatus that she had prepared using stolen key components from the Morningstar University, and was even kind enough to give the resources required to operate the dungeon relocation apparatus, the whole process of turning the dungeon into a consumable card was time-consuming. Since the Southern Princess was not willing to give them advance on their agreed-upon compensation for the return of the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon, the freedom fighters were cash-strapped, even with Luna and other captains doing their best to pull in money from the VR universe. Following Luna's lead, using their expertise from the card world in their respective fields, the captains from the freedom fighters were quickly able to establish themselves in the VR universe and earn some income. However, because they severely lacked the VR slime cards, they were not able to expand their business in the VR universe using their abundant manpower. Regardless, with whatever they managed to salvage from the VR universe, they barely had enough to keep the freedom fighters operational. Due to their tight financial situation, the freedom fighters were arriving at an expiration date that would not be there in the first place if they had not overestimated themselves and stolen the D-rank dungeon. As the person who signed off on this series of misfortune that had befallen the freedom fighters, Henrix was more desperate than anyone else to make up for his bad bet and impulsively fell down a rabbit hole. Despite all his contemplation, Henrix believed he would have fixed everything if not for the clown mask disintegrating in his hands. Now that was a key reason why the field marshal, who was a few hundred miles above in the Sky Blossom City airspace, was able to trap him. When the clown mask disintegrated in his hands, Henrix first doubted if the clown mask was fake. However, when he had grabbed her by the neck and rendered her immobile from the neck down, it was enough evidence that she was the real deal and not some clone or incarnation. Therefore, when she disintegrated into ash, he could not help but wonder if he had used too much power and ended up killing her, as Clara thought. Just the thought that the only hope of the freedom fighters to make a comeback had died because of him sent Henrix down the dark places in his mind that he never knew existed. Henrix had weighed all his hopes on the future knowledge of the clown mask. For her to die due to his carelessness was more than a moment of shock for him. It was a devastating blow to his psyche. To see what remained of his hope was nothing but a handful of ashes was truly a horror for him. Hence, in his shock, he lost his window to escape using his ability. Therefore, Henrix could not but grudgingly look at Wyatt and say, "The part where clown mask disintegrating in my hands was ingenious. I was taken by surprise." "Thank you." Wyatt took Henrix's words as a compliment, thinking his calamity daughter Gem and him disintegrating into ash never failed to surprise their opponents and was one of the most effective tricks up their sleeves. However, he could not help but ask Henrix, "What were you thinking when you came to kidnap Clown Mask? Did you never stop thinking that her future vision might no longer be accurate and in line with the current timeline?" "It was a gamble, and I lost. Can we move on, please?" Henrix wanted to change the topic as talking about it only hurt his pride. Wyatt silently stared into Henrix's eyes without replying. "What is that you want?" Henrix broke the silence, seeing neither Wyatt nor the field marshal spoke for a few minutes. Learning that he had fallen for a trap that was not meant for him because of his impulsive action had seriously affected his mental fortitude. Combined with his other worries, he was in a weak state of mind. Still, he was a man who became one of the field marshals of the Central Region. He was not to be underestimated just because he showed signs of being in a vulnerable place, mentally. Neither Wyatt nor the field marshal Heatsend responded to Henrix's question. They continued to observe him silently. Even Corey did not show any emotion ever since she followed the field marshal here, surprising the field marshal and Wyatt. They really could not figure out her thought process. However, they let her be, not wanting to affect the atmosphere they had managed to create. Seeing Wyatt and field marshal were in no hurry to put forward their demands to him, Henrix let go of his act of appearing vulnerable and got comfortable on his seat, knowing that neither of the people present here were fools. He figured understanding that, and not resorting to silly tricks would get him out of this predicament quicker. Soon, after letting Henrix drown in his intrusive thoughts for a good while, Wyatt spoke up, asking, "What happens to the gates that you modified with your origin card after you die? Do they revert to their original parameters, or remain modified?" Listening to Wyatt's question, Henrix's brows widened in horror. Regaining calm, he soon asked, "Is that supposed to be a threat?" He waited, but neither Wyatt nor Field Marshal answered him. They continued to stare at him blankly void of emotions, making it difficult for him to read their thoughts. He tried to get some clues from Corey using his intent sense, however a strong entity was masking her thoughts for her and warning him from repeating his attempts. Getting the feeling that the conversation would not go further if he did not answer Wyatt, Henrix helplessly answered, "The dungeons modified by my origin card will remain modified even after my death." Interesting, that means your origin card might have the answer to how to turn a regular gate into a reverse dungeon. Learning that the change to the dungeon done by Henrix was permanent and not temporary, Wyatt contemplated that his origin card might be the key to understanding how to turn a regular dungeon into a reverse dungeon. Combined with Wyatt's knowledge of creating a dungeon, Henrix's origin card's ability to turn regular dungeon into a reverse dungeon would allow them to create a permanent inter-realm teleportation gate between two realms. Now that was an intriguing thought, however. It was thought for another day. Right now Wyatt was after something else. "Sure, kid, my master and other founders also thought the same thing, but they all ultimately failed to learn anything. Some knowledge is too profound for a mortal's grasp," Henrix said, recalling how his master and other masters experimented on his origin card trying to figure out inter-realm transportation. However, Wyatt did not respond to Henrix's remarks. He did not agree with what he said, mostly because he wanted to get into Henrix's head and make him mentally vulnerable, as what he wanted from Henrix was going to be very tough for Henrix to agree on. Therefore, he wanted to get Henrix in a state where he felt that what Wyatt offered him was a pretty sweet deal to pass on. After waiting for Wyatt to make a comment for a long and receive no reply, Henrix broke the silence in frustration. "Enough of the mind games, kid. I have used them on others tons of times and know how this plays out. But I bet you have better things to do than stare at this old man, just as I do. Just tell me what you want from me such that we can put this whole thing behind us. Is it the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon that you are after? Is it the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon that you are after?" Henrix believed that the reason Wyatt was after him, apart from the revenge, was because of the dungeon, just like the rest of the world leaders. Therefore, he brought it up since Wyatt was too busy playing games with him to bring it up. He just wanted to negotiate a fair deal for his freedom, so he could get out of there as fast as possible. He was labeled as the most wanted criminal in all 5 regions, especially the Central Region's military. If the news of Field Marshal Heatsend trapping him were to reach their ears, things would get complicated. Complicated how? Everyone would want a piece of him, especially the masters. Now that they knew he was the most prime suspect behind his master's death, though they did not have much of an attachment to each other, they would not mind calling in a few favors to kill the unfilial disciple of their late friend to avenge him. If the masters got involved, Henrix believed the southern region would have little choice but to comply. The longer he stayed trapped, the deeper his troubles would get. Therefore, unlike Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsend, he did not have all the time in the world to get what he wanted from this forced negotiation. Therefore, he had no choice but to start the negotiation, even though it would be disadvantageous to him. Listening to Henrix bring up the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, the Field Marshal looked at Wyatt in concern. Her worries were not because Wyatt would be crossing her niece by cutting a deal with Henrix regarding the dungeon, but because if Wyatt were to do so, it would affect the general masses. Wyatt being too greedy was the true cause of Field Marshal Heatsend's concern. Silver milk powder being a miracle soul energy stimulant, many want it as much as they can get it. Therefore, even before it hit the market, the Southern royal family had imposed many regulations on its sales to ensure it remained affordable and available to everyone, and not just the rich and powerful. Field Marshal Heatsend believed the only possible reason Wyatt would want the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon was to leverage it to gain more share in the profits from the sales of the silver milk powder. If Wyatt increased his share of profits, Then the royal family, who was bearing all costs from production to supply to distribution and other security and handling issues, would have to increase the price of the silver milk powder such that this venture was profitable for them. After all, the silver milk powder project was supposed to help the southern region develop by improving its financial situation, not increasing its debt. The southern region was a functioning state responsible for billions of citizens and their families, not a charity. The field marshal had wholeheartedly accepted Wyatt as her new liege and would follow him to the end of the world, but she hoped Wyatt would not be greedy, as this matter would impact billions of lives. Still, she would support whatever he ends up deciding. What gave you that impression? What would I even do with the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon? Wyatt looked at Henrix as if he was looking at a fool. Henrix was taken aback by Wyatt's questions. He wondered if was Wyatt playing dumb on purpose. Yet, pointed out, I don't know, just out of the top of the head. Can't you use it as leverage to gain more shares and profits from the sale of silver milk powder? Why would I do that when I am already getting more than 30% of the profits from selling silver milk powder without doing SHD? Besides, by seeking more share of the profits, I will indirectly be increasing the price of the silver milk powder, making it unaffordable for many. That is not what I had in mind when I sold production and supply rights to the Southern royal family. Until or unless the Southern royal family abuses the monopoly they have in this domain, thanks to me, I am fine with my current share. Wyatt replied, explaining he had no interest in increasing his share of profits from the sale of silver milk powder unless the Southern royal family started to abuse their monopoly over silver milk powder by raising its price or making it available only to a select few in the society. His words surprised Henrix, however, Field Marshal, and Corey nodded, thinking this was the Wyatt they knew. Many have come to know Wyatt as a cunning capitalist, and so has Henrix. But only people who worked with him closely knew that underneath his calculating exterior laid a generous heart. Many people saw incredible wealth in Wyatt's creations. However, he always charged people based on what they could afford while giving them his best in return. Just take the example of VR slime cards in the VR universe. Wyatt was handing out free VR slime cards for the general masses, but for those who can afford it, he charged accordingly. The VR universe's currency exchange rate and subscription rate were so generous that everyone could access them. Not to forget the criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program that he wanted to start. Wyatt did not like to show it, but he did indeed have a big, generous heart, which was what Field Marshal Heatsend and Corey thought. The Field Marshal Heatsend even blamed herself for thinking that her liege was greedy. However, what they did not know was that Wyatt was not being generous, he was just being calculative like always. He had already figured out that the shares he was getting from the silver milk powder sales were the limit, and if he were to be greedy for more, it would affect the business model Anna's mother was planning to adopt in its sales. He just did not want to be the guy who killed the golden goose to get all the golden eggs at once. Anna's mother was doing her best to give him maximum yield. Why ruin it with excessive greed? If anything, Wyatt feared Anna's mother would use this point to have him reduce his share in the profits from the sales of the silver milk powder. He believed when they finally had the dreaded meeting, she would definitely bring this up. After recovering from his initial shock at Wyatt showing no interest in the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, Henrik's mind focused on the one piece of information that he wondered if Wyatt intentionally revealed, that Wyatt was entitled to more than 30% of the profits from the sale of the silver milk powder. Regardless of whether Wyatt revealed it intentionally or unintentionally, Henrix felt like cussing at the world for being unfair, and he mentally did. How can you give one person so much and nothing to others? How? Tell me why. What did we do wrong to deserve your ire? Henrix screamed unfair in his mind repeatedly, but maintained a calm expression on the surface. However, he did ask Wyatt, I did not know the Southern Princess could be that generous in a partnership unless she met her match. He spoke these words from experience in dealing with the Southern Princess, especially in his recent deal with her about returning the D-rank dungeon for compensation. The Southern Princess did not allow him to have any advantage, instead made use of every variable in the situation to slash their compensation by more than half, and because of their desperation, the freedom fighters could only go along with it, as they wanted to get the dungeon off their hands as fast as possible. Everyone keeps saying that I have a lot in common with the Southern Princess, but I don't think so, because regardless of the circumstances, I would not have compromised and cut a deal with you guys to get the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon back. especially when I promised to get her an S-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon. Unless you promised her something more in return. Something which was enough for her to get to bend the rules this one time. Wyatt said, finding it hard that the Southern Princess would negotiate with terrorists when he offered to get her S-rank Silver Beach dungeon. Wait, I thought only one Silver Beach Gate dungeon was discovered so far. Henrik's mind went blank hearing Wyatt talk about an S-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon. That would change things. No, I said I would get her one. I never said there was one. Henriks, don't rush to conclusions. That was what got you in trouble in the first place, Wyatt corrected Henrik. Oh, I see. But in your case, we can never be sure. Henriks did not fully believe Wyatt. If anything, he was starting to doubt that Wyatt might know the location of a S-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon. However, Henriks wondered why Wyatt even brought that up. What was this kid up to? So what did you offer Henriks? Why did she compromise so easily? Wyatt did not let the conversation go off topic and asked Henriks why the Southern Princess was willing to compromise with the freedom fighters and even willing to give them some compensation. Listening to Wyatt, even Field Marshal became curious. She too wanted to know what deal her niece had cut with Henriks and the freedom fighters, despite all the SHD these people had put them through. Kid, you are just overthinking it. This is just business. She needed the dungeon as fast as possible and was willing to pay the price for it. Henriks dismissed Wyatt's question as him thinking too much into it when there was nothing to find. Well, then you would not mind if I guessed, right? Wyatt looked at Henriks teasingly. The latter frowned and asked, what does it have to do with all this? Why don't you get to the point and stop wasting time? Everything. In time, everything will become clear, but for now, let us focus on what you promised to the Southern Princess for her to break her deal with me and side with you despite your past, Wyatt emphasized. All this started with the Southern Princess compromising with freedom fighters over the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, without consulting Wyatt especially, since he promised to help her get an S-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon as long as she prepared the other parts of the dungeon relocation apparatus and assembled it with stolen key components to make it operational. The Southern Princess broke her deal with Wyatt, and in return, he stole her most powerful aide, Field Marshal, from her side. In a way, all this was indirectly related to freedom fighters, i.e. Henriks. He had to have offered the Southern Princess what she felt was worth enough, souring her relationship with Wyatt. Kid, the freedom fighters are on the brink of bankruptcy. We have nothing to offer. We are practically scrapping to stay functional. You should know, you witnessed our condition firsthand. Despite Wyatt putting forward his suspicions, Henriks strongly claimed otherwise. However, Wyatt's eyes turned sharp as he revealed, you promised the Southern Princess to help her turn the D-rank Silver Beach dungeon into a reverse dungeon, didn't you? Henriks's eyes widened in shock, but hurriedly masking his shock, he denied, saying, I don't know what you are talking about. Did she make you sign a non-disclosure agreement as part of the deal? I can understand why she would want you to do that. After all, she would not want you to use the information that she was stealing from me against her. Wyatt did not bother to get verbal confirmation from Henriks. His eyes confirmed it all. Listening to Wyatt deduce the truth, Henriks' forehead and back were drenched in cold sweat, as the breach of his contract with Southern Princess had very serious consequences. He did not want to trigger them. Wyatt, how could she steal from you? Don't you have an ironclad contract with Anna to protect your interest? Field Marshal Heatsend asked. Seeing Henriks's physical response, she had already guessed Wyatt's speculation wasn't that far from the truth. Her niece might really be up to something. Nothing is perfect. The same goes for my contract with Anna. When Wyatt and Anna entered the contract, his knowledge of the card world was still shallow. He never expected the card apprentices to have the ability to relocate gate dungeons, let alone one with the ability to turn a gate dungeon into a reverse dungeon. Back then, he had no idea about the limits of the card world, let alone the Dark Realm or the Myriad Realms. Yet, the contract he had entered with Anna was decent enough. More importantly, the contract he had drawn did protect his interest, but was more focused on ensuring his safety and the safety of those associated with him. Back then, as someone new to this magical world of cards and dungeons, he was more concerned about his well-being and those around him than ensuring maximum profits. Despite his lack of awareness about the new world he was thrown into, Wyatt had done a great job with the contract. It ensured him maximum profit and protection for him. However, things changed with the involvement of Henriks. As the previous owner of the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, Wyatt was fully aware of the maximum output of silver milk one could extract from the dungeon. Hence, he was aware of how much silver milk powder the Southern royal family could make using it. Therefore, based on the price the Southern royal family would sell the silver milk powder at, Wyatt could determine the profits he was owed. But now things had changed. Thanks to help from Henrik's Southern princess was now on the verge of establishing a gate to the silver milk realm in her backyard, meaning she would gain unlimited access to the silver milk all at the convenience of her backyard. There was no way for anyone to tell how much silver milk powder she was producing. Having made this connection, Wyatt finally understood why the Southern princess was building new silver milk powder production factories in the Southern capital when there were the old silver milk powder production factories in the secured location were halfway through development. The Southern princess made it look like she had halted the construction of the old silver milk powder production factories in the secured location when she never halted their construction. If anything, she accelerated it, as she planned to use it as the production site for her personal supply of silk milk powder. She wasn't just deceiving Wyatt by the entire card world. Her goals were bigger. Using the excuse that a D-rank gate dungeon can only provide a limited supply of silver milk powder and the other regulations in place to make the limited silver milk powder affordable and available to all, she planned to dominate the world with her secret supply of silver milk powder. She could come clean to the card world and produce enough silver milk powder for everyone within a reasonable cost and make a ton of money, but then it would not give her the political authority that she sought. After all, money can't achieve everything. If silver milk powder becomes as common as bottled water, then no one will give a damn who had a monopoly over it, since their demand was being met at a cheap price. Hence the secrecy. The Southern princess planned to use the extra supply of silver milk powder to train the Southern royal family's forces. Use it as a gift in exchange for huge political favors. Best of all, no money would ever be exchanged in this transaction, so she would not owe Wyatt anything. She would not be breaking the contract between Wyatt and Anna. She would be screwing over Wyatt without any consequences. Wyatt could do nothing about this since she wasn't breaking any of the clauses in the contract. What the Southern princess was doing with her extra supply of silver milk powder would fall under personal use. So, be it the agreement between them or legally, the Southern princess would come out on top of it. Keeping the fact that she hid the fact about turning the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon into a reverse dungeon from him aside, Wyatt could tolerate the Southern princess using the extra supply to train the Southern royal family's forces, but her using it as a gift in exchange for political favors was just too much. Wyatt glared at Henrix and said, "Since your ability is key to the Southern princess plan, I am guessing she must have promised the freedom fighters huge compensation. Maybe a small share in her personal supply of silver milk powder. Otherwise, I do not see the reason for you to sign a demanding non-disclosure agreement that would make you sweat this much. Kid, you sure do have a strong imagination." Henrix continued to feign ignorance as sweat trickled down his forehead. He had no choice. As Wyatt said, his contract with Southern Princess was too demanding, and he could not risk triggering any of the clauses by blabbing something he shouldn't have. So, decided to change the topic by asking, "Enough of these conspiracy theories. What will it take for me to get out of here?" Listening to Henrix dismiss the truth as conspiracy theories, Wyatt smiled at him grimly and said, "Who said you will be leaving here? What gave you the idea that would let you go?" Listening to Wyatt, Henrix frowned and put forward, "You guys surely don't plan on killing me or handing me over to the authorities. So, just tell me what you want, and let us get this over with it." While Henrix tried to get Wyatt to release him as fast as possible, the field marshal was stuck thinking about her niece and her plan to use the abundant supply of the silver milk powder to dominate the 5 regions, when she could use the same to increase the quality of life of everyone in the card world. It did not come as a surprise to her that her niece would choose world domination over world development. As such, she could not help but look at her new liege more favorably. "There you go again with your presumptions. Who told you that we do not plan on killing you or turning you in to the highest bidders? Man, I bet the folks from the central capital would be willing to pay top dollar for you, dead or alive," Wyatt said, looking at Henrix as if he was looking at a livestock. "Kid, if you want money, I have none. I am flat broke. How about I turn a few gate dungeons into reverse dungeons for you? Over time, you can mine more than what the bigots from the central capital can offer you." Henrix offered his Wyatt time and again said that killing him or exchanging him was not off the table. He looked at his old colleague Field Marshal Heatsend for a little help reasoning with Wyatt, but the latter was still pissed about the dungeon relocation incident and him turning her granddaughter against her family. Old fool, be honest. If that were possible, then you and your penniless group of wannabe freedom fighters would have become the richest organization in the 5 regions. Yet, here you are making stupid mistakes out of desperation to salvage your organization from the brink of bankruptcy. Your lies might work on a naive kids like her, but not me. If I am not wrong, your origin card also has serious restrictions and limitations. Wyatt rejected Henrix's offer, saying that he could not deliver on what he was promising. Wyatt had intentionally brought Corey in the middle of the conversation to provoke her and get a reaction, but the latter did not react and stood erect with an indifferent expression and emotionless eyes. What's gotten into her? He thought, finding Corey's lack of response disturbing. She hasn't been herself since her supposed meeting with the field marshal. Now, instead of worrying that she would create a problem for him, he was now concerned if she was having a problem. How could he not care for her state? She was a huge part of his plans for the Dark Realm. He needed her. It seems he will have to check what was up with her later. Yes, I agree there are a few limitations to my abilities, but I have no problem turning 1 or 2 gate dungeons into reverse dungeons to get myself out of here. Henrix did not try to deny Wyatt's doubts about this origin card's ability. Dungeon mining allowed card apprentices to collect resources that were rare or not found in the card world. There was a limit to how much one can mine from a dungeon at a time. It was found that adventurers had the maximum benefit at the first raid, but in later raids, the resources found in the dungeon weren't just the same in quantity or quality. It only continues to decline with more raids. Over time, they get exhausted and do not get replaced with the refreshing of the dungeon. When the master learned about Henrix's ability to turn the gate dungeon into the reverse dungeon, they were overjoyed, believing this would allow them to mine the resource of the dungeon right at the source. However, contrary to their expectation, when they used Henrix's ability to turn a gate dungeon into a reverse dungeon, they were disappointed, as they found the reason why with continued raids and mining the dungeon resources would be exhausted and did not get replaced when dungeon gets refreshed. It was simple, honestly. Just like how any resources mined excessively in the card world would get exhausted and were non-renewable, the same was the case with the resources from other worlds. When the dungeon was turned into a reverse dungeon, the masters learned the sad truth that the resources were not magically made in the dungeon, but these dungeons would incorporate a small part of the mines from their original world alone, with the inhabitant monster tribes in their vicinity. The higher the rank of the resources, the stronger the monster tribe occupying them. Realizing this, the masters concluded that turning a dungeon to mine more resources was moot. The only difference was the dungeon allows you to mine a certain amount of resources at a time, but in the reverse dungeon, you can mine the same amount of resources that took multiple raids all at once. If they wanted to get extra resources through the reverse dungeon, then they would have to explore the uncharted territories of the original world of the dungeon to find the resources. Considering the unknown threats involved, dealing with the natives, and the uncertainty of finding a load of resources big enough to turn a profit made this endeavor not worth it. Not to mention, all these dungeons originate from harsh worlds with environments and atmospheres not that welcoming for the card apprentices. The Yellow Plains world that Henrix had chosen as the base for the freedom fighters, despite being a world covered with dunes, was one of the favorable reverse dungeons Henrix could find for proper human habilitation. Therefore, neither the masters nor the freedom fighter tried to use reverse dungeon as a means of making a fortune. In this case, the Southern Princess might be considered the lucky one, as her D-rank Silver Beach dungeon was connected to the sea in the dungeon's original world, so she did not have to worry about running out of silver milk. Henrix, do you take me for a fool? Let me be straight with you. I stand to gain more with your death. After you die, the Southern Princess will have no choice but to rely on me to get an S or higher rank Silver Beach dungeon to fulfill her plan to dominate the 5 regions with silver milk powder. This means not only will the Southern Princess not be able to screw over me, but will have to prostrate before me to get what she wants. Not to forget the reward from the folks from the Central region for your head. So, Henrix, think real hard when you answer me this. Why should I not kill you? Wyatt asked Henrix grimly, staring him dead in the eyes. Listening to Wyatt, everyone present in the orphanage headmaster's office was shell-shocked. Wyatt has been saying that killing Henrix was not off the table since the beginning, but hearing him put it this way, it all became too real too fast. The longer the silence in the office prevailed, the harder it got for Henrix to hide his emotions. His gaze altered between Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsens in different faces, giving him the feeling that this might be the end. He did not fear death, but feared leaving the freedom fighters as they were now. If he, the head of the freedom fighters, were to die, now the freedom fighters would have no choice but to disband, which was the best-case scenario. However, if world leaders decide to pursue the freedom fighters for their revolutionary crimes and judge them for it, then the freedom fighters, that was a body without a head with his death, would stand no chance. Thousands of selfless souls who believed in his cause of a better world would die in vain. Henrix was not okay with it. He could not let it all end here. While Wyatt stared at Henrix with an indifferent gaze, in his mind, however, he cheered as concern and fear finally became apparent in Henrix's eyes. At first, when Henrix was trapped, Wyatt was dissatisfied to see Henrix remain calm, assuming that they would not kill him or hand him over to the authorities, but negotiate with him. Yes, he wanted to negotiate with Henrix to get what he wanted from him, but the latter being smug about it did not help the negotiation. Rather, it made it harder. So he decided to slowly break him. The field marshal gazed at Henrix void of emotion. Killing Henrix was only natural for her, as he was a criminal and a revolutionary. Though it was petty as Henrix was her colleague, they served it the way beyond together. Helped each other in tough times, but for it all to end like this, it was unfortunate. However, she felt Henrix was to be blamed for this, and he should bear the consequences of his actions. Kid, since you have put things that way, it means there is something that you want from me. For the life of me, I cannot figure out what it is. So, just tell me what it is, and I will see if I can give it to you in exchange for my life. Henrix gave up guessing and asked Wyatt to just tell him what he wanted. Henrix thought hard, wondering what would Wyatt want from him. But nothing came to his mind. Wyatt had already made it clear he did not want the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon or the reverse dungeons. So, Henrix felt he and freedom fighters had nothing else to offer to Wyatt. Therefore, he decided to be direct with Wyatt, hoping the latter would be direct with him, hoping he would stop beating around the bushes. Seeing Henrix show no interest in playing the guessing game and directly give up, Wyatt frowned. His opponent this time was not a bunch of spoiled kids from the southern capital, but the ex-field marshal of the central region and current head of the freedom fighters. Unlike the kids who were mentally and physically dominated by him, Henrix would always manage to find a way to recover from his mental domination. He would never stay down. This was turning out to be never-ending and exhausting banter. Therefore, Wyatt decided to go for it. Actually, I don't want anything from you or the freedom fighters, Wyatt said, pausing for a dramatic effect. Then, seeing Henrix frown, trying to understand him, Wyatt revealed, instead, I want to offer you guys an opportunity. An opportunity to wash away your status as the wanted criminals and gather under my banner. What do you think? Not bad of an offer, right? After all, it was you who said that your cause and my vision are similar. Listening to Wyatt offer the freedom fighter the chance to join him, the field marshal and Corey could not help but break their indifferent front. However, they trusted Wyatt's judgment, so they chose to suppress all the doubts about it in his hearts. Compared to both of them, Henrix was the one who was surprised the most. All this time he spent trying to think of what Wyatt wanted from them, and it turns out Wyatt wanted them. He wanted the freedom fighters. Wyatt could not be more bolder and brazen. This kid was really something. Instinctively, Henrix wanted to reject Wyatt's proposal, but he could not help but ask, what do you mean wash away our status as the wanted criminals? There is no way the current 5 regions will accept us. I have shared a file with your grimoire, check it out. You and your organization can gain a new identity under that program. Wyatt replied, taking the fact that Henrix did not immediately reject his proposal as a good sign. Criminal Rehabilitation and Reintegration Program. Henrix read, looking at Wyatt blankly. Like I said, with the help of this program, you guys will no longer be wanted criminals, but reformed criminals, and be working for me. Don't worry, I don't try my employees badly. My existing employees can vouch for that, Wyatt said, pointing at Field Marshal Heatsend and Corey. This is bullshit. We are not criminals. We are an organization that solely exists for the people. We are trying to free the world from its corrupt rulers. Accepting your proposal would mean that what they say about us is true. It would be like we are accepting that are criminals. I would rather die than accept this. Henrix got excited going through the details of the program presented by Wyatt. Though he had no intention of joining Wyatt, he, however, did want to know the method Wyatt planned to use to wash away their wanted criminal status. Now that he knew, he felt like, why did he even bother? Correction, you are a dying organization. Only by accepting my proposal, you guys will stand a chance to achieve your cause. The freedom fighters, despite their current state, had many capable individuals in it. The most important thing was these guys were not looking for a big payday at the end of the day, but being the change that the world needed. Yes, some of them were extreme, but such people were easier to control. Clown Mask's future vision was evidence of what this organization could achieve if led by a capable leader. Now that it looked like these guys were going to disband, even before ABA Windsor assumed her destiny as the protagonist of this world, Wyatt decided to step in and make use of them, since the whole timeline was messed up because of his existence. The three mischiefs that were supposed to change the scape of the world and dominate it also seemed to be far from their destiny. At least two of them seemed to be. The supreme leader who lost the false relic soul pupils to Wyatt was no longer the strongest, and Sansa Baylor, a.k.a. Matron, whose identity and crimes were exposed ahead of the time, was now in hiding. As for the emissary of light, Wyatt had no idea about him because it was hard to get any information from the Empire. It would not be wrong to assume that their plans to dominate the world might have been pushed back by several years. With new threats to the world such as Gideon Grimm and the second demon invasion propping up, it was hard to say that the three mischiefs could still dominate the world like they did in Clown Mask's vision. If we were to consider the existence of Wyatt and the fact that the Southern royal family had seen Clown Mask's future vision, then it really seemed very unlikely for the mischiefs to pull off world domination like they did in Clown Mask's vision. The point here was that Freedom Fighters was a very capable organization. If they were to gather under Wyatt's banner, then Wyatt would have a capable and selfless organization working for him. As such, he would have one thing less to worry about when he finally decides to enter the Myriad realms. His Calamity Daughter Gem army was good for getting things done like war and security, but they were not equipped to look after his dynasty in the card world. For that, he needs selfless but capable people whom the Freedom Fighters have in abundance. Even if we were to die, we will die standing up for what we believe in, not go against everything we fought for just for a way out, Henrix argued, dismissing Wyatt's proposal. If Henrix did not plan to accept Wyatt's before, now he opposed it more than ever. The fact that Wyatt wanted them to admit they were criminals shows how little he understood about the Freedom Fighters and their cause. It would be foolishness on their part if they chose to work under the leadership of someone like him. Henrix wondered what made Wyatt think that status-reformed criminal was any better than wanted criminal. A criminal will always be a criminal in the society's eyes. Just by accepting that they were criminals, they would lose a lot of credibility among the civilians. Especially after they stole the only dungeon known to produce silver milk. Under the instigation of the world leaders, they lost most of their credibility in the very society that used to be allies and helped them hide from the government and royal families. They had lost almost all their allies. Now, if they agreed they were criminals, what remained of their credibility and honor would be extinguished. What the FCK? Why am I even thinking about this? Henrix cussed at himself in his mind for contemplating Wyatt's proposal. Though he was only contemplating how appalling Wyatt's proposal was, his mind could not help but wander, thinking that joining under Wyatt's banner through the criminal rehabilitation and reintegration program would solve all their problems. They could freely be the society without having to worry about the central government or the royal family's goons detaining them. Shaking his head, Henrix looked at Field Marshal Heatsend and said, "Are you on board with his program? It is a mockery of all the sacrifices that were made to catch those demon/devil worshippers." Not waiting for the Field Marshal Heatsend to answer, Henrix turned to look at Wyatt and continued, "How the hell did you even get the Southern royal family to approve a program like this? If the world knows about this, the other royal families and the government will seriously condemn this. To be honest, this program is not fully approved and still in the trial phase. As for what other royal families and the government will say, seeing the success of this program, I am sure they will allow me to expand this program to other regions," Wyatt replied to Henrix honestly. He did not bother to try and persuade Henrix because he knew Henrix would not only come around, but also bring this up with his other captains to vote on it. After all, Wyatt was giving them a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here. The merits of joining his banner outweighed any argument Henrix could produce, especially considering that they believed his vision and their cause were common. The only difference was that they did not want to be considered criminals for having looked out for the best interest of society. Wyatt had done his part by putting out his proposal, but now all he had to do was wait. Look at the time. I hope the mess is still open. Come on, let us go have dinner, Wyatt said, heading out of the office. Field Marshal, Corey, and soon Henrix too followed him, while each of their minds was occupied with numerous unanswered questions and complicated thoughts. They could not believe that Wyatt was still in the mood for dinner after throwing such a bombshell. That was appetizing, Wyatt exclaimed, finishing dinner. Henrix stared at him blankly, while Field Marshal Heatsend and Corey continued to remain indifferent. Thanks for the dinner. I gave your proposal a lot of thought. Honestly, I like it. I say let's do it. With your money and our manpower, all 5 regions will be ours. But I alone can't sign on this. So, I will return and persuade others about it. I will give you an answer soon. Henrix lied through his teeth. He was willing to say anything to get out here. Henrix, please don't make a fool of yourself. I know you have contacted your people through your organization's encrypted grimoire network, informing them about your predicament. I also know that they are sending backups. Just know that if those guys arrive, I will ask Field Marshal to kill you first, and then your backup. You know better than me that she is fully capable of that. Wyatt revealed that he had long noticed Henrix's little tricks. The only reason I am not killing you and taking over the freedom fighters through force is because you bought the plague doctor to help me when the devil incubated the plague egg in my body without me asking. I am not someone who forgets gratitude, so you are in luck. Take as long as you need to think over my proposal. Until you have decided on an answer, you can stay in the city as my guest. Wyatt explained to Henrix why he was still alive with a serious tone, and then turned to Field Marshal Heatsend. He ordered, get someone to make arrangements for his stay in the city. If he tries something funny, kill him. If he tries to go near Clara or Marcy, kill him. Got it, the Field Marshal affirmed, staring at Henrix thinking. So, it wasn't just me. Even Wyatt noticed him eyeing Clara and Marcy. How dare he eye my disciple? Even before Marcy got cured of her terminal illness and gained her talents, Field Marshal had decided to train her, impressed by her honest and hardworking nature. Now that Marcy was not only healthy but showed the potential to become a demigod, the Field Marshal was planning to take her as her disciple once she became a legal adult. But to see Henrix eyeing her, she was alerted. She did not dare to underestimate the means of freedom fighters to recruit new members. Knowing Marcy's honest demeanor would easily buy into the freedom fighters' cause and be willing to risk her life for it. Therefore, she took Wyatt's suggestion to kill Henrix if he tried to approach Clara or Marcy very seriously. After all, finding good disciples was not easy these days, and it would be a pity if the southern region were to lose a talent like Marcy to the freedom fighters. Hey, this is not how you treat a guest. I am basically a prisoner here, Henrix protested, ignoring Field Marshal Heatsend's glare. His intense sense told him that there was something different about Clara and Marcy, so he was subtly checking them out. Seeing Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsend's reaction, he knew his intuition was right. However, it would be difficult for him to approach them with Field Marshal Heatsend constantly monitoring him. Now you know how I felt back then, Wyatt said with a sneer. And then, eyeing Corey, he ordered, you follow me. Leaving the Field Marshal and Henrix behind, Wyatt and Corey head towards the new headquarters, after thanking Clara for an amazing dinner, as Courtney and Bloodette had long returned to the dungeon seal. He never got to give them Blood Rule Stream's message due to Henrix's arrival. After Wyatt left, Henrix looked at the expressionless Field Marshal and tried to lighten the mood. It seems you were successful in recreating Celestial Rule Domain. It is even better than the rumors about it. My origin card is completely unresponsive within this celestial space domain. What's more interesting is you are barely consuming any energy since you are borrowing celestial force from the card world. I guess I am stuck in here for a while. This is only a shabby replica, and I did not create it, Wyatt did. The Field Marshal answered without hiding anything, as the Royal Instructor planned to submit a paper about it soon. Hard to believe this is just a replica, but Wyatt sure does justify his genius title. To think he would succeed where thousands of yous failed, even if it is just a replica and not the real deal, he sure is something. Henrix praised Wyatt genuinely from the bottom of his heart. He really admired the little dude for his achievements at such a young age. He can create the real deal, but for some reason was reluctant to share it with us. Field Marshal said, not wanting Henrix to think that Wyatt failed to recreate the real celestial rule domain. He did. Is there something he cannot do? I can understand him not sharing secrets with others, but even you, I find it hard to believe. Henrix's words could easily be mistaken as him trying to drive a wedge between Wyatt and Field Marshal, and he was doing exactly that. Yes, even me. The Field Marshal responded with a stern tone which conveyed that. You got a problem with that, Jack? Finding Henrix's words were wrong. You don't have to be so cold to me. We used to be colleagues watching each other's backs once. Henrix tried to use old memories to get on the Field Marshal's good side, so he would be able to take more liberty during his stay here, even with her monitoring him constantly. Henrix, ask your people to leave while I am still being polite. Field Marshal suddenly warned her old colleague, sensing a few unfamiliar energy signatures on the outskirts of the city. He instantly suspected him because Wyatt did say that Henrix had contacted his people and they were sending backup for his rescue. I don't understand. Henrix genuinely had no idea what Field Marshal was talking about. Wyatt was right, he had contacted his people through their organization's encrypted channel, and they did plan to send a backup team to rescue him, but he rejected it knowing no one in the Freedom Fighters was strong enough to face her. Though all the captains together could push her back long enough to rescue him, that was not probable considering that the captains had their duties. They would not leave their posts, especially not now when the world leaders were waiting for them to show weakness. It would unwise move. Therefore, Henrix rejected them, saying he could talk his way out of here. Hence, he truly had no idea when the Field Marshal asked him to call off his men. Seeing her not believe him, he repeated himself, I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. Trust me, I would not risk my men's lives fighting against you over this. You sure the presence I feel in the outskirts of the city are not you people? The Field Marshal knew Henrix could be sleazy, but she knew for a fact that he would never play with his men's lives, so she trusted him this time, but still confirmed with him, feeling that his people acted without his knowledge. Wait, let me check. Henrix's face morphed into a grotesque look listening to Field Marshal, because if her suspicions were true, then the consequence for the Freedom Fighters would be very dire. Because of the replica celestial space domain covering the city, Henrix's intense sense was limited within it, so he could not check the energy signatures that were at the outskirts of the city. Therefore, he hurriedly used the encrypted channel to contact his people and check if they were trying to rescue him despite him warning them not to. No, it is not my people, Henrix sighed in relief. Fortunately, his people knew what was in their best interest and trusted his ability to bullsh tea out of anywhere. This is bad. The number of energy signatures just tripled their original numbers. There is something peculiar about their energy signature, but they are showing no sign of aggression, yet as if they are waiting for more reinforcement. The Field Marshal exclaimed, sensing the number of hostile demigods grow in numbers. What do you mean their energy signature is peculiar? Is it the devil worshippers? Henrix asked, as those that borrow power from devils tend to have a sinister energy signature different from the energy signature of a regular card apprentice. No, I don't think it is them. I think it's undead demigods, an army of them. Field Marshal suspected, recalling the whole ordeal with Ah Sung-young, the politician from the central capital. Having seen Clown Mask's future vision, she instantly pieced together what was happening to her. She deduced that Ah Sung-young might have uncovered the Supreme Leader's undead legion in the central region. As a result, the latter was sending an army of undead demigods to silence Ah Sung before she blabbed about it. Army of undead demigods, you say? What did you guys do to piss off that guy, all people? Henrix inquired the Field Marshal in shock. The Field Marshal frowned, listening to Henrix, though she wasn't sure who he was talking about, but she was surprised that she knew someone who had an army of undead demigods. Curious about who Henrix spoke of, she asked him, Who are you talking about? The masters call him Carl. He is their most loyal and ferocious dog. He never failed any task assigned by them. Currently, he is mostly responsible for cultivating undead card apprentices for them. If I am not remembering it wrong, I think this city is his hometown, Henrix revealed, but then added, That guy's is bad news. Even when I worked for the Masters, I steered clear of him, even though he is not even a demigod. What did you guys do to get on his bad side? Wait, is this regarding Wyatt's feud with the Circle? Though, sending an army of undead for over that seems a bit overkill. Or is he here for Clown Mask too? Henrik's mind ran thinking of the worst possible reasons why the Master's most trusted dogs would target his hometown of all places. I don't think they are here for Clown Mask. Her secret is only known to a select few even among the royal bloodline. Unless you and Luna blabbed it to others, the field marshal said, as her frown narrowed, sensing the number of demigods increased. The field marshal was not new to the term masters. She knew those from the founders' factions referred to the founders as masters, akin to calling them the masters of the card world. However, she and the royal families had little idea about the organization that was formed by the alliance of the founders' factions, which controlled the central government from the shadows. No, it can't be me or Luna. She only shared this information with me. Trust me, I only babbled it to you guys to get you rallied up that one time. Now I am paying the price for it. Henrik's assured the field marshal that there was no information leaked from his side. Then rest assured they are not after Clown Mask. Field marshal sighed in relief. She really did not want the world to learn about Clown Mask's secret, because then the southern region would become the enemy of all other regions. Then, why are they here? Are they really after Wyatt? Henrik's, who knew Carl personally, knew the gravity of the situation and could not help but lose his nerve. One can only imagine his reaction when he learns about Carl's destiny as the supreme leader from Clown Mask's future vision. No, not him, but Ah Sung-young, a young politician from the central region. She seemed to have uncovered his secret about cultivating demigods. I believe they are here to silence her before she blabbed to the royal families. Field Marshal only spoke the half-truth. The full truth was that Ah Sung had discovered what the supreme leader was hiding from the masters, which was why he did not hesitate to send an army of undead demigods at night to kill Ah Sung, despite knowing that the Sky Blossom City was currently under the protection of one of top 10 strongest in the world, Field Marshal Heat sent. Ah Sung is here, and Carl is after her. FCK. Henrik's cussed it out aloud. Unknowingly, his demigod energy leaked from his body. Fortunately, the field marshal was quick to react and contain it, stopping it from affecting the orphanage. His reaction was unlike his causal self when he got captured or Wyatt revealed his secret deal with Southern Princess. You know her? The field marshal was taken aback by Henrik's response. She did not know he could react as such, as he was the guy who remained calm and faced half a dozen supreme beings with her. She did not think something could garner such a reaction from him. I'm sorry. Calming himself, Henrik's apologized for his reaction while continuing to answer her. Yes, I do know her. I see. Field Marshal said, waiting for Henrik's to explain himself. It's just that Carl is serious bad news. You guys don't know him as I do. Those who crossed paths with him did not end well, even if they worked for the Masters. Knowing that Ah Sung is being targeted by him, I cannot help but fear the worst. Heat send, you have to save her, promise me. Henrik's begged, coming clean about his worries to the field marshal. He was really scared of Carl. Knowing the extent of the supreme leader's prowess, the field marshal did not blame him. It would be foolish not to be afraid of someone like that. Sorry, I can't promise you that. My obligation is to Wyatt and the citizens of the southern region. If it or them, I will not hesitate to make the necessary sacrifice. The field marshal cruelly revealed that if sacrificing Ah Sung would protect Wyatt and other citizens, she would do it. The number of the undead demigods on the outskirts of the city was growing. Now there were more than 100 of them, yet more and more undead demigods kept joining them. She was even sent a rescue signal to the Southern Watch. However, considering her recent sour relationship with her niece, she did not think reinforcement would arrive in time. How could you say that? She is one of us. Henrik's yelled at Field Marshal, learning that she did not mind sacrificing Ah Sung. What is that supposed to mean? Are you telling me she is a member of the Freedom Fighters? The field marshal acted surprised, as if all this was news to her, despite knowing how the Freedom Fighters' relationship with Ah Sung led to them supporting ABA Windsor in her quest and liberating the world from the domination of the Three Mischiefs. She is a friend of the Freedom Fighters, which means she is a friend of Wyatt's. He would not let you sacrifice his friend for him. Henrik's had no idea about Wyatt's relationship with Ah Sung. He knew they were acquainted, but he did not know how close they were. So he was just pulling on strings here, hoping one of them changed Field Marshal's mind. Then you have nothing to worry about. The Field Marshal replied nonchalantly, feeling Wyatt could use this information. Therefore, she hurried to his side and Henrik's helplessly followed. He did think of finding Ah Sung in the city, but his intense sense was seriously restricted by the field marshal, especially after the arrival of the undead demigods on the city outskirts. All right, what's wrong? Wyatt inquired Corey as they flew toward the new headquarters. Nothing, Corey replied. Then why are you being weird? Wyatt did not believe her. Her actions were very concerning, as she wasn't being her usual self. What? How am I being weird? I am just doing what a dedicated employee would do. Corey snapped hearing Wyatt call her weird. A dedicated employee would not talk in that tone with their boss. Wyatt sarcastically replied, and then said, just tell me what's going on. You not causing trouble for me is not like you. Corey stared hard at Wyatt, but letting out a sigh, she apologized. I'm sorry my actions have caused you concern. I do better. Polish tea, did you just apologize to me? Did Corey Bright just apologize to me? Wyatt was shocked that Corey would apologize to him out of her own accord. Now that was unlike her. She never did before. It took Susan getting angry with her to apologize to Wyatt. Now Wyatt was sure something was going on with her. Corey frowned seeing Wyatt's exaggerated reaction. She rolled her eyes at him and continued to fly ahead. Wyatt caught up with her and said, you know I don't just see you as my employee but my friend too, right? So, if something is bothering you, just tell me. I will see if I can do something about it. Do you really mean it? Corey asked. She too considered Wyatt as a friend, but she owed too much to feel that way. Now why would I not mean it? It is not like you tried to sabotage my love life time and again, or tried to beat me to a pulp. Just kidding. Corey, I was kidding. Midway through Wyatt's remark, Corey rushed ahead. So Wyatt had to stop pulling her leg, and catching up with her, he had to come clean. Corey, stop. I do think of you as a friend. Just say what's going on with you. How are you so fast? Corey asked Wyatt, seeing him catch with her, as just now she, along with her demon form wings, used little beams aid to fly ahead. Yet Wyatt managed to catch up with her. My celestial force is locked onto you. How do I put it so even you can understand? Imagine, my celestial force is the train, you are the engine pulling it, and I am a passenger on board. Since I am on the train, my speed is the same as the train's speed. That is to say, my speed is the same as yours even if I am stationary. So I will be able to effortlessly catch up to you, just getting in motion. Seeing Corey's eyes go wide with his lengthy explanation, Wyatt decided to end it with an example. It is just like how a passenger on the back of a train can just walk up to the engine at the front of the train, regardless of how fast the engine is going. The same concept is applied here. I don't get it. Corey scratching her head. Just when Wyatt was about to begin his explanation from the start, Field Marshal and Henricks arrived, warning him. Hostile undead demigods have surrounded the city. Listening to Field Marshal's report, Corey and Wyatt's expression turned dignified. After all, undead demigods were more troublesome than the regular demigods. How many are there? Corey asked in concern for her family that lived in this city. Now about 10 dozen of them. More keep joining them, Wyatt replied, as his soul pupils and Hive AI worked together to give him the number. How did you do that? Henricks looked at Wyatt, wondering how he was able to count the exact number of hostile undead demigods so quickly despite the Field Marshal's replica celestial space domain blocking their senses. Trade secret. Wyatt did not answer the Henricks, and then proceeded to ask him, are they here for Asung or Clown Mask? Asung, Henricks replied. You sure you did not blab about Clown Mask to others? Wyatt double-checked because the appearance of the undead demigod was too ahead of time compared to what he saw in the Clown Mask's memories. Now that he thought of it, the circle seemed to have also taken over the Yin-Yang sect, which should not have been possible after he used the Array Master Ji Feng to sabotage their relationship. Wyatt believed that losing the soul pupils to him, and with his intervention, the Supreme Leader's plans should have been delayed by several years, but looking at the army of undead on the outskirts of the city, Wyatt pondered if he was wrong. After all, according to Clown Mask's memories, this was too soon for Carl to have undead demigods. Why does it seem like he has gotten stronger faster? What am I missing? Wyatt pondered, trying to figure out how despite all the setbacks the Supreme Leader could grow stronger faster than he did in the Clown Mask's future vision. What do we do now? Corey asked in impatience, seeing Wyatt was lost in thoughts. Little Bame was strong, but 100+ undead demigods were too much for her to handle, even with the help of the Field Marshal and Henricks. Even though Little Bame repeatedly told her that it would take care of all of them, She dismissed her claims, believing she was bragging in front of, just as Wyatt pointed out earlier. Wait a sec. Wyatt hurriedly called Diana. When she answered his call, he asked, have the kids left? Or are they still loitering around the city? His soul pupils did not find any kids on the city's outskirts, but he called her and asked just to be safe. Also, he was worried that the undead demigods might have already gotten to them, which was why he did not see any kids. Yes, except for JJ and his friends. Everyone left right away. But Adrian and her girls choose to stay behind, so I have made arrangements for them to stay in the city. Is something wrong, boss? Diana asked, feeling it was unlike Wyatt to call and check on kids this late at night. Okay, don't panic. A couple of demigods are planning to attack the city. Reach out to the city hall and get them to start the city's protection array and declare a curfew asking all citizens to stay inside. Wyatt informed Diana, hoping this would get citizens to safety without causing a panic. Leave it to me, boss. I know what to do. I got this covered. You and Field Marshal focus on those demigods, Diana assured Wyatt, and hung up the call to make the necessary arrangements. Couldn't I have just used my intense sense to warn everyone? It would have been a lot faster and more assuring, Field Marshal asked as Wyatt and Diana hung up the call. That would also cause a mass panic. Now everyone will think it is just a small deal, and they would be safe as long as they stayed inside, Wyatt clarified. Yes, the Field Marshal was the Southern hero. Everyone would feel safer knowing she was protecting them, but once she was involved, everyone would also know that this time the threat to the city was not a small deal, but serious if it needed the Field Marshal herself to take action. Despite their trust in the Southern hero, that would cause unwarranted panic. Therefore, it was best if they learned it through regular channels. You two, why are you guys acting like this is not a big deal? I know Heatsend is strong, but she is just one person. While she is dealing with one batch of the undead, another batch of them could wipe this city off the map. This is a serious issue. We need reinforcements. Did you contact the Southern Watch? Henrix snapped, seeing Wyatt and Field Marshal focus on little details instead of the threat at their doorsteps. What's wrong with him? Wyatt asked the Field Marshal, seeing Henrix lose marbles over this when he managed to maintain his calm after being captured and detained by them. He is worried that if necessary, we will sacrifice Asung to save ourselves and the city. Field Marshal Heatsend passed Henrix's leash to Wyatt, hoping he could think of something to use it. Now that's a possible solution. Wyatt understood the assignment without needing the Field Marshal to say more. How can you guys talk about sacrificing a person so casually? Henrix felt the duo of Wyatt and Field Marshal was toying with him, but he could not help it, as just the notion of them planning to sacrifice Asung to save others got him rallied up. Here's thing, Henrix. Asung is neither one of us nor the Southern citizen. She is an outsider. So, if it means saving the many, we have to do what needs to be done. You were a soldier once. You should know this better than me. Wyatt replied with a grim tone, perfectly conveying it was what it was. You guys are willing to sacrifice a helpless soul to protect yourself. How dare you call yourselves Southern Hope and Southern Hero? Aren't you guys not ashamed of yourselves? Listening to Wyatt call Asung a necessary sacrifice to the lives of many, Henrix lost his calm and threw a fit. He wanted to continue to persuade them to reconsider, only to be interrupted by Corey. Old man, aren't you forgetting you are a prisoner and in no place to make demands, let alone badmouth your captors? Little girls, stay out of this. Henrix frowned, but dismissed Corey's remarks, not wanting to argue with a child. However, just then an intimidating aura enough to threaten him covered him, causing him to take a second glance at Corey and notice that the source of the threat was the white bangle on her hand. It should be the entity masking her intent from me, he thought. Henrix was no regular demigod. His power levels were way higher than that of an elite demigod for him to feel threatened by a bangle-shaped entity, no less. He was really puzzled. He wondered what was going on here. With his intense sense being suppressed by the Field Marshal's celestial rule domain, he was clueless. Having maintained tabs on Wyatt and his people, Henrix knew Corey quite well. She stood out among his circle of friends because of her parents, and especially her unidentified SSS rank familiar, White Snake Monster. Now, seeing that she had a bangle that could give him a sense of threat, he wondered if it was a new power or something related to her SSS rank familiar. Either way, she was someone to watch out for, he concluded. Ignoring Corey, Henrix looked at Wyatt and Field Marshal, who were staring into the city outskirts with a grim expression. Seeing the grave expression on their face, his heart jumped to his throat, because the more dangerous the situation was, the more likely they would give up on Asong. Hee-tsen, what's wrong? Henrix asked, hoping the situation was not as bad as he was thinking in his mind. There are about 250 undead demigods surrounding the city now, and their number only keeps increasing. To make it worse, they seem to have arranged themselves in some sort of battle formation. Henrix, how many undead demigods did the master actually cultivate? And why? The field marshal updated Henrix and inquired about the master's plan. Having gone through Clown Mask's memories, she had a rough idea of just how many undead demigods the masters cultivated, but she had no idea where the masters got the resources to cultivate them and why they cultivated them in the first place, since Clown Mask's memories did not have answer to them. In her future vision, the Clown Mask was a disposable pawn in the Supreme Leader's plan, so the information she held was limited. It is a secret only known to the masters and their most trusted dogs. Henrix stated, revealing nothing but the fact he knew the answer to why the masters were doing what they were doing. Old man, you don't get to negotiate. As our prisoner, if we ask, you answer. If we order, you bark. Do you understand? Corey snapped at Henrix, causing Wyatt and Field Marshal to look at her with their eyes wide, thinking she would make a good jailer. Henrix gave Corey a blank stare, trying to stir clear of her white bangle. He proposed, as long you guys promise to ensure Asong's safety, I will tell you everything I know about the master's plans. Corey was about to snap Henrix again, but Wyatt spoke ahead of saying, give me the information, I will judge if it is worth risking an entire city. No, I will give you the information, and in exchange you allow me to send Asong to the Yellow Plains. Also, if you want, I will call my people to help us deal with the situation here. However, that is only if promised to take care of any trouble with the law. As a show of good faith, I am willing to take an oath not to try and escape amidst all this. What do you say? Henrix proposed a plan to not only ensure Asong's safety, but the city's too. No need. Just give me the information, I will ensure Asong's safety. Wyatt rejected Henrix's help, promising not to hand over Asong to the enemy in exchange for his information. Wyatt wanted to know why the masters had Carl cultivate undead. Their foolishness to cultivate undead and let Carl be in charge of it, of all people, led to deaths at the hands of the three mischiefs despite their strength. He could not wonder what could have caused the master to be this foolish. What could have been so important was that did not see Carl's betrayal from miles away. Were they the ones that helped Carl cultivate undead demigods ahead faster than seen in Clown Mask's future vision? He had too many questions, but no answers, as Clown Mask's future vision only contained information about what she was part of or learned. She wasn't omniscient. Now that he knew Henrix had the answers he needed, he decided to compromise, even though he never actually planned on giving up Asong. Listening to Wyatt reject his help, Henrix frowned. Then he thought back to their nonchalant approach to enemies surrounding the city. He realized they were never in need of help and planned to trick him using Asong from the start. Fortunately, he knew something else they wanted more at the moment. Otherwise, he might have indeed fallen for their tricks. We have a deal. Henrix hurriedly agreed to Wyatt, fearing he would change his mind, and then revealed. The masters are planning to unseal the unranked dungeons that were sealed by the original founders, deeming them too dangerous to explore. They plan to use the undead legion that Carl is cultivating for them to raid these dungeons. Unranked dungeons. Have they gone mad? Unranked dungeons. Have they gone mad? Wyatt and Field Marshal had different reactions to the information revealed by Henrix. Maybe, if Wyatt knew what unranked dungeons were, he too would have had the same reaction as Field Marshal Heat-Send. The Field Marshal, regaining her composure, explained to Wyatt, unranked dungeons can be considered as dungeons ranked above SSS-ranked dungeons. If not for the worlds while monitoring these dungeons, there would be no 5 regions or empire to begin with. Just like how the worlds will suppresses the demons and devils, it also suppresses the monsters from the unranked dungeon in case of a dungeon break. If not for that suppression dampening their power level, it would be hard even for me to kill those monsters. Our ancestors who tried to raid the dungeon had a very hard time making it out alive. The monsters in them were just too strong even for them, making it impossible to clear these dungeons. Since no one could clear these dungeons, dungeon breaks began to take place frequently. Even though these monsters were suppressed by the worlds, well, they were still stronger than regular demigods, making every unranked dungeon break a disaster for card apprentices. Therefore, our ancestors decided to seal these dungeons such that dungeon breaks would not be possible. Many scholars have wondered why the worlds will treated the unranked dungeons differently compared to other ranked dungeons. Our ancestors believed it was because these unranked dungeons were too strong for the world's realm sealing. They were stronger than the demigods, just like how the devils were too strong for them. Hence, the monsters from these dungeons face the world's suppression when they leave the dungeon. Except for the unranked dungeons in the way beyond, all the unranked dungeons in the 5 regions and empire have been sealed by our ancestors. And in case of new unranked dungeon appearances, the government and the royal families would come together to use dungeon sealing method we inherited from our ancestors to seal them for good. How do these seals work? Is it even possible to seal an active dungeon? Wyatt asked, finding the existence of unranked dungeons baffling. Unranked dungeon. A dungeon so strong that even the strongest of the demigods were helpless against it and had no choice but to seal it. It is possible. Our ancestors have designed an array formation which shipons energy from the dungeon to seal it. Therefore, the stronger the dungeon, the stronger the seal. So far, none of the unranked dungeon seals have broken. So that is enough to prove that the seal our ancestor designed is effective enough. The field marshal proudly said, but then, she frowned, complaining, I never thought that masters would one day become foolish enough to undo our ancestors' hard work and put the rest of us in danger. Put the rest of us in danger? Corey asked, not understanding how they would be in danger. Even if the masters failed to explore the unranked dungeon with their undead legion, they still had the world's will on their side and the seal array formation to seal the unranked dungeon, so she did not understand how they would be in danger. The last unranked dungeon to be sealed was 7 centuries ago. There is no telling what has transpired in the dungeon in the last 7 centuries. Many have agreed with the theory called dungeon mutation. It claims that the sealed unranked dungeon or the monsters within it would undergo mutation after a certain sealing period. To prove this theory, they sealed an A-rank dungeon for a century. When they removed the seal on the dungeon, they found that the dungeon was on the verge of mutating into an SS-rank dungeon. Therefore, there is no telling what happened to the sealed unranked dungeons that have been sealed for multiple centuries. In case the masters fail and a dungeon break happens, it would be a disaster unlike any other. The field marshal gravely explained the grim consequences of the masters' foolishness. Wyatt too felt that the masters were being foolish, but he believed there had to be a good reason why they were willing to take so much regarding this one, when they all lived a life of cowards so far. The only reason the masters were able to outlive the other founders from the original group of founders of the 5 regions was that they remained hidden from trouble and used Founder Norley's secret method to lead a prosperous and long lifespan. Not because they were the strongest among the founders. For such cowards to let go of all caution and pursue something that could prove their end meant that they stood to gain something from it, that even someone as cowardly as them could not help but covet at the risk of their life. Wyatt was now starting to doubt if these unranked dungeons held some kind of secret that the rest of them did not know. He would not be surprised if that were truly the case, as it was not the first time these people have hoodwinked the masses to monopolize the good things for themselves. But he could not figure out what could it be that the masters not only sought, but were willing to risk their lives along everything they built so far. Secret to transcendence. As these 3 words appeared in Wyatt's mind, it became clear to him why the masters were doing what they were doing. However, Wyatt still felt that he was far from the truth. If these dungeons held secrets to transcendence, then the original founders of the 5 regions would never have decided to seal these dungeons, instead risked their lives to explore these dungeons regardless of the cost. Therefore, he believed he was missing something important here, causing him to wreck his brain trying to figure out the master's game plan here. Why do the masters even want to raid the seal unranked dungeon? They should know better than that. While Wyatt was contemplating it, the field marshal asked Henrix, Beats me. I still don't understand why they would seal the unranked dungeons in the first place. Henrix knew what the masters were up to, but he had no idea why they were doing it. What is that supposed to mean? If they had not sealed the unranked dungeons, it would have been impossible for them to establish the 5 regions in the first place. Back then they had to deal with the ranked and unranked monsters, supreme beings, dark race invasion, and other problems we know little of. It would be easier for them if they could eliminate one of these variables permanently so they can focus on other variables. So, I can understand their decision to seal the unranked dungeons. The field marshal gave the textbook answer the royal family taught her when she was little. Therefore, listening to her, both Henrix and Wyatt shook their heads. Then, Henrix pointed out, many see the ranked dungeons and the monsters in them as problems to be solved, but that is untrue. Without them, not only our whole economy will crumble, we will lose meaning. We are card apprentice. We raid dungeons, hunt monsters, and use their ingredients to create stronger cards. The same goes for unranked dungeons, though because of the world's realm limit, we are not able to grow strong enough to clear these unranked dungeons, but the same world is helping us by suppressing the escaped unranked monsters. What I am trying to say is that though escaped unranked monsters were hard to deal with, the unranked ingredients we gained from killing them were not something we could find anywhere. They would allow us to create stronger cards. Eventually, we would have cards strong enough to help us clear unranked dungeons. Though our realm was limited, our overall power would have grown significantly. Heat's End. Individuals such as yourself would be able to solo these unranked dungeons equipped with the unranked cards created using the unranked ingredients from the unranked monsters. Think about it. What all our ancestors could have achieved if they had unranked cards helping them. Yet for some reason only known to them, they chose to seal the unranked dungeons. These unranked cards would have easily allowed them to deal with monsters, supreme beings, dark races, and other problems of their era simultaneously with ease. Not only that, the current card society would have developed to unseen heights, maybe even to the point where we would not have to worry about facing dark races in our home world. Yet, they went ahead and sealed the unranked dungeons, and we have been following their arrangements without asking any questions like a bunch of sheep. What's important to notice here is that we lost much important knowledge like the creation of the celestial rule domain, yet we somehow continue to remember the seal array formation that will help us seal an unranked dungeon, which doesn't actually help us if you ask me. Henrix paused after speaking his mind about the unranked dungeon and how he found sealing them a little suspicious. If we ask you, the whole world is a big conspiracy. You are just overthinking. Field Marshal Heatsen dismissed Henrix's remarks as questionable conspiracy theories. She stuck to what she was taught, as the original founders were her heroes. She could not doubt them. Meanwhile, Wyatt thought Henrix brought up great points. Heatsen, you are beyond help, Henrix said, giving up trying to explain it to the Field Marshal as he saw Wyatt had understood what he was getting at. Unlike the Field Marshal and Wyatt, Henrix had spent many nights trying to figure out the Master's plan. Hence he began to see how fishy the move of sealing the unranked dungeons was. Why seal dungeons that would make you stronger, allowing you to deal with stronger enemies? He did not understand what the original founders were thinking when they decided to seal the unranked dungeons, unless these dungeons held dangers unknown to them and known only to the original founders who survived it, or was there something shady afoot here? Even after many sleepless nights, Henrix felt that he was nowhere close to the answer as to why the original founders sealed the unranked dungeons and why the Masters planned to unseal and raid these dungeons now of all times. I am beyond help. You are beyond help. Do you think card creation is simple? Do you even know how much research goes into various ingredients to create a single card recipe? Do you know how hard it is to study an SSS rank ingredient and create a card based on it? Now you tell me the amount of time and manpower that would be required to study an unranked ingredient and create unranked cards? Yes, unranked cards would make us stronger and develop our society to new heights, but unranked cards are not easy to create. How were the ancestors supposed to make time to create unranked cards when they were facing various existential threats? Wake up and stop living in dreams, you ungrateful nutjob revolutionary. Not everything is conspiracy. Our ancestors did their best to build this society we live in. You better learn to respect it, if not them. Heatsen did not hold back and went full-on berserker on Henrix, giving him an earful. I guess this how she is among friends, Wyatt thought, having gotten to see a new side to Field Marshal Heatsen. Corey looked at the Field Marshal in a new light and subtly gave her a thumbs up. She preferred this Field Marshal more. She was happy that the Field Marshal did not let the criminal walk all over her and showed him who's who and what's what. If not for her having decided to be more diligent toward her duties like her parents in all 3 of her lifetimes, Corey would have whistled and cheered for the field marshal. Both Field Marshal Heatsend and Henricks made excellent points, but ultimately Wyatt sided with Henricks because he felt Field Marshal Heatsend was seriously underestimating the original founders even though she admires them. The card apprentices after the original founders were still trying to catch up to their level. So Wyatt felt that judging the original founders with the standards of regular card apprentices would be foolish and a serious underestimation of their capabilities. Though Wyatt sided with Henricks, he did not think there was some huge conspiracy afoot with regard to sealing the unranked dungeons. He believed the original founders had a plan when they decided to seal the unranked dungeons, but with time only the masters remained to reap the benefit of their joint efforts. Wyatt agreed with Henricks that the card apprentices would always choose to defeat stronger monsters to make stronger cards. That was how things worked back then and now. To add merit to this point, the whole card world's habitat was meant to nurture this kind of living. Therefore, it was suspicious that the card apprentices would go out of their way to seal the way for them to grow powerful, even beyond the realm limit of their home world. He did not think there was an unknown danger in the unranked dungeon that only the original founders knew about, because if so, then cowards like the masters would not come forward willing to bet their all to unseal these dungeons and raid them. Clearly, the unranked dungeons held a secret, and now was the best time to reap it. Therefore, the masters were willing to come out hiding together to raid these unranked dungeons. If things were to go according to Clown Mask's future vision, then masters would end up dead and nobody would ever uncover the truth of the sealed, unranked dungeons. However, now the timeline has changed, there was no telling how things would end up. But seeing how Carl was still trying to kill Asong as per the Clown Mask's future vision, Wyatt believed most things of the end result would not change even if things were happening faster and slightly differently. Yes, Carl would not be able to kill Asong in this timeline because she too asylum under Wyatt, but Carl's secret will still be safe as both the Southern royal family and Wyatt wanted him to take care of the masters for them. Therefore, they would ensure Asong would keep his secret. Once Carl had taken care of the masters, it was their time to act. No matter what, the masters were still considered and treated like legendary heroes in all 5 regions. So, anyone to get rid of them would only become a villain in the eyes of the general masses who had no idea what the true masters were like. Therefore, both Wyatt and the Southern royal family wanted Carl to do the job for them. Then they would swoop in, kill Carl, and become the heroes while gaining the maximum benefit from the death of the masters. The Southern royal family had their plans while Wyatt had his plans. However, unfortunately for the Southern royal family, while they stalked Carl, Wyatt was stalking them. Unlike the field marshal just recently learned that Wyatt knew about Clown Mask's future vision, the rest of the Southern royal family had no idea. This was why Wyatt continued to keep his distance from Clown Mask even after rescuing her from her top-secret prison. To ensure that the Southern royal family understood, he only rescued Clown Mask to make a point about this criminal reformation program and nothing more. Amidst all this, there was one huge variable. How did Carl manage to kill the masters in the Clown Mask's future vision timeline? Since Clown Mask was not part of this incident, she had zero idea of how Carl managed to kill all the masters. But one thing was clear, Carl did get help from the other 2 mischiefs to fulfill his plans to kill the masters, which was why he helped them in their conquests. Though their alliance was only for convenience's sake after using them to kill masters, he did keep his promise to them. It seems that deeds solidified their alliance for the better until ABA Windsor happened. Now the million-dollar questions were, what secret do the sealed, unranked dungeons hold? How did the 3 mischiefs manage to kill the masters in Clown Mask's future vision timeline? Will the 3 mischiefs be successful in killing the masters even in this timeline? With so many unanswered questions, Wyatt felt he needed to find answers to these questions before the masters and 3 mischiefs made their respective more. After all, as their stalker, he would not want to miss the golden time to attack and claim all for himself. It seems they gathered and are ready to attack, the field marshal said in a cold voice, awakening Wyatt from his contemplation. 700 undead demigods. It seems the supreme leader plans to bury the whole along with Asong just to be safe. Wyatt quickly scanned the city outskirts with his soul pupils and Hive AI to determine that the supreme leader had sent 700 undead demigods to not only silence Asong, but everyone in the city, including the field marshal. All 700 of the undead demigods were neatly arranged, forming a domineering battle formation that could take on an army of demigods 3 times their size. It seems the supreme leader did not make the mistake of underestimating his enemies this time, like in the case of the Sun Blossom City. After all, this time his opponent was one of the top 10 strongest in the world. It was only logical. 700. Both Corey and Henrix exclaimed aloud, simultaneously listening to Wyatt. What surprised the two of them, even more, was sensing a lack of fear in Wyatt. With his sense restricted by the Field Marshal's replica celestial rule domain, Henrix could not sense the 700 undead demigods in the outskirts of the city, yet he felt a sense of pressure and fear from the situation as things were at their worst. Even if the reinforcement were to arrive in time, he did not know if it would be enough to face their enemies. Their reinforcement might end up requiring rescue along with them. Yet, Wyatt not only did not agree with his proposal to use his ability to bring his allies to make up the required numbers to face the enemies, but showed no fear toward their current situation. Seeing him like this caused Henrix's fears to vanish, believing that Wyatt and Field Marshal had things under control. Maybe the reinforcement they called had arrived and had enough numbers. After all, they had the home field advantage. If the Southern Hero and Southern Hope were to be outnumbered by enemies in the Southern region, then it would indeed be shameful on the Southern region's part. However, that was impossible, but if it were to happen, now that'd be funny. Thinking of this, Henrix shook his head with a chuckle, finding the random thought in his head hilarious. However, his chuckle remained stuck in his throat when he heard Wyatt say, "Field Marshal, gather them and leave the rest to me." Hey, Wyatt, don't tell me you plan to face all 700 of them by yourself," Henrix asked frantically, Wyatt wondering if he heard him. "Yes," Wyatt replied nonchalantly. Hey, Wyatt, don't tell me you plan to face all 700 of them by yourself," Henrix asked frantically, Wyatt wondering if he heard him. "Yes," Wyatt replied nonchalantly. The reason the undead demigods were considered stronger than average demigods was because of their undead bodies that recovered regardless of the damage suffered. They felt no pain. They summoned strong, undead minions such as SSS rank undead monsters, and their body toxins that would counter their opponent's physical attacks with SSS rank rot curse. Apart from that, they were similar to regular demigods. The physique and traits of the undead demigods might be frightening and too hard to deal with for average demigods, but that was not a problem for Wyatt. Wyatt could disintegrate and reconstruct his body with a single thought, so he was partially immortal and immune to physical damage. Having mastered the blood curse meaning of the blood rule to the ultimate tire, he had gained immunity to the curses. As for the undead demigods summoning SSS rank undead monsters, if Wyatt cared about being outnumbered, he would never have tried to 700 of them at once alone. Seeing Field Marshal was following Wyatt's arrangement, Henrix looked at her in dismay and said, "Don't tell me you're going to go along with this? That is not 1 or 2, but 700 undead demigods. I know he defeated a strong devil that took out 4 teams of elite demigods by himself, but aren't you overestimating the kid too much?" "No, I am not overestimating him, but you are underestimating him too much," the Field Marshal said, preparing to gather all 700 undead demigods in one place, so Wyatt could go all out without having to worry about them escaping or him accidentally destroying the city. That's an army of undead demigods he planning to go against, alone at that. How am I the one underestimating him, but not him overestimating himself? Henrix asked in sheer disbelief at the Field Marshal's response, only to hear Corey brag, "Old man, what are you afraid of? These just a bunch of dead people." Little Bame said they are not even worth her taking action. Seeing how even Wyatt dared to face the army of undead head-on, Corey, who was first skeptical, began to believe Little Bame's bragging. If the enemies were not weak, how would the Field Marshal, who was supposed to protect Wyatt, let him fight a fight he would not win? So, she began to wonder that Little Bame wasn't exaggerating about its strength, but the enemies they face might indeed be too weak for it. Henrix stared at Corey blankly and asked, "When you were little, were you dropped on your head?" "Old man, are you trying to pick a fight?" Corey snapped at Henrix. His question to her was the same as him calling her idiot to her face. "Little girl, do you take me for a fool?" Henrix snapped right back at Corey. Her bragging that her imaginary friend could take on the army of undead demigods effortlessly to him of all the people her was the same as her taking him for a fool. Old man, are you calling me Lair? And who are you calling an imaginary friend? Little Bame is very real. Believe it or not, I will have Little Bame chew you alive and spit your mangled corpse in a latrine pit. So, you may rest in feces for eternity. Corey yelled in rage, her chest heaving with her deep yet fast breathing. Henrix stared at Corey in rage. He wanted to say something, but found himself unable to think of words to refute. How would one go about commenting against something so absurd? Will you two F-King shut up and let me concentrate? The field marshal suddenly yelled, staring daggers at Corey and Henrix. Their banter was not enough for her to lose her concentration as she tried to pinpoint the exact location of all 700 undead demigods to gather them together for Wyatt to finish them all together. But when Corey said she would have Henrix rest in feces, RIF, for eternity, she lost concentration, finding this particular remark funny, and thing how Corey presented was witty. If not for her years of training to remain indifferent, she might have laughed out aloud. Now, this is the Corey I know, Wyatt chimed in. Then, he warned Henrix, don't provoke her. Restricted by the domain, you are not her familiar's match, and you would only be giving her a chance to stand good on her words, to make you rest in feces for eternity. Wyatt laughed at Henrix's expense, but sensing Field Marshal's gaze land on him, he apologized. I'm sorry. Please carry on. Despite winning against Henrix verbally, Corey's mood did not seem to have improved, but she appeared to be moping, causing Wyatt to wonder what was bothering her again. If women were hard to understand, this one took the cake. At first, she used to be predictable, but recently, she has been acting strange even for her. He offered to talk to her earlier, but she wasn't forthcoming. He reached out, but she did not take his hand, so there was nothing he could do here. Wyatt felt with Park and Little Bame by her side, he did not have to go out of his way to talk to her about things weighing on her. Not to mention she still had Susan. Wyatt, you ready? Having locked on to all 700 undead demigods, Field Marshal Heatsend asked if Wyatt was prepared so that she could gather them together. Yes, do it, Wyatt affirmed aloud, nodding at the Field Marshal, who nodded back and chanted, Celestial Mesitic Dimension. Soon a pitch-black starry sphere expanded uniformly at incredible speed with Field Marshal as the center. In a flash, it outgrew her initial celestial space domain, covering the city, spreading to the outskirts, and swallowing all 700 of the undead demigods. Then it began to recede, instantly turning into a small sphere in the Field Marshal's hand, and soon vanished. With it, the 700 undead demigods, Wyatt, and Henrix had vanished, leaving only Field Marshal, Corey, and the entire city with the Field Marshal's celestial space domain still covering it. Noticing Wyatt was nowhere to be found, Corey demanded, Where's Wyatt? Send me to his side. The Field Marshal was taken aback by Corey's response and could not help but say, What's going on? Just send me to Wyatt's side. Corey desperately requested the Field Marshal once again. Get yourself together. Wyatt doesn't need you by his side right now. You will only get in his way. The Field Marshal did not understand why Corey was so desperate. She did not think Corey would care so deeply about Wyatt. No, as his employee, I have to be his side, Corey replied, feeling even if she was weak, Little Bame was strong and could protect both her and Wyatt while killing the 700 undead demigods. What is that supposed to mean? Speak clearly. That did not explain anything. The Field Marshal said sternly. She was losing patience with this one. If not for the southern region owing her parents too much, she would not have bothered at this point. It is my duty. I have to fulfill my duty diligently like my parents. Please, send me to Wyatt's side, Corey pleaded with the Field Marshal. Sigh. Is this about the take we had earlier? When I asked you to be more like your parents, I'm meaning be as understanding as your parents, not. Is this one of those passive-aggressive satire? This is not funny at all. The Field Marshal felt that Corey was getting back at her for their talk earlier. However, that was truly not the case, as Corey did not even listen to her or the royal instructor at all. She nodded physically, but mentally her mind wandered. But one thing did stick with her, to be like her parents. She was trying so hard to change, but did not know what she wanted to change into. Her past life gave her a good idea about what not to change into. Not to mention she did not want to be a carbon copy of her past life. So, when Corey was still searching for answers, she felt being like her parents would be a good idea. In all three lives so far, her parents have been exemplary parents, at least those who chose to be part of her life were. She planned to learn from them how to live her life. The first thing about them she noticed was they were honest and diligent people. They not only took care of their family, but also made time to be a part of society. They took their duties and responsibilities very seriously and completed them diligently. Though they were not always rewarded for it, they took pleasure in just completing their duties and responsibilities to the best of their abilities. They had a simple but fulfilling life. Corey was happy to be a part of their family, though she always couldn't be the daughter they deserved, and was the daughter they were stuck with. They never complained and tried to make do no matter how hard she made it for them. But everyone has a breaking point, and Corey regrets sometimes having found them. Still, in her three lives so far, her parents were an example she could choose to shape her life. Unlike others, she did not have big ambitions. She only wanted not to be a horrible person. Everyone had their fears, and Corey was being a bad daughter to the Bright family, the Southern region, and the card world itself. She knew who she was before she got her origin card, and her past life was a good indication of what she would have ended up like if she had continued down that path. He had nightmares of her old self taking over her and doing horrible things like her past self did. No earth. What Corey did not know was that it was the darkness with her titled demon core that was trying to come out, but not her past self. She did not have multiple personalities or multiple consciousnesses. If anything, her origin card ensured that her past life memories did not negatively influence her mind. It was just the darkness within her titled demon core trying to weaken her mind by creating doubts and fears to take over her body. Still, these fears gave her a direction in life, who she wanted to become and be, and she chose her parents from all three of her lives. She would soak in what they had to teach, digest them, and become the daughter that they not only deserved but could be proud of. In his mother's celestial mystic dimension, Ransom was sitting in a corner moping and staring at the huge seal standing between him and his freedom. The seal was a lot more intimidating and domineering than he remembered. He recalled how in the name of training their mother abused him and his siblings by throwing them in this dump. Back then he would find solace in knowing that his other siblings were also facing the same seal, but now he could not even do that. Instead, it made things worse. He was a grown man, and as someone who had lived for centuries, he demanded to be treated with more respect. But knowing that screaming and throwing a tantrum would have no effect, he just sat there in the corner going over his life and wondered how come all the women in his life were so domineering. First, a mother who believed not sparing the rod on her kids was love. Second, a wife who keeps trying to introduce BDSM plays into their bedroom activities. Third, his unrequited love, who was the mighty city lord of the border city. Fourth, a daughter who betrayed her family and state to get more freedom to carry out her research and became a fugitive. Just thinking of the domineering women in his family, he was depressed. He did not have the mental state to think about the ones in his relatives, as it was a long list. Shaking his head, Ransom got up and stared at the seal long and hard before letting out a deep sigh and summoning his grimoire to take out a griller and a cooler filled with monster meat and beer. He soon began grilling monster meat while sipping on his beer. Thanks to Wyatt's VR slime card's soul energy digestion ability, he had found a surefire way to relax his mind while enjoying himself, and there was nothing illegal about it. While turning the meat, his mind relaxed and wandered. He suddenly recalled the face of a young girl he met today and could not help but think, she looks so much like her mother, alas. Damn, what am I thinking? Begone demonic thoughts. Ransom's random thoughts gave him a scare for a second there, as they weren't the thoughts a married man of his age should be thinking. Then, he picked up his beer bottle to check its label, and thought, what is in it? I only took a dozen sips, and am already wasted enough to have such impure thoughts. He then greedily emptied the bottle and slammed it hard on the ground. It was his mother's dimension. He could behave as he wanted in here. Popping open another bottle of beer, he ate a piece of rear meat, and then took a sip of the beer. Just then he felt multiple presences above him, to find about 700 hovering corpses. So, he could not help but look at the beer bottle in his hand once more and think, damn, what is in it? This is my second bottle, and I am starting to see things already. I should stock up more of these. Ransom, this no time for drinking. Prepare for battle. Henrix, who was also sent into the celestial mystic dimension and had zero confidence in Wyatt's prowess, yelled, finding a familiar face in the unknown space. Huh. Hearing someone call his name, Ransom looked toward the source of the sound. It was someone he knew very well, Henrik's. However, Ransom shook his head hard, rubbed his eyes, and alternated his gaze between Henrik's figure and the beer bottle in his hand, trying to figure out if he was seeing and hearing things or Henrik's solitude among all these floating corpses scrambling for a battle array formation were real. Then, he could not help but ask, "Henrik's, is that really you?" "Yes, it is me. What's with you? Don't tell me you are already wasted." Henrik's panicked, thinking Ransom might not be much help. Conforming that everything he was seeing was real, Ransom flew toward Henrik's, ignoring the undead demigods at the fastest speed he could fathom, yelling, "You son of itch, give me my daughter back." SHD. Listening to Ransom's yell, Henrik's realized that Ransom would definitely not be of help and might be the cause of his death. Seeing Ransom approach him with unparalleled killing in his eyes, Henrik quickly made use of his origin card to teleport to the other end of this celestial mystic dimension. Having escaped, Henrik's was just happy that he could use his cards and abilities fine within part of the celestial mystic dimension allotted for Ransom. The reason Mystic Dimension of the Field Marshal was powerful was that it ran on its own set of rules that even its creator Field Marshal Heatsend could not break. It was because of these rules she did not allocate a separate section of the celestial mystic dimension for the undead demigods versus Wyatt fight and instead transported them all to the part of the celestial mystic dimension she assigned for Ransom's training. Originally, the plan was only to send in Wyatt and the undead demigods, but the Field Marshal sent in Henrik's too because she believed it would cheer up her youngest. After all, he had the biggest bone to pick with Henrik's, as the latter led his daughter astray and turned her into one of the most wanted fugitives in the 5 regions. "Henrik's, you old bastard, where are you hiding my daughter, you son of itch?" Ransom screamed as he darted toward the other end of the celestial mystic dimension, chasing Henrik's. "Ransom, calm yourself. This is not the time or the place to reminisce the past or blame each other. Let us deal with these undead demigods before they form a battle array formation and trap us to our deaths." Henrik's tried to reason with Ransom, being chased by the latter, who showed no sign of slowing down or compromise. But they both came to an instant halt as a thick and sinister domain covered them. Celestial Blood-Cursed Domain. Appearing within the upgraded version of Field Marshal's infamous Mystic Dimension, Wyatt looked around curiously, ignoring the undead demigods that flew around following their predetermined orders. Judging from their actions, their orders were not hard to guess. They were most likely ordered to gather in a battle array formation and kill everyone in sight. Even in the Mystic Dimension, far from their master, unable to connect to him, they continued to complete their mission without any doubt or hesitation. This was one of the scariest things about fighting the undead for the living. Well, they were considered killing machines for a reason, void of emotions like pain, fear, etc. Wyatt looked around the Mystic Dimension impressed and wondered what rules and their meanings the Field Marshal combined to create the hybrid rune of this dimension. Fusion of 2 meanings from the same rule was hard, much less from different rules. He should know, as he recently did contemplate creating a hybrid rune using the Blood Fate Plunder meaning and Blood Curse meaning, but he did not know where to begin. The fusion of 2 rules or their meanings can be considered as bringing 2 different occupations together. Similar to how chefs in this world tend to master knife martial arts so they are able to cut their vegetables and meat better. Wyatt had heard about chefs who cut vegetables and meat so fast that the flavor of the vegetables and meat didn't get affected, maintaining their original taste, integrity, and freshness. The chefs have managed to enhance their culinary skills to another level by incorporating martial arts into their culinary world. Who would thought that the chefs would attain higher levels in their culinary skills by expending a part of their time practicing knife martial arts to the highest mastery they could? Even if they had a hunch, would they be willing to take time out of their everyday life to master the martial arts to the required realm? Even if one were well-versed both in culinary skills and knife martial arts, would they know or ever imagine that just by cutting the vegetables and meats fast enough, they could continue to maintain their taste and freshness without compromising their structural integrity? Wyatt was facing trouble similar to the latter example. He had the necessary mastery of both meanings of the blood rule, but he had yet to find a common ground where the Blood Fate Plunder meaning could be complemented by or would complement the Blood Curse meaning. This would require Wyatt to utilize his ultimate understanding of these two blood rule meanings to the maximum to find a common ground between them. The more versatile the common ground Wyatt finds between them, the stronger the resulting hybrid rune would be. But it was all up to Wyatt's creativity, imagination, and problem-solving ability. This would be the true test of his genius. Just like how the Field Marshal's hybrid rune was one of a kind and praised by many. Many world leaders have approached her asking to train in her mystic dimension, but resolutely refused. None of their offers managed to change her mind. The capability and popularity of her hybrid rune was testament of her genius. Wyatt did not know about anything else, but he hoped he too could create a one-of-kind hybrid rune that was as versatile and in demand as the Field Marshal Heatsen's hybrid rune mystic dimension. Wyatt, who was admiring the Field Marshal's celestial mystic dimension, woke up from his trance listening to the ruckus that Henrix and Ransom stirred up. Compared to these two, the undead demigods that were assembling neatly to form a battle array formation did not stir up so much noise. How are these undead demigods both obedient to their master and still sentient? They are not card summons, so it can only mean they were cultivated using dark arts. But as far as the undead demigods created by dark arts are very sinister in nature and would kill their master if the latter showed even a sign of weakness, Wyatt was curious seeing how Carl had come up with a method to keep the undead obedient but not affect their sentient at the same time. After all the dark arts to make undead subservient involved degrading their sentience to partial sentience, such that they were no longer too independent and smart enough to think of freedom. However, such kind of undead can only act as a mob. But seeing how these undead demigods were smart enough to assemble in battle array formation and continue to execute their orders without any involvement of their masters showed that the undead demigods did not lose their sentience. Even if their sentence were to be tempered with it, did not seem to have deteriorated a lot. It was at a balance where they were subservient to their master while being smart enough to execute his orders without much guidance. Carl seems to have achieved a relationship with his undead legion similar to Wyatt's relationship with his Calamity Daughter gems. But Wyatt believed that Carl's method wasn't better than his Mother-Daughter gem's ability. Wyatt's observation wasn't biased, but just the fact. However, Wyatt wondered how Carl was able to achieve something similar. Then, a thought crossed Wyatt's mind, that Carl might have boss-level undead demigod as his card summons. This would explain why he was able to control so many undead demigods without reducing each of their sentences to that of a loyal dog. If that were the case, then Wyatt would understand how Carl was able to use the undead demigods against the Masters. The Masters sourced this project, so they would have been stupid if they had not taken precautionary measures to make sure the control of the undead legion they paid to create to raid unranked dungeons remained in their hand and could not be used against them. However, there were many boss monsters out there with the ability that gave their minions immunity to external manipulation. If the Masters failed to take this into consideration and had made such a simple oversight in their plan, then their deaths at hands of Carl and other two mischiefs was a result of their own ignorance and deserved. Pondering if Carl had used the oversight in the Masters' plan to his advantage to get rid of them with their undead legion and the other mischiefs, Wyatt felt that Carl killing the Masters was more him being at the right place at the right time than a one-sided victory that the Circle's propaganda had spread in Clown Mask's future vision. "Henrix, you old bastard. Where are you hiding my daughter? You son of itch. Ransom, calm yourself. Trap us to our deaths." Once again, Wyatt's thoughts were interrupted by the retarded duo that did not know to act their age. He stared at the two of them, and then at the undead demigods. Seeing they were not far from gathering in a battle array formation, Wyatt decided it was time for him to act. With that thought, Wyatt's human morphed into a blood-red humanoid, and it chanted aloud with a deep voice, "Celestial blood, cursed domain," coloring the whole mystic dimension into a sinister red shade. This time, while entering the blood curse incarnation as a blood rule slave, Wyatt once again got help from the blood rule stream because of his wounded soul. Since Wyatt had yet to complete his side of the deal, the blood rule stream as a creditor had to make sure that its debtor would not default by dying, so it helped Wyatt once again without him asking, because it knew Wyatt was good for it. This time Wyatt deployed the Celestial Blood Curse domain instead of the Celestial Blood Fate domain because his opponents were undead. They did not have blood. The method used to cultivate this undead had their circulatory system pump a potent sludge of toxins instead of blood. This was just an additional method to make the undead recover faster, be more durable, and be insanely lethal in combat. This way their attackers would have to watch out for the toxins in the undead system when attacking them. Carl and the Masters seemed to have gone the extra mile to make sure their undead demigods weren't just a mob, but deadly force that can take down every obstacle in their path. Considering how the Masters planned to use the undead demigods to explore the unranked dungeons that have been sealed for thousands of years, Wyatt thought it was only logical. After all, nobody knew what transformation the unranked dungeon had gone through after thousands of years of being sealed. Since there wasn't a single drop of blood in the undead's body, Wyatt's blood fate plunder meaning was useless against them. This was why he decided to use the blood curse meaning to deploy a celestial domain. Yes, just like the blood fate plunder meaning, the blood curse meaning would also be useless against the undead, but that was only true if Wyatt planned to curse the undead through their blood. However, Wyatt had different plans. The SSS rank blood curse he incubated in his soul was a blood curse that enhanced his combat power by cursing his blood. Wyatt planned to use this SSS rank blood curse to fight the undead. With just one SSS rank blood curse powering his blood curse incarnation from Wyatt was just as strong as a new demigod. That was to say, he wasn't as strong as any one of the undead demigod present. So, how did he plan to fight the 700 undead demigods by himself? The answer was simple. He planned to use the effect of the celestial blood curse domain to enhance the prowess of his SSS rank blood curse. Within the celestial blood curse domain, all blood curses gained a 1000% boost. That was to say, the strength of the SSS rank blood curse was enhanced by the 10 times. Not just the SSS rank blood curse, but also his blood rule slave's blood curse incarnation form also gained a 1000% boost. In a regular blood curse domain, all blood curses would gain a 200% boost, but within the celestial blood curse domain, it was 5 times higher. Showing the difference between a celestial and a mortal. The difference was just too big. Celestial rule domain wasn't meant for mortals, it was the power of the celestials. This was why the royal instructor and the rest would never succeed in their pursuit to create an original celestial rule domain. This also made Wyatt dread and appreciate the deviant devil's strength even more. It was able to fight a celestial blood rule slave on equal footing. He wondered if it was time for him to return to the blood rule source and check who won. Not yet. He thought, feeling that their battle would not have concluded this quickly. If he went there now, he would just be walking to his death. After all, the location where he buried his pseudo-calamity soul gem was right below their battlefield. It was already a miracle that about 1/3 of the pseudo-calamity soul gems he buried were still intact and not destroyed by the tremors and aftershocks from their battle. Later, Wyatt wondered about the card apprentice who had left behind the records of the celestial rule domain. He could not help but think if there were card apprentices who possessed the power of celestials in the past just like him. Just the thought that there were card apprentices in the past who possessed the power of celestials like him gave Wyatt chills. After all, there weren't even records of individuals that possessed the power of celestial in the dark races. Or was that information not for the regular masses? That would not be surprising considering that the ruler class strong in the dark realm tend to monopolize the best for themselves. But what was surprising to Wyatt was the card society's decline. What changed? Why did the once glorious card apprentice community fall to this extent? Was the damage to the card apprentice community after the first demon war bigger than the new generation thought it was, or was there something else? Celestial blood curse domain. Deploying the celestial rule domain, Wyatt noticed that undead demigods paused for a second to register the new development, then were back to assembling into a battle formation. They showed a sense of urgency this time. It seems they have registered that their enemy was a threat to them despite their numbers. For the undead demigods to be subservient and show such intuition and cooperation among each other meant that the boss monster dominating them had to be really powerful and intimidating. Shaking his head, Wyatt's red solitude flickered next to an undead demigod who appeared to be the head of the battle array formation, then pierced its head with his right hand covered in sinister blood-red flame as he chanted, "Burning blood curse." Cinder. With Wyatt's chant, the blood-red flame burrowed into the undead demigod's body, and burned it inside out, turning it into charcoal that dissipated as ashes with a passing wind. The flame on Wyatt's hand also burned the toxins that had gotten on his hands. As such, he was totally unharmed. Curse name: Burning Blood Curse. Curse type: Blood Curse. Curse rank: SSS rank. Curse effect: the user of this curse can burn their blood as fuel to produce an SSS rank cursed blood flame. Note: if the user has comprehended the blood rule's blood curse meaning, they can substitute their blood rule power as fuel to produce the cursed flame instead of their blood. 2. The amount of blood rule power required to produce and keep the cursed flame well lit will vary with the user's mastery of the blood curse meaning. 3. The lethality of the cursed flame will gain a boost depending upon the user's understanding of the blood curse meaning. Since Wyatt's mastery and understanding of the blood rule's blood curse meaning was at its peak, the ultimate tier, the amount of blood rule power he used to produce and keep the cursed flame lit was next to nothing, and the boost gained by the cursed flame was immense. Now, combined with the boost of the celestial rule domain, Wyatt's cursed flame was strong enough even to threaten the likes of the royal instructor and the field marshal, let alone an undead demigod. Not to forget that gaining the boost from the celestial rule domain, Wyatt's blood curse incarnation form was also boosted. Meaning, if he were to unleash the full extent of the blood curse incarnation in his blood rule slave form, then he would become the cursed blood flame incarnation, the cursed blood flame itself, an energy being. That felt awesome, Wyatt said aloud, feeling as if he had kind of begun to understand why there were pyromaniacs and arsonists in the world. He never knew burning SHD up would feel so revealing and liberating. Wyatt had a lot of stress on his shoulders, but now he kind of felt unburdened. Then looking at the remaining undead demigods, Wyatt felt a little regret that he only had 699 targets to burn to oblivion. However, with a manic-like grin on his face, he yelled, "Flame on!" Soon his entire body transformed into a blood-red humanoid flame with thick black smoke acting as his hair, while his eyes were radiating with a blue glow. Meanwhile, another undead demigod had taken over as the head of the battle array formation they were trying to set up, while a group of 5 undead demigods tried to engage their assaulter while the rest hurried to set up the battle array formation. Setting up a battle array formation was very hard, even for card apprentices who practiced it for their entire lives, not to mention deploying it in an unknown area. This was especially true for the large groups, which was why the army in this world practiced the recommended battle array formation every morning as part of their drills. Like every array formation, battle array formation too had its core. However, since the battle array formation was entirely made of manpower, its core or head was usually an individual. This was because of the Hydra tactic, which was, even if the head of the battle array formation were to die, another soldier in the array could quickly replace the head. Unless their number dwindled down below the minimum requirement to set up the battle array formation or everyone was dead, the array would continue to function. Since it was very hard to set up a battle array formation, they were made to be versatile and movable such that they could adapt to the changing tides on the battlefield. Therefore, the best way to defeat a battle array formation was to stop it from ever being completed. The reason why they went through the trouble to practice and set up a battle array formation was because of the boost it provided. Different types of battle array formations gave various boosts and buffs to the individuals and the group forming it. Considering that the undead demigods were planning to wipe out a city under the protection of one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices, their battle array formation was mostly focused on attack and agility. Not to mention considering that they were undead that don't feel fear or pain with enhanced recovery prowess, defense, or other types of battle array formation would not help them. Looking at the 5 undead demigods that had circled him, Wyatt wondered why they planned to engage in close combat when they had an advantage in long range, but thinking that they were here to stall him, he understood they did not want their battle to delay or affect the other undead demigods from setting up the battle array formation. This meant they were sacrificing themselves to complete their mission, which was unlike an undead demigod, as they would never be considerate enough to end their existence for something unrelated to them. Well, this whole thing about undead demigods being so sync with each other and moving toward one goal was absurd to begin with. So Wyatt decided to spare no thought to it and enjoy burning them all to dust. Wyatt looked at the 5 undead demigods that had surrounded him, and then at his new cursed blood flame body. He decided to try something new. Then, making use of his body restructuring and myriad devil transformation skills, Wyatt morphed his flame body into a flame tornado, swallowing all 5 of the undead demigods in his surroundings. This was the first time Wyatt had turned into an energy body, so he wasn't still used to his cursed blood flame body. After all, Wyatt was able to assume this form despite his lacking realm was only because of the tin's boost that his blood curse incarnation form gained under the effect of his celestial blood curse domain. Otherwise, even with his blood rule slave form and his ultimate mastery and comprehension of the blood rule stream, as card master, he could not enter this form. However, the effect of the celestial rule domain made it possible. An energy body was a lot different from the flesh body that Wyatt was used to for both of his lives. Since he got his hands on myriad devil transformation skills, he has taken many forms, but this was the first time he had turned into an energy body. It was indeed a different feeling. All his senses were not the same in his new form, they were more attuned to nature. This made it easier for him to use his celestial force, but at the same time it made it difficult for him to move. It was like he was relearning to move around from scratch in his new body. But fortunately, because of his body restructuring and myriad devil transformation skills, he did not have much trouble getting his body to move and morph to his will and imagination. With his thoughts, his body morphed into a raging flame tornado. Morphing to a tornado was just off the top of his head, but it opened many possibilities for him to use his new form. He could do the same with his original body, but that would only be a horror show even for the strong-hearted individuals, but maybe not for the undead demigods. However, in the cursed blood flame body it's different. He was like a mini cursed blood flame sun. His entire body was a weapon of mass destruction. Anything that neared him would be burned to cinder. Thus, in his tornado form, under the pressure and heat of the cursed blood flame tornado, all 5 undead demigods were burned to dust without resistance, dropping their grimoires to the floor. As an SSS rank flame with a 10 times boost from the celestial rule domain, the power of the cursed blood flame was so strong that the undead demigods' enhanced recovery abilities were not a match, and died without putting up any struggle. Killing the 5 undead demigods, the raging tornado reduced into a humanoid form with a wide grin. Reducing the 5 undead demigods to dust, Wyatt felt good and euphoric. The pleasure and enjoyment he received from burning the undead to dust helped him cope with the stresses that built on his mind. Wyatt did not feel the same way when he used the celestial blood fate domain's effect to kill the Circle and the Yin-Yang Harmony sex card apprentices. Not to mention with their death, they all left souvenirs for Wyatt in the form of fate plunder rune cards, but it wasn't as enjoyable for Wyatt as burning the undead to ashes. After all, killing the undead demigods, Wyatt felt no guilt or burden of taking a life whatsoever. Instead, he was happy that he could give rest to these poor souls, freeing them from Carl and the Master's control. This was why Wyatt found killing undead demigods enjoyable and a good stress reliever, like killing opponents in a video game. But this was 100 times better than the video game. After all, this was his new reality. Killing the undead demigods effortlessly, Wyatt turned to find the new head of the battle array formation the undead were trying to gather in, only to learn that about 24 undead demigods were headed his way with extreme caution. Wyatt, who was beginning to enjoy burning the undead to dust, took this as a sport, and wanting to obtain maximum pleasure from killing the undead, he decided to get creative and imaginative in his ways of dealing with the undead. There were still a lot more cards and skills that he hadn't used yet. His only concern was that the remaining 694 undead demigods would be enough for him to vent. Looking at the undead demigods heading his way, Wyatt found it funny that they were sacrificing themselves one by one to set up the battle array formation when they stood more chance to win if they all came at him together. The undead demigods were restricting themselves to close combat, as they did not want their fight to disturb or delay the attempts of the other undead demigods to set up the battle array formation. The undead demigods were so focused and dedicated to completing their orders to set a battle array formation and kill everyone in sight that they did not see that trying to fulfill this order, they were turning the purpose of their master's order moot. The purpose of their order was to kill everyone while suffering minimum casualties. However, Trying to follow their orders, they increased their casualty while being unable to kill a single card apprentice. This was the drawback of puppets that could not think around their commands. This problem wasn't just limited to Carl's undead demigods. Gideon Grimm's hypnotized puppets and Wyatt's Calamity Daughter gems faced the same problem. Though Wyatt could solve this by giving his Calamity Daughter gems the highest authority rank in its hierarchy system. By upgrading their tier as Calamity Daughter gems to left/right man rank or partner rank. However, Wyatt only gave this rank of authority to Calamity Daughter gems that gained his recognition, like Oldman Ben, as 4. Clown Mask or Ted, who followed the city lord to the way beyond. Because of their circumstances, they gained the highest rank of authority without any effort. Wyatt did this because in a hive not everyone could be the queen. There were grunts, soldiers, breeders, etc. Breaking the hierarchy and making everyone equal would only lead to chaos, and the whole point of Calamity Daughter gems moot. It's similar to the clone paradox, not the one where the clone tries to kill the original or the original and the clone both don't know who the clone was, but the one where a clone would not listen to another clone. Without a proper and established hierarchy, why would a clone listen to another clone? This was why Wyatt never just gave all his Calamity Daughter gems the highest authority and degree of freedom to think for themselves. Just because they were subservient to Wyatt did not mean they were subservient to each other. With the least amount of authority, the Calamity Daughter gems have a very low degree of freedom to think for themselves. All their emotions and actions would be focused on doing what's best for Wyatt and the command given to them. As a result, the low-authority Calamity Daughter gem showcases a high degree of cooperation, but they are dumb yet smart enough to complete their orders. However, if all of them had the highest authority and degree of freedom to think for themselves, their individual belief of what was best for Wyatt would conflict with their cooperation. After all, not everyone thinks the same. Everyone has a different opinion. In their attempt to do what they felt was best for Wyatt, they would all fight among themselves unless someone with higher authority than them ordered them to stop. That would be Wyatt. Because of this trouble, Wyatt was very careful with whom he upgraded in the Calamity Daughter gem hierarchy ladder. After all, the leader of his Calamity Daughter gem should have the required qualities to call the right shots or have the bravery to make their shots right. This was why Wyatt only prompted Old Ben to partner tier Calamity Daughter gem. Since Old Ben lacked emotions and Wyatt was his new pursuit, Wyatt had found that Old Ben had a very strong sense of judgment, and most importantly, he had the power and guts to make his judgment the right one. Being able to make the right decisions was good quality, but being able to be right at the end despite being wrong initially was better quality. Old Ben had time and again proven to Wyatt that he was capable of that with some help from his Tiger Squadron. Looking at the 24 undead demigods that were about to become sacrifices for his flame body, Wyatt's grin grew as many comical ways to burn these undead demigods came to his mind, which alarmed his heart. He was shocked to learn that he had such a side to himself. After a short self-assessment, Wyatt concluded that he did not have a psychopathic side to him. The thoughts he was having about killing the undead in various ways were similar to how one would plan to play a video game in multiple ways to make it more fun. It's just like how one plans to complete an entire video game fighting armed enemies with a knife or do a speed run. It's just that killing the undead did not burden him in any way. While Wyatt was thinking of various ways to kill the undead demigods, Henrix and Ransom were shocked by the celestial blood curse domain and the strength Wyatt was currently displaying. Henrix, who had experienced Field Marshal's celestial space domain, was the most taken aback of the two. Now he knew what the field meant by her celestial rule domain was just a fake replica of the original one. If the Field Marshal were to learn to create an original celestial rule domain from Wyatt, then she would easily take the strongest card apprentice title. If others in the demigods in the southern region were to learn it, then there is no stopping them, especially those with an unparalleled bloodline. Now he knew what the field meant by her celestial rule domain was just a fake replica of the original one. If the Field Marshal were to learn to create an original celestial rule domain from Wyatt, then she would easily take the strongest card apprentice title. If others in the demigods in the southern region were to learn it, then there is no stopping them, especially those with an unparalleled bloodline. Apart from the celestial rule domain, Wyatt's current form gave him a sense of threat. Just looking at him, his intense sense rang an alarm. He had seen Wyatt's 12-headed demigod form. It was sinister and strong, but compared to his current blood-flame demigod form, it wasn't sinister enough. As for strength, he could not tell. As Wyatt's 12-headed demigod form was a physical type, and his blood-flame demigod form was an elemental type, they both were in a league of their own. If he had personally fought Wyatt in both of his forms, then he could have guessed which one was superior. Regardless, seeing how Wyatt's flame was effortlessly burning the undead to dust before they could recover, Henrix felt maybe Wyatt could really take all 700 of these brain-dead undead demigods down. Now this was the scariest part for Henrix, because he understood the gravity of what it meant for a card master to annihilate 700 undead demigods. If Wyatt were able to achieve that, Henrix felt that maybe Freedom Fighter joining Wyatt would not be a bad idea. After all, if Wyatt was this strong as a card master, how strong would he be as a card demigod? He would have no opponent, no challenge, no match take he could not win. There would be no one to equal him in the card world. Earlier, Henrix, who had dismissed Wyatt's idea to have Freedom Fighter rally behind Wyatt's banner without giving it a second thought, was now considering it. The main reason for this was that Wyatt was not only strong and wealthy, but his ideas aligned with theirs. Henrix and the other leaders of the Freedom Fighters have thoroughly researched the civilizations in the VR universe created by Wyatt once it became their main source of income. The Freedom Fighters captains were not only impressed by the civilizations in the VR universe, but inspired by them. They hoped that Card World would one day able to be as harmonious and prosperous as them. Then, they could not help but be in awe of the person who envisioned such civilizations. With this realization, their drive to recruit Wyatt into the Freedom Fighters became stronger. If not for the fact that them at being on the verge of bankruptcy and invaded, they would have long contacted Wyatt trying to recruit him. This was why Henrix claimed that Wyatt's vision and the Freedom Fighters' cause were more similar than he knew. Without him knowing, Wyatt had a very positive image and popularity within the Freedom Fighters. In a world where the strong tried to bully the weak at every turn, Wyatt was a fresh breath of air. Especially with his VR universe and VR slime card. Not to mention the Southern Princess propaganda about Wyatt being the Southern Hope. Not just the Freedom Fighters, Wyatt had a very positive image and popularity among the poor and middle-class communities of all 5 regions. Wyatt's decision to distribute free VR slime cards to the students and remote areas was finally paying off in other ways that were not his priorities. Distributing free stuff would make anyone popular. How could Wyatt not know that? However, such popularity would not last for long, which was why he did not care for it. Not to mention, his main agenda to make VR slime cards available to all was to create his own information network, which was why he gave away a coveted skill like Soul Energy Digestion skill for free with every VR slime card. But Wyatt's popularity among the Freedom Fighters was not of such nature. It was from pure awe of his vision that he showcased through VR Universe. Since the VR universe was created by Wyatt, they added all of its merits to Wyatt and began to worship him as an idol. He was especially popular among the Freedom Fighters R&D department and the finance department. One department worshipped him for his innovation, and the other department worshipped his means to earn lots of money. Since both Freedom Fighters and Wyatt had made their intentions clear, wanting to recruit the other to each other, Henrix was contemplating if there was a middle ground where the Freedom Fighters and Wyatt could meet each other to become allies. Meanwhile, Ransom, who chose to ignore what going on in his surroundings and its dangers to focus on getting his daughter back, tactically made use of his runes to stealthy catch up with Henrix, and latching onto Henrix he yelled, "Got you, you old bastard. Now take me to where my daughter is. You dumb idiot. If I could do that, would I have not escaped by now? I am as helpless as you in your mother's dimension," Henrix yelled at Ransom, who was hugging like a koala bear, in annoyance for breaking his chain of thoughts. After all, allying with Wyatt would not only be important for the Freedom Fighters, but also give him his freedom. While Ransom was waiting for the perfect time to make his move, the undead demigods in the formation summoning their grimoire did not immediately attack Wyatt, instead began to make preparations while locking onto Wyatt, causing Wyatt to wonder if the undead demigods were not sure about facing him even though they were assembled into small battle array formations. It was possible, after all, that Wyatt was in an energy body form. There weren't many cards or abilities that could harm an energy body, not to mention an energy body enhanced by celestial force. Normal attacks, no matter the power, couldn't really harm Wyatt in his current form. Even many attacks meant to harm energy bodies might not be able to harm Wyatt because of the celestial force enhancing his body. If they wanted to deal with Wyatt, then they would have to come up with unconventional attack methods. They could enhance their attacks with celestial force too, just like Wyatt, but there was no way the world would lend them celestial force. So, the situation wasn't as dire as Wyatt had initially thought. By assembling into small battle array formations, all the undead demigods managed to achieve was grow strong enough to not be killed by Wyatt. In a way, both Wyatt and the undead demigods were in a stalemate. Neither could kill the other for now. It seems I overestimated them, Wyatt thought, seeing that undead demigods did not attack, but were busy making other preparations. He felt stalling for another 50 seconds would not be a problem if this continued. Wyatt could not help but compliment his judgment for choosing the SSS rank Burning Blood Curse as the Blood Curse to enter the Blood Curse incarnation from. If he had used any other Blood Curse, then he would be in deep trouble now. Fortunately, he was aware the Blood Curses were useless against the undead, so he chose a Blood Curse that would enhance his strength, ultimately choosing the Burning Blood Curse. Even in self-enhancing Blood Curses, many Blood Curses would not have been as useful to Wyatt in his current situation as the Burning Blood Curse was right now. After all, it was his cursed blood flame from kept him alive despite things not going according to his plan. Wyatt also believed apart from his judgment. His luck also played a part in it. After all, there were many formidable blood curses out there to strengthen oneself. For Wyatt to choose the SSS rank Burning Blood Curse out of all of them indeed had a little element of luck to it. Wyatt doesn't like to depend on luck. However, how could he be disappointed when things ultimately worked out in his favor? Who doesn't like a little surprise in their life? Wyatt would always welcome such surprises, but not the ones in the case of the natural nodes. To think the network of natural nodes would go out of their way to help him set up a stable pseudo-natural array formation instead of forming an unstable one was beyond Wyatt's calculations. As they say, if the foundations were solid, it is hard for things to go wrong as we progress. Similarly, the arrangement of the network of natural nodes established by Wyatt was too excellent. As such, instead of using the cursed blood flame to form an unstable array formation, they accumulated it to form a stable array formation. However, just when Wyatt was relaxing thinking that he had won the war, the undead demigods changed the tides of the war once again as their preparations were completed. Undead Golem. All the small battle array formations finished their preparations to face Wyatt with a loud chant. Soon the dozen undead demigods in a small battle array formation melted into dreadful black water, forming a pool of dark water. The dark water pool seemed to be boiling as time again bubbles would form in it only to burst open releasing toxic gases. Seeing this, Wyatt frowned and signed internally. I cannot catch a break, can I? He realized he was too quick to jump to a conclusion. The undead demigods were really not to be underestimated. Even though their sentience was suppressed, their sense of judgment continued to surprise Wyatt. 40 more seconds. Just give me 40 more seconds. Wyatt prayed. He knew he was asking for a lot, but couldn't help it as he felt that it would be shameful for him to run when he made the bold claim to kill all 700 of the undead demigods by himself. At Wyatt's current power levels, even a fraction of a second was too long, let alone a full 40 seconds. By that time, undead would be done with him, and in their final steps to form a joint battle array formation. Undead golems. Both Ransom and Henrix exclaimed in unison as they saw the boiling dark water pool reassemble into a hugged monstrosity with its body covered in 12 heads. The mouths of these heads remained ajar, releasing toxic gas into the surroundings, covering the huge body of the undead golem in a thick veil of toxic mist. Their eyes wandered, giving the undead golems a complete 720-degree view, making sure that attack from any angle would not catch it by surprise. This is bad. Undead demigods were tough to deal with, but the undead golems made from undead demigods are impossible to deal with. Henrix blurted, seeing the huge monstrosities covered in a veil of toxic mist constantly scanning their surroundings with 12 pairs of eyes. He then turned to look at Ransom and said, "This is all because of you, you stubborn dumbass." Ransom did not argue, as this undead were indeed formidable Even his mother would break a sweat just fighting one of them, not to mention a 2.5 dozen of them. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.